Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was son of Goddess Gaia later reborn in after? Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also contents that's too far for YouTube, you will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Gaia was dead, his mother was dead, and he was alone, totally alone. This was the only thought that has been running in Harry Potter's head for many years already. His long life had finally seen some happiness after the war and the fall of Voldemort. Some happiness, a lot of sadness and suffering. After defeating the Lord of Darkness, life had resumed his court. He had completed his studies at Hogwarts before starting his training at the Aurors Academy, then becoming him to pass chef. His career had lasted 20 years, 20 long years to the court of which the magic world had desperate him. Far from being satisfied with peace, a new war was not long in starting in Europe, then another a few years later. It seemed that wizards only knew how to do that. He had fought enormously, according to his convictions, until he was disabused to all this. It seemed that the magic world liked to fight and suffer, never learning from its mistakes. So he arrested to join Minerva, still director of Hogwarts, and become a defense teacher. He had loved these years. Only one thing had come to strike everyone. He did not age, did not have a wrinkle. When he entered Hogwarts he was 42 years old, however, only 25, and that had remained like this. If many had thought it was due to his power or to any blessing of magic for his many heroic acts, he knew that it came from the death relics of whom he had become the teenager. He was immortal without ever wanted to. The situation had deteriorated. Muggles were increasingly destroyed the planet, the forests disappearing, the oceans dying, the tunes, sufficient, and deep down, he had stopped feeling this growing embarrassment of a cataclysm. The magical world itself had started, as long already, to deny its original magic, its ancient magic, to forget the spirit of magic and the world. On the contrary, he plunged into the subject. The more the years passed, the more he moved away from his loved ones whose lives advanced in other directions, he still not aging. So as when he was small, that he felt this power still unknown in him, he had turned to magic. And he had always learned more, meditating to get closer to his power, nature, the very essence of what they were. And he had ended up reaching it and meeting her, Gaia, the mother of the earth of magic, the one who had given birth to them and who had given them their power. She had welcomed her with her, radiant that one of her children has regained his arms. But that was far from being the case for others. The magic world had quickly declined. Magic had declined because Gaia would die. It would die from the overexploitation and pollution of Mulci, but also abusive or unhealthy magic practices in the forgetting of the ancient rites of care and appeasement of nature and magic. Gaia would die and Harry could not assist, helpless. His heart every day a little more sore. When Minerva was gone, he had been appointed director of Hogwarts to his greatest pride. He had somehow tried to educate the new generations, but for them, Gaia was just a fable and a joke. And then the revelation had taken place. The magic world had been discovered by the Muggle, and already at that time, it was considerably reduced, many missing species, being a little powerful, extremely rare. There was no more dragon, like many others. If he had feared wars, it had not happened, and it was almost worse in his eyes. The magic world had simply yielded to all Muggles' requests, much betraying magic and its own to make profit with them. Identifications, regulations, limitations, controls, farms, they had to undergo all of this without flinching, and no one had fought, already judging that their world had died and that it was necessary to integrate into Muggles. At least for the majority, the minority quickly crushed, had refused to give in Hogwarts to the control and the laws of the Muggle. He had held this conviction to the end, and it ended with the destruction of the castle with a bomb. He could only use his power to evacuate his students and put them in safety at home. Hogwarts had been destroyed. He had been the last director, however. He had not regretted his choice not to give in the spirit of magic he had installed in school, nor his freedom to teach, even if it had ended as well. Gaia had been moved by her refusal to leave her and give in to the requirements of the Muggle and their limited magic program, as they said. It had made him a sought-after fugitive, and for years, he had traveled in hiding, going to see what was left of the magical world resistant, trying to help when he could. And always, his mind had been with Gaia that he always understood better, crying for feeling dying. Those he had known had started to die en masse around him, old age or oppression, and his soul had only been painful. His mother had finally led him to the depths of the world, sheltered, to the tribe of the children of Gaia. Magic beings, sometimes several times millennia faithful to their mother and their origin. Their magic still so powerful and pure. Like every member, Gaia had welcomed him into her family after the dedication and attention he had shown in him. She had changed it deeply, transformed, given wings of freedom. She had released him from the relics he wanted to separate for a long time to become the sole mistress of the time he would live. She had given a new body and a new name to her new son born. Iwanai, the Peace Warrior, was how he was renamed. The tribe had welcomed him as one of her children, as it was for everyone. There were not numerous, at most about 50 from everywhere now in the body offered by their mother. He had been the little child of the family. Despite his 127 years, he was by far the youngest. He had finally had the chance to be a child, and it had not been as bizarre as he first thought. To be lulled by the elders, guided, educated, cajoled, loved, it had been the most beautiful years of his life. A life of peace and magic with a real family, which he had been immensely close. Gaia's children had taught her everything about her and real magic. However, even they could only watch their mother and their world decline, darkening terribly. They died. For 21, life had been peaceful, far from everything for him. However, everything had an end. Gaia had ended up going out definitively in the tears of her children, in their cries of pain. She had used her latest ounce of energy to give them hope, protection, and Iwanai had been turned upside down when the tribe had asked him to grant this last gift to their very little younger brother, who had not had the chance to live as much as them with her. He had therefore received the last life force from his mother, from his soul, keeping them deep inside him as an unparalleled treasure. After that, the protections around their sanctuary, built by Gaia, had fallen. The rest of the world had found them, imprisoned, while in the meantime, the magic beings, renegades, and the Muggles had found many drugs and other method to masking those who did not fold in the new established order. Without Gaia, bruised deeply by her loss, they had not been able to defend themselves and had found themselves locked up, interviewed, tortured, some undergoing experiences. The tribe had done everything to protect him, their precious little brother. But they had quickly declined to die one after the other in a slow torture, a slow, atrocious agony. Only Iwanai had survived. His magic always alive, certainly thanks to the ultimate gift from Gaia. And he had found himself alone, if alone in the dark and pain, the soul in the crumb. One day we came to shoot him from his prison to take him to a large machine. He was told that he was taken to Pandora, another world far from here. We took him to see if his magic could be exploited there. Pandora. He had never heard of it, he had no idea what was waiting for him there, and he was in a state of apathy, such of pain, that he had not had much to do. He wanted to join his family, and stop suffering, but Gaia's little voice deep inside him told him that he was not time. It had been put in this box of iron that the Muggles called vessel, frozen, and they had left. More than 5 years of conscience in a body frozen by force had allowed him to think, and he had come to wonder if it would not be a chance. At most they advanced. The more Gaia's fragment in him became joyful, and that had comforted him, led a little hope. When they had arrived, it had been awakened without mediating. His already damaged and exhausted body manhandled, attached, hampered, gagged in general indifference. For these Muggles he was of a monster. However, he had had a renewed force when he had been on Pandora. He had immediately felt it, this titanic and powerful spirit prevailing here. A spirit that made him think of Gaia, as if they were sisters. The dust of soul of his mother sings cheerfully to this find, and he understood that he felt the mother of this world. A much stronger, lively, and healthy mother. He had never felt Gaia. It had given her the natural desire to bow before her by putting her foot there, and he had done it partly before being violently pulled by his guards in the midst of laughing soldiers. He had been put a mask on his head to breathe. He knew that it was not necessary. He already felt the energy, the magic, the nature of Pandora sing with him and his magic, as welcoming a friend. For the first time in many years he found a little will, strength, determination. Pandora called him. Gaia shouted in him was to flee and take refuge with her, that everything would be fine. Also, he was determined to do so. The drugs prevented him for a long time from using magic, but in addition to 5 years of travel, his awakened conscience, he had been able to accumulate enough to overcome the chemical restriction, to flee or at least to give it a chance to do it. It remained to wait until the massive dose that had been administered upon waking up and which made him sick lose a little efficiency, and then wait for the right time, and then he would try his luck. To follow, Audragon, Strange Creature, Chapter 02 Strange Creature. As often since the arrival of those who come from heaven, this morning Ateo, his son Tsute, and a few other hunters, scrutinized the iron and stinking stones of the invaders, supervisor, analyzing. Their factories spit with thick black smoked, spitting their sensitive noses, the deafening noise of their metal gear breaking nature. It was infernal. They were now there for years since they were there, about 30 after the calendars of Dr. Augustine. And it had also been a moment that they had seen these dream walkers arriving, these demons with false bodies. There was a school where several Omaticae learned the ways of the people of the sky. But the situation was far from satisfactory for them. The people of the sky had left many dead when they arrived before looking for a more peaceful solution, destroying their nature without understanding anything, imposing themselves without respect. So they came to monitor as regularly. The day before, another iron monster from beyond the clouds had arrived with other invaders, and they came to see that, carefully hidden among the plants, invisible. Everything had been as usual here when suddenly, fires had sounded, the next cries. They had jumped, fearing that they were spotted. However, they realized that it was not intended for them. Intrigued, they concentrated their eyes in the direction where the noises came. It was with surprise that they soon saw a silhouette to run at all speed towards the forest. Being advanced quickly, much faster than any other people from the sky. However, from afar he looked like them. However, there were two strange big black things behind his back. He was quickly halfway through the very high closure, and it was then that we saw a number of warriors emerging from buildings in pursuit, these human-shaped machines being to run after him. They pulled in its direction, the group of hunters surprised to see this new scene. The slaloma fured with empowerment to confuse them, still accelerating. He came in their direction, allowing them to see better and better, and they soon realized that he had his hands tied in the back. Prisoner visibly. It was skillful and light like none of the invaders, lively and precise. He soon arrived at the fence without slowing down in their total stupor. He suddenly picked himself up on himself, like an ikran ready to take off, before making a prodigious jump many meters high, passing the obstacle easily. They remained amazed when he received himself, staggering a little and missing from falling out. However, he pushed on his little legs to spin towards the forest. He arrived at their height, him on the ground and them in the trees. They realized that he was not wearing a mask to breathe like the others, an iron gag covering his mouth. And despite himself, they perfectly heard the howl of pain that he pushed when a shot touched these great black things higher than him behind. They formed two large ovals shiny with green reflections behind him, hung on his body visibly. He staggered and fell on his knees, moaning. They could then look at him, surprised by what they saw. This creature was not like the people of the sky, even if the shape of his body looked like them. There were these things behind his back, but also others. Her hair was incredibly long, as black as those of Na6. His delicate skin was dotted with small shiny and bright white crystals, her body shining a little in the sun. A crystal of the same green as the forest was killing on its forehead. He had long and pointed ears decorated with small brilliant ornament. He gave off something deeply different from others. He got up quickly, his legs trembling, pushing on his bare feet. However, he fell immediately when other shots touched him, making him scream in his gag. He breathed strongly and still forced to stand up and escape his pursuers blocked by the fence. He ran as he could, zigzag, poorly assured, but he was soon behind the trees, out of reach of the shots. Silently, Ateo motioned to his family to show them that they followed this strange being, and they did it. Behind, the people of the sky howled, and there would be no doubt that they would be there soon. The injured creature would probably not go very far. And it was the case when she stopped a little further, no longer holding on her feet, collapsing, trembling, breathing with badly. Helved as she was, injured, she had no chance of escaping her pursuers and their posts. They warned to see her be taken up very quickly, confused in front of this disturbing show. We had never seen that. We had never seen people from the sky so different, prisoner as well and chased by his own. It was absurd. They watched the creature observe around her the desperate air, looking for a way out, a hiding place that her flowing blood would make it useless. It was again the shock for them when a small cloud of 7 Audragon, seeds of the sacred tree, emerged plants to come slowly towards him. He saw them immediately, looking at, relaxing a little amazed air. The pure spirits came to land on his head, his shoulders, his things behind his back. The amazing. There was like a little moment of peace, the creature closing her eyes, but she suddenly jumped when the sound of her pursuers returned to the distance, getting closer. She looked around, trying to get up without success, collapsing. She imitated herself, her ears shuddering in the image of those of the Gnostics when a cracking resounded in front of her. The hunters took their eyes towards the thickets at the same time as it, their senses alerted and they appear, the breathing blocked when a huge Paleoloocan emerged, slowly. The most dangerous predator in their forest was really huge in front of the fragile little trembling thing. He approached quietly, the creature observing him with respect but fearless, and she did something to which they did not expect. Respectfully, she fell towards the ground, bowing to the front of the forehead, humble like any people from the sky had ever been able to be. She stopped and the Paleoloocan advanced to her, peaceful. He lowered himself near the frail and weak being, rubbing his head against him with immense delicacy when he could have swallowed him with an almost whole bite. He cuddled him like one of his little ones, leaving them speechless before making even more surprising. The creature straightened up with badly, at the end of force, and the predator came to lie down near her, offering her back. The stranger then undertook to climb there, struggling between hindrances and injuries. The Audragon did not leave him, hovering on him as an encouragement. He was finally seated, the air barely aware, rushing at his surprising mount. The Paleoloocan straightened up carefully before turning his head towards his small load, emitting a little worried sound. The creature painfully pushed his head to place his forehead against him, the little crystal being there a second. The predator then set out, starting while the pursuers were not further. Amazed by what they had just seen, it was without even asking the question that the hunters followed them, wanting to understand what was obviously a sign of Iwa more than obvious. The Paleoloocan moved easily in the forest, quickly distant the people of heaven who would never find him and his charge. He first advanced fairly quickly, although with care, as if not jostle the creature on his back. He stopped regularly to turn his head towards her. The strange being was obviously very weak and exhausted, breathing badly, his blood still flowing. Once out of danger, the predator slows down, walking more slowly and comfortably for what he was carrying. The seeds were still there, and the creature observed the forest with barely open fluffed eyes. She seemed to be confident, only the pain stretching her. They followed this strange duo for a long time, and it was with dismay that they understood that the Paleoloocan went to the Tree of Souls, Vitreya Ramunong. No stranger had the right to set a foothold there, but this case was special, very particular when the animal himself wore it there without constraint. They followed, and the destination was verified to their great confusion. More Audragon had arrived on the way, landing on the creature. Trembling, the Paleoloocan descended from the sacred tree, the hunters observing carefully, confused, lost. Why would their mother want to help this bizarre being after all that had happened? The predator won the foot of the trunk before going to bed there with his charge, starting to watch over the surroundings. Ateo did not wait any longer to send a hunter to the village prevent Oloikton and Sahik of what was going on. The advice of the shaman essential before this event. The messenger left. They continued to observe from afar, not daring to approach with the predator still there. After a long moment of immobility, We saw the branches of the sacred tree come alive a little, coming to touch and caress the creature delicately, encouraging it to wake up while it seemed to the edge of unconsciousness. She ends up moving, being led by the branches to get off the back of her mount. She fell heavily on the side, her cry of pain arriving at them despite what covered her mouth. The Paleoloocan got up, paying attention to her, coming to rub her nose against her as if to encourage her. He also used his muzzle to help him straighten up and sit while his hands were always attached behind his back. The creature was soon seated against the trunk. The predator lay down near it as a vigilant guard. She closed her eyes, her pale and almost translucent skin, sick as the beautiful light of her stones had weakened. She was obviously not in good condition. The branches of the tree returned to the cajoler, giving back light to its natural jewelry when they were efficient. And to their greatest dismay, the foreign creature seemed to have an interaction with Iwa by these demonstrations. They looked at this spectacle for a long time, the creature resting visibly, surrounded by seeds and vigil by the predator. It was on this vision that many other members of the clan arrived, led by the messenger hunter. Emoet and Itukin were in the lead, surprised to see the spectacle at the foot of the tree themselves that everyone observed in silence for a moment. Ateo explained to them what had happened after the messenger's departure. All thought in front of it. Iwa brought it to us, concludes Emoet. She brought her to her and protects her. She sent the best goalkeeper that the forest had to offer her to be safe. This creature cannot be ignored, she said. Whatever it is the favor of Iwa, she said solemnly. All around them agreed that, confused and a little lost, not understanding. However, it was impossible to ignore what was going on before their eyes. Sahik motioned for them to stay there as she went down to the tree crater, immediately spotted by the Paleoloocan who turned to her. However, he did not pretend to attack or be aggressive strangely. She remained at a distance, offering him their sign of salvation with respect. The predator bowed before gently moving away in the other direction, disappearing in the forest. She then advanced towards the tree and the creature, signaling to the others that they could come and no one was asked, analyzing the strange little thing with curiosity, seeking to understand. She no longer moved, breathing badly, her eyes barely open, trembling with all her body. She did not really seem conscious, painful upheavals covering her. Sahik stopped a few steps from her, analyzing, signaling the others to stay away. She looked at her obstacles, her wounds through her torn clothes. She saw with amazement that her blood on the ground had crystallized in small brilliant red pearls, showing them to his family who looked with surprise. Certainly, the creature was not like the people of the sky. She was already much more beautiful in their eyes, finer and slender although similar. Also closely, they noticed other peculiarities. Her forest-colored eyes had split pupils and the nails of his feet were opaque and pearly white. Sahik approached slowly, placing himself in his field of vision, and if it took a moment, she finally saw it, realizing. Her eyes moved away from fear and she agreed, pushing on her legs to go back, forgetting that she was already against the tree. She groans more pain in gesticulating thus, freezing under suffering. We do not want you any harm, tried Sahik in the language of the people of heaven. However, it seemed to panic her a little more while she spotted them all, her chest lifting herself at a frantic pace, her eyes traveling frantically as she was punching against the tree, even if it means hurting herself. She also looked at the branches as a request for help, and their total astonishment. This aid came. The branches come animated again to caress him, the seeds hovering on him calmly. They then came to Emoet as if to show the creature that she was a friend. The small being then relaxed a little, probably understanding under their amazed looks. We do not want you any harm, repeated Sahik in their language this time. And strangely, the creature seemed to understand, ceasing to get agitated. It was however obvious that she was fighting against unconsciousness. Her eyes closing a little alone, scrambled. Emoet showed his mouth, then his, designating the gag to make him understand that she wanted. Remove that. She approached, and although visibly worried, the creature let her do. Emoet knee near her, moving slowly, calmly. She slipped her big hands on the link, preventing her from speaking, looking for an opening. She found her behind her head, taking this thing very quickly. The creature then took a breath of fresh air, breathing a little better, coughing painfully and discovering the small canines she had in her mouth. Amoet then bypassed her to go behind her back. The creature carefully looks at her. "I will take you on these links," she explained. She let herself be done, Sahik examining these great black things behind her back. They also seemed hindered, thick leather ties crossing them, tightening them. She was careful, not knowing what it was, and she detached her hands. The creature barely had the strength to bring them back to her, moaning with suffering, while tears were rolling on his cheeks. She seemed so fragile, so small, so bruised that many were touched. "I will detach that," then announced Sahik, designating what he had in the back. The creature granted weakly, the look almost imploring before this proposal, which it had certainly understood. Amoet then began to seek the opening of the straps, noting that these appendages were covered with feathers. She found her, and the little being had a cry of pain piercing when she was forced to touch an injury in the feathers, making them start. It was also the thing too much for the creature, whose eyes suddenly rolled. She lost awareness, terraced by pain and exhaustion. Sahik immediately came to make sure she was breathing and still lived, before definitively removing the last obstacles. Black things fell, unfolding largely by surprising them. "This are wings," noted Itukin, standing not far. And that was what they all saw in view of the large wings now spreading around the creature. However, they were shaking, several injuries marking them, many missing feathers. They also seemed deformed in places. This being was beyond everything they had ever seen. Amoet asked for the help of several to come and lengthen the little creature without damaging its incredible attributes. She then scrutinized it, identifying many injuries. "She needs care and rest," she said finally. "Let's put off there in the village." She came to put a hand on forehead, looking at him deeply. "Saiwa printed," she whispered. "Everything will be fine." And that was what they did, making a stretcher before gently installing the little fragile creature. Taking care. Wings. We brought her back to the village in silence, all thoughtful, worried about the being that their mother had just entrusted to them. The story quickly went around the whole clan, many watching them pass with the unique being. Amoet had it driven high in the house tree, installing it in the trunk itself, in a room dedicated to care where the best healers were brought in to help it. The creature was lying on the floor on a thick foam carpet, where you could extend the wounded wounds without difficulty. The place was bright, the air pleasant, large openings showing the exterior through a few lianas. She was rid of her clothes, finding multitudes of small precious crystals everywhere on her. But it was mainly covered with injuries. She had a lot of wounds of all kinds, large hematomas all over the shots she had received by escaping. Precautionary, attentive to this unknown physiology, it is treated with delicacy, doing the best. The bullets were removed, and even in its unconsciousness, the creature yelled in pain in this operation, all hearing it. Fortunately, it was quickly finished, and they applied their best ointments and remedies to help him cure. His body was washed and found it strangely cold and trembling. It was covered with silky fabrics. The operation was long, but Amoet finally came out, a healer remaining with the unconscious creature. She found her companion, her daughters, and the group of hunters who discovered the event outside with others, awaiting news. "I think he will go well with time, rest and care." She started relieving them. "His body is different from ours, and he has lost a lot of blood, but I don't think his life is imminent in danger." He noted Neytiri. "Sun body looks a little like the people of the sky all the same," she explained. "He is obviously a man. He is weak, and a lot of trouble has been done to him," she deplored. "But he will survive." I looked at her wings. They are like no here, but I have the impression that they are damaged. Their shape seems to me incorrect, and the two are not identical. I don't know if he can still fly. In any case, they seem extremely sensitive. For the moment, he needs rest. He should wake up soon, and maybe he can talk to us. Her energy is strange and strangely familiar somewhere, she said, the air confused. But one thing is certain. It is very far from the people of the sky. We then decided to wait by watching over him as best as possible. Amoet stayed with him as much as she could, trying to see the creature tremble atrociously. She had no fever, but she was probably cold, and nothing seemed to warm her up. His face was also often tense in pain, small groans escaping him. She was installed on her side, her wings extended behind her on the ground. She slept all the rest of the day and all night. In the morning, when Emoat returned to her bedside with her daughters, Tsute and her little brother, Arvak, she found the healer a little distraught. The creature was trembling even stronger, snapping teeth. She had rolled up in a ball, moaning with a distress even unconscious. No one was able to understand what happened to him. It was Iwa who provided the answer through forest animals. In the middle of the morning, we saw Audragon appear and come to land on the creature. Behind them, some Syaxuk, these blue monkeys, eruptions, looking at the Nasics then the creature. They approached, and if they wanted to hunt them so that they did not annoy the wounded, Emoat stopped them when they saw one of the seeds landing on an animal. The three Syaxuk then gently joined the winged being, settled around him by watching them, and time, they began to cajolate him, caressing his hair, his shoulders, his face, his wings, his hands, his arms, one of them coming to nest against him with delicacy. After a moment of this treatment, the tremors weakened, surprising them. They ended up completely stopping, the skin of the creature regaining more heat as it relaxed. Their demonstration did, the animals went, the Audragon remaining floating in the room. It needs living contact, understood Tsahik, coming to take over to caress the little head. It must be a creature living in clan like us. She must not bear solitude if it gives her this effect. This discovery specificity, Emoat no longer ceased to touch the creature, and their great relief, it remained comfortable and pleasantly warm, ensuring them to have understood correctly. It was in the afternoon, when Tsahik was alone with her, that the creature began to wake up. She saw him on the field, removing her hand from her silky hair for fear of frightening him. The creature of the eyes, shaking a little teeth. She looked around her vague air, not moving. However, she jumped when she saw her, and she motioned for him with a hand, smiling at her. "You are safe," she said in Nasics, attracting her attentive and fearful look. An Audragon came to land in front of her face, and she watched it, calmed visibly, the outline with a smile lighting her face. Emoat then resumed, the soft voice, "We have treated you, but you have to rest. Do you understand what I say?" "Yes," he replied, the hoarse voice. She was surprised by the perfect word Nasics that came out of her mouth without any accent. "I called Emoat," she introduced herself then. "I am Tsahik, the one who hears and transmits Iwa's word," she said when she listened. "What is your name?" "Iwanai," he said in the amazing. In their language it meant protected from Iwa. But if the creature spoke Nasics, maybe it was a false to deceive them. Even if this idea seemed deeply stupid to him. "St your real name?" she asked, incredulous. "The name my mother gave me," he replied weakly. "How do you know how to talk about it so well?" "Nivi." "Your language?" he asked, the confused air. "Yes," she nodded, as lost as him. "Ali, the AIAIs understand and speak the original languages," he explained. "It is a gift from our mother." Your people?" she asked. "Yes," he whispered, the dark air. Seeing that he seemed to be thirsty, ceasing to try to moisten her mouth, she grabbed a water cup, offering him. He accepted with joy and let himself be done, weak, when she straightened his head so that he could drink. She then reinstalled him carefully, letting him breathe a little. "Thank you," he stammered. "It's nothing," she smiles. "Iwa," he said then. "You said you transmit his word. Is this your mother's name?" "Yes." "Iwa is our mother in this world. Our goddess groaning all life," she explained. "It gives us its strength and protects us. She led you to us." She saved me," he sighed with relief. "She helped me get safe. I heard him guide me." He looked infinitely touched, and Tsahik very surprised that he said he heard him. "My mother was called Gaia," he confided in tears in his eyes. "They look a bit like." Emoat remained amazed again, starting a little to understand that Iwanai had been in close contact with his own mother where he came from. "Where are you?" "Den the earth," he replied. "Do world of heaven? Those you have fled?" "My people call them Morocco," he said. "But we come from the same world. Why have you treated like this?" "The Morocco are the enemies of my people," he said with a hint of fury. For them, I am only an animal and a tool. They wanted to use the gifts that my mother gave me for their profit, he said, horrifying her. They are not my mother's children. They are traitors. Ton people are still on Earth? Have you been torn off? She asked with sadness. People are dead, he said while tears started to flow from his eyes. My people are dead. They all left. The Morocco killed them all. They killed a mother, he said, freezing her with horror. I am the last. I am alone, he said, bursting in sob. The tight throat and the tears in his eyes. Emoet came to take his little hand, starting to caress her hair. The main lines of what happened to the creature were there, terrifying to consider for her. She cajoled it for a moment, not daring to imagine what she felt. She pushed her towards sleep again, and the exhaustion was right. From Iwanai, who fell asleep, cheeks full of tears. His companion barely arrived a few moments later, Sute and his father with him, coming to the news, and they were shocked to find her on the verge of tears. She then explained to them what she had just learned. All shaken by history. Were the people of heaven to this point destructive that they had killed their mother and had left only one of his children alive? Iwa took him under his protection because she knows what he endured, she said. The people of the sky brought him here hoping to exploit it. He fled guided by Iwa. He heard it, she assured, surprising them, and she welcomed her with her. We have to protect it and treat it. He is ours in the eyes of Iwa, she said, caressing the creature. So he will be, solemnly promised Itukin. That evening at the clan meal, Itukin spoke to everyone of the creature, presenting it. They were surprised by her name, horrified because she had lived, by the loss of his family. When Emoet declared that in Iwa's eyes, he was now Nasix, all accepted him without flinching. The next day, Emoet was again at the Iwanai bedside, his daughters, Sute, Arvok, and some young people who came to visit this new brother. It was with joy that they had seen him wake up gently, Sahik signaling to retreat a little so as not to frighten him. He also jumped to everyone around him, the movement making him start in pain. Emoet smiled at him and he focused on her, calming. She greeted him and made the presentations, the AIs observing them one by one. How do you feel? Asked the worried elder. Stadigu and sore, he replied groggy. We have plants against pain, she said, signaling to her elder who advanced a drink. I don't know if that will work on you, but we can try. He approved and tried to straighten up. She helped him on the field to sit down and he groaned in pain, looking at his wings that hung out softly behind him. He was given the remedy, his trembling hands taking the bowl grand for him while he was barely half of their adult size. He had that of a child, and again the children were stronger than him. He gulped without complaining despite the very bitter taste, thanking them with a palpable gratitude, tilting the head. Emoet then offered him a little water. He accepted, and she then handed him a bowl of fruit. Throughout this time, she had kept a solid hand against her shoulder, feeling it poorly assured even just seated as well. He ate a bit before leaving the food, thanking once again. He seemed more awake than the day before, and he did not seem embarrassed to have only the lower body covered with a thin fabric. His thin chest was still covered with poultices and leaves to heal his injuries. Seeing that he would not sit alone and not wanting to put it uncomfortable with a new contact too early, she then pushed him to lengthen himself, accompanying his small head with her hand. He let himself go, looking at them thoughtfully. A build on what is your people? He asked finally. The youngest wanted to answer the enthusiastic heir to inform him, but Emoet gave them silence, taking things in hand. What do you know about this world? She asked gently. Res, he admitted, shocking them. The Morocco just told me that they were sending me far beyond the sky in a world called Pandora. I don't know anything more. I thought that we were talking about us at home? Noticed Neytiri, who had heard thanks to school. They kept me locked up for a long time, he stammered, making them grimacate. And when they got me out, they just told me that. I didn't even know that a people lived here. Sahik then undertook to explain to him where he was exactly. The others quickly added to the discussion to tell him about their world and their people. He listened with great attention, concentrated, very interested air. They also told him about Iwa, their way of thinking before talking to him about their history with those who come from heaven. Iwanai did not seem surprised by what was going on here, but incredibly sad and dark. Emoet sought to go up the moral by explaining to him that Iwa had led him to them, that she protected him and that therefore, he had sleeping and already his place among them if he accepted it. This announcement visibly amazed him, touched him deeply and drew tears from him. However, he said nothing, keeping his thoughts for him, and he was not questioned. Instead, he was offered to answer his questions, and it was Iwa that he wanted to speak. Sahik informed him with joy. I feel the meaning all around us, he finally confided, surprising them. She looks so much like my mother, he tightened sadly. It looks like her sister. It is amazing that she named me like this and that I am here today, he said, the tired air. Well, were they really sisters, and maybe your mother knew you would need Iwa protection, smiles Sahik. Well, Gaia saw the future, he said, surprising them again. She had to know what would happen. Will you not have trouble with the people of the sky while keeping me here? He asked the very worried air. They will be furious if they learn that you hide me. They will not know, assured Emoet. The clan will not tell them anything about your subject, and as long as you are hidden here, they cannot see you. Then we will ban the home tree for them so that you can walk around at your own way. For the moment, you have to stay here and rest. We take care of you. He was moved to these words. The air relieved, but he also recovered to tremble a little, and Emoet came to put a hand on his hair, caressing them tenderly. He then relaxed, thanking her. We understand that you needed living contact, she said. We are wrong? No, he replied. The AIs are very close to Gaia and all life that she gave. We have a very great sense of the family, the tribe. We do not support loneliness, he said below. We need ours to feel good, and it's been a long time since I have no one, he said, grimacing. But other beings or animals help a lot to fill this. What happened at home? Very curious, Neytiri asked. Emoet gave her a severe look to silence her, and all were sad to see Iwanai in tears after this question. He looked devastated, broken, destroyed, and rolled up a bit instinctively, as if to protect himself. Sahik came cajoler, and Silwanen, her elder, joined her to console the little being. You don't have to answer, reassured Emoet. Let your tears run if it can help your pain, we watch over you. The AIs then broke into sobs, Neytiri guilty under the eyes of other young people at this show. Iwanai ends up falling asleep and Sahik dries his tears, then intimating them not to press him to speak of his missing world and his people. In the days that followed, he was never left alone. Still, there was a healer with him to watch and help him if necessary. When he was sleeping, he was cajolizing him to help his well-being, understanding how much he had to suffer from the loss of his family. Each Omaticea had tried to imagine what it would be to be in its place, to be the last Gnostics, and it seemed excruciating just. When he woke up, we stopped so as not to make him uncomfortable, however returning if he showed any sign of distress, which often happened. AIs was plunged into a world of sadness that they understood easily, leaving him time, letting him cry and trying to help him treat his heart a little as they could. Grace and the other dream walkers had come to ask them if they had not crossed a strange creature in the forest. They had pretended not to understand, asking what she was looking for exactly. She had not said much else if it was only the creature looked like them with wings in the back, and that she was immensely dangerous and wild. They had replied that they would pay attention to it, but that for the moment, they had not seen anything. For them, hard to believe that the broken, injured, trembling, exhausted, consumed of sadness and that cried every day in them could be of any danger. If Iwa had led him to them, he was not for them, that was certain. Iwanai spent a lot of time sleeping and getting treatment without moving. When he was aware, he was told about Iwa, Gnostics and this world, the subject seeming to enchant him and make him dream. With Emoat, he had reviewed his injuries. She had questioned him to ensure that their care was correct for him, and it was the case for their great relief. Even their drugs worked on him, and he had said with a smile that it was thanks to Iwa who had welcomed her at home. Sahik had granted, perfectly agree. After a few days, the AIs suddenly fell ill at their great concern. However, he could explain it. The people of heaven had poisoned him for a long time so that he could not use the gifts offered by his mother, and the poison was finally in order to stop his action and to evacuate for good, making him sick. This lasted 3 painful days of a high fever and confusion for their protege, but he got out of it without problem. Then sleeping for a long time. Then he had been able to really start regaining strength slowly. Every day, the tribe asked for her news, and Emoet often spoke to the evening meal to reassure them. We had authorized more Gnostics to go and present themselves in small groups if they wanted it, and I had not been embarrassed, on the contrary, happy to be warmly surrounded. We felt there without difficulty. Loneliness and the loss of his family he had endured, looking for comfort. Although he had known nothing about the NA6 before meeting them, he had not seemed at all disturbed once they had presented themselves to him. He was not frightened by their at least double size to his nor their appearance, reacting very differently from other people in the sky. He was very polite, full of gratitude, respectful and humble. He hung up in the foam to sleep as if that was their best of things, and if it did not seem to them at all strange when they actually acted, never a foreigner had naturally acted like them, so, still proving his difference. He was fascinated by the Adokirina who came to him as soon as he reached out to one of them, and he could spend the whole day watching them. Sometimes his eyes suggested that he conversed without words with them. At least that was the impression that Sahik had, admiring this being of immense sensitivity a little more every day. He was made to him a loincloth to allow him to protect his intimacy, and he never claimed anything more, satisfying with immense recognition of what was offered to him. He was nice, calm, attentive, a real little wonder for them, a small fragile wonder that was crying every day. It took a while, but the AIs was finally able to sit alone and remain awake a good part of the day. Many members of the clan then succeeded themselves around him to show him what they could do, the objects they made, tell him about their people, count their stories. Children and adolescents particularly loved their new brother, spending a lot of time by his side, fascinated by him. He smiled at them, calm and warm with them. He always seemed to be as touched as we come to spend time with him. He systematically thanked for that, and very quickly, he had won everyone's affection. That day, almost 30 days after his arrival, Emoat and another healer were inspecting his injuries in complete intimacy, alone with him. AIs had sat, now fully relaxed with them being done. They smiled by removing the leaves and poultices to discover almost healed injuries that no longer required care. They took their time to go around his condition. His hematomas had almost entirely disappeared like minor wounds, only those more important inflicted by still a little persistent shots. They finished with its wings, which remained in a pitiful state. The feathers did not push back, and they often trembled. They seemed distorted to me, noticed Emoat, who gave them delicately to examine them. I know, he said darkly. You can't move them? It's been a while since, like the others. She asked herself the question. We had not seen the AIs move them only once. He left them dragging behind him simply like a bird with broken wings. It's difficult, he confessed, swallowing painfully. They had imprisoned my whole tribe, he said, the vague and painful look. We tried to escape once, he said low. We failed. Several died that day, he said while tears sank on his cheeks. They wanted to make an example to dissuade us from starting again. My tribe always protected me as best as possible because I was the youngest member of the clan, and, for example, they took me because they knew what it would do in mine. They dragged me in front of them and they broke my wings, he said, horrifying them. My brothers tried to treat them, but they were prevented. They forced them to look at me like this for days without being able to approach me, he said, the strangled voice. I had never seen them as devastated as at that time. They have healed badly, and now they are like that, and it is too old to be able to do anything, he said, withdrawing his legs against his chest. A heavy silence fell, the two Gnostics furious against what had been inflicted on him, sad for him. I can't fly for a long time, he finally resumed, and moving them hurts. When I'm standing, holding them behind my back is complicated. Normally, I should keep them withdrawn against me, but I can no longer, and it hurts. You have to force to put them in the right position. So as much as possible, I try to keep the muscles relaxed and at rest. I do not move them if it is not necessary. Emoat returned to him, kneeling by his side to caress the frail silhouette, trying to console him. Birds that could no longer fly would quickly die, by law of life or by being completely diverted. She wondered what suffering it could be for him, as if we prevented now to browse the forest, unthinkable. When her tears was drying up and gave her a grateful little smile, she turned behind her, gently spread her very long silky hair to look at him. The wings seem sensitive, she noticed. What else does it affect them? Well, depends, he replied, the chin on his knees. The wings of the AIs are very receptive to emotions, he explained. If the one who touches them has bad intentions towards me, it is painful, sometimes even very painful, and that is why the injuries on them are so difficult. But the more the feeling is positive, the more pleasant, he smiles. For my people, caressing the wings of others reinforce the links by thus transmitting our feelings to each other. We can reassure ourselves and give well-being with that. We used to be washed by helping others smooth their feathers, he said with a slight nostalgic smile. I loved it, he whispered. So as long as the one who touches does not want me any harm, it is not disturbing for me. She nodded and then allowed herself to examine the establishment of the black wings of her big fingers. Iwanai's muscles there, as on a part of the wings in the majority of his back and his neck, were like paralyzed, hard, and she did not doubt that it was painful. She asked for a remedy for pain from healer who understood his idea and who came to offer it to their perplexed protege. You need to take care of that, explained Moet. I can try, but with your muscles, so it could be painful. He approved, taking the drink with confidence, and they expected it to have effect. When the AIs began to shed a little, the healer knelt in front of him, holding him gently with his big hot hands to ensure that he does not fall. Moet then set out to work, starting a careful massage. She watched not to exercise too much strength for fear of injuring the fragile creature. She quickly found the adequate pressure intensity, and she applied to massage the back and the wings of her big fingers with care. If Iwanai was stretched at the beginning, he relaxed to fall asleep. The healer kept him carefully, caressing his hair. Moet took his time to finish the unpleasant result. Well, take time, she said gently as they lengthened the winged being to let him sleep. That evening at the meal, she explained that Iwanai had the wings broken by the people of the sky, horrifying the whole clan. She tells them that he could no longer fly, that the subject was painful, and that he was better not to ask him to talk about it by going to see him or when he would join them. A few more days and the AIs managed to take a few steps, standing well on his legs but with a little support. The most difficult for him was obviously, in addition to his weakness, to put his wings in a good position so that they do not drag completely to the ground, the thing visibly painful for him. However, this evolution made him happy, and this was all the more the case when he could get out a little. The house tree is completely amazed like a small child discovering the world. This stage passed, he improved quickly, his body taking advantage of this background, and soon, he was able to leave for longer walks. He never asked these things that the people of the sky called shoes, going barefoot like them. And everything, absolutely everything seemed to be amazing it to the highest point. All were delighted to see him go better and see him travel in the house tree. He was never alone, all of which noted that the AIs did not like being and did not want him to lose himself or fall if he felt bad. Itukin had banished all stranger and dream walkers in the village, so that he is sure of being safe, and Iwanai had thanked him with gratitude for his benevolence. We always watched over him, making him discover their clan, their world, and he was always eager for questions, opening up more and more to them, gradually relaxing. He soon began to come and have his meals with them, and if we did not hear him, we always saw him watching carefully, smiling a little. But often he was also very dark, and we suspected that it had to remind him of his lost clan. We began to teach him their customs, their ways, and he was extremely interested, applied, curious, lovely them. And unlike all foreigners, he fully understood their way of life, their thought. He had explained that it was also more or less in this way that his people saw life and relationship with their mother, and that therefore, all of this was normal for him. Every day, Iwa's protection on him was a little more explained. He was not one of those who come from heaven. He was an AIs, and he looked very much like them in the soul and the heart. Everything they had tried to explain in vain to the people of heaven flowed from source for him, and he sometimes even seemed even deeper in this reasoning. The AIs had been completely upset the day Tsute had brought him his Ikran so that he could see him. Iwanai was obviously very close to nature and the animals he obviously loved. The creatures of their world did not frighten him at all. Far from it, and although they were much greater and powerful than him, he did not fear them. He showed a lot of sweetness and respect for her, sometimes even seeming to estimate them above himself. It was very touching to see. But the Ikrin had a very strong effect on him. The very large animal and the dangerous air compared to him brought tears into his eyes and an immense nostalgia on his features. He had dropped on his knees, surprising everyone who had accompanied him in this. Discovered, Tsute fearing that his mount frightened him when many came to see what was going on, having heard the agitation around their protégé. "No, he does not scare me," he assured, admiring the Ikrin. "He is splendid, beautiful," he said, making them smile. It was a wave of tear overwritten him again, and he locked himself in his arms. "On Earth," he said, taking inspiration, "there was a time when we had powerful creatures called dragons. They were splendid, imposing, strong, absolute mistresses of the sky. They looked like Ikrin," he explained. "The dragons were the very embodiment of Gaia, and they were the first to disappear when the Morocco destroyed everything. I have the impression of seeing a treasure from the past," he said, admiring the creature. A respectful silence fell around him, two Gnostics grabbing near him to put comforting hands on his shoulders. He was let him admire the Ikrin as much as he wanted, the animal letting himself go, even being calm in front of him until he nestled on the ground not far to look with curiosity. Iwanai seemed to calm down gradually, a sincere smile finally flowering on his more peaceful face. That evening at the meal, Tsute came to sit near him as he did a few times. The AIs always surrounded. "Abild you ask you one thing?" he questioned. "Well, sure," replied the little creature. "Are you talking to me a little more of these dragons?" Many ears were attentive, curious too. Iwanai had a sweet and sad smile, but he nodded, turning his gaze to Gnostics. "What would you like to know? How were they? Like the Ikrins?" "Ha, absolutely," he smiles. He raised a hand, a lot of attention turning to him. They were captivated when she nimmed a magnificent soft and warm light. A form appeared above his palm until materializing a strange little bitter animal. Several followed it, seeming very real, a little different from each other in sizes and color, some having more legs than others, spines or different horns. The slightly luminous little creatures stole above the heads. An amazed silence set up for this show, which had everything of an Ikrin appeared last, very small. "I have narrowed them, of course," amused Iwanai, "but it is on the scale of the Ikrin to give you a real size idea. These dragons obviously had nothing to envy to their Ikrins in size and in danger, one of them probably as large as Torek." AIs observed the creatures flying above all a few seconds before speaking, all listening to, looking. The dragons were undoubtedly the most powerful creatures of the earth. There were several kinds depending on the areas where they lived. They were great and very rare beings are those who can boast of having mounted one. Dragons only accepted on their backs only those who followed the Gaia way, and they had become very rare on Earth. They were very intelligent animals, at least as much as the Ikrin, which could live hundreds of our years. Gaia had endowed them with astonishing power, that of spitting the fire. While saying this, his small materializations illustrated, spitting small flames while going away, drawing exclamations appreciating to the public. They were ferocious protective for those they considered their own, strong, he said. "Dear friends," he added below. But the Moroccan hunted them en masse, and when Mother began to decline seriously, they disappeared quickly, he said darkly. "So you set up a dragon Iwanai?" curiously asked a little girl. "Yes," he smiles. "One of them has become my dearest friend for many years. I felt like I could fly to the stars on his back. He was a lord of the air. His name was Aquilin, named a powerful wind of the earth, heralding storm. He was great. It was faithful to me until the end. He protected me throughout our friendship, and he gave his life for me," he ended painfully. "I have never had the opportunity to fly with another creature since then." "Ella link like Sahelu?" asked someone else. "Yes," he approved, "but it is not a physical link that we can see. For my people, it is an energy link that unites souls that cherish. We can unite our minds, sharing feelings and thoughts." Despite the vague explanation, all seemed to understand, smiling gently. "The people of the sky say that it does not exist on Earth," noted confusedly a child. What, the Morokan, the people of heaven, have forgotten for a long time, he said darkly. We got along tacitly so as not to push the subject further in front of his bruised heir while he brought his legs against him. Iwanai then challenged Tsute. Would you like me to take you to fly with my Ikran when you are strong enough? The proposal immediately lit the face, the AIA eyes, and the answer was obvious. Would you do that? He rejoices. Well, sure, if you want, he agreed with the touched air that it packs it as much. Yes, I would love so much, he replied. So we will do it when you have enough strength, he promises. Thank you, Tsute, he replied. Thank you so much. The Nosik smiles at him a lot by doing the same around him. The little dragons ended up vanishing, the children shuffling a little. How are you doing this? Moet asked. Little creatures? Where do they come from? They were false, he explained. On Earth, Gaia has long donated to a part of the beings of extraordinary power. Magic. It is a force that has little limit, a gift that allows us to make a lot. With you can take care of, master the elements, change the appearance of things, grow plants faster, move over a long distance quickly. As he spoke, he held out a hand in front of him and small jets of light gushed, exploding colored sparks above them. We can do almost everything with her as long as we have the knowledge, the know-how, and the necessary training. The only things you cannot do is challenge death, time, or create life. These are the privileges of Gaia. Magic gives life to everything. It is a powerful force of Gaia which we had the privilege. We can forge links with her, build, help, protect. It allows almost everything. But she derives her strength from whoever uses it, therefore it depends on the power, mastery, and imagination of each. My people were devoted to Gaia and magic. The Morokan lost this privilege gradually by turning away from Gaia and using her gift to do evil, to destroy it. My clan was the last to have the real pure magic of Gaia, and when Mother died out, magic died with her, he said sadly. Before dying, she wanted to give our tribe a last gift. Mine asked him to offer it to me, he said, showing the stone on his forehead. Because I was the youngest, that I had not had the chance to spend as much time as them with her. So they wanted I have this gift, to have the last part of it with me, and that is probably what allowed me to survive and keep my magic. Completing. He now looked lost in his memories, dark and tortured. The lights had disappeared. He had rolled in a ball, and all shared his sadness and pain. Sitting near him, Tsute enveloped him with an arm, slowly bringing him against his flank. AI's gladly huddles, starting to relax slowly. The hunters brought back the discussion on the Ikrans, promising him that when he would be strong enough, he would only have to ask them to go and fly. Iwanai was visibly delighted and very affected, thanking them for that. To follow, Audragon, fly. Chapter 03, Fly. After Iwanai's first magic demonstration, he became current for children to ask him to show other things. He did this at the evening meal, and slowly, he began to talk about his world, illustrating magic images hovering above the heads. Everyone had impatiently waiting for his stories. The adults did not press him, and we tempered young people in their questions so as not to hurt him by pushing him on something he didn't want to talk about. But all of them were eager to hear it. It was so different from what Grace and Dreamwalkers had already taught them about their world. It was almost to believe that these were two different worlds if the constant reminder of its destruction by the people of heaven did not lead to reality. The first subject, opened by the dragons, was the animals of his world, and the AIs spoke to them without complaining. With his magic, he showed them moving images evolving in the air, often adding a little Nosix to give a major idea. He spoke to them both magical and ordinary animals. Creatures such as a Chrominate, Hippogriff, or Basil made a sensation, the giant snake capable of killing with a look inspiring them with great respect. The stories of Iwanai became regular in the evening at the meal, all gathering around him to listen and see his magic images. It was wonderful for them. When he spoke, he often had a veiled and sad look, a pale smile in the face, but he also said that it was good to remember these beautiful things. The care no longer constantly necessary, we had planned to give him a hammock in the middle of the tribe to sleep. But with his damaged wings, he could not settle there. Also, he had been set up a platform on a large branch in the middle of their place of rest with them. It had been covered with foam and flowers so that it could rest. AIs had been very touched and he was believed in this natural carpet with pleasure. If we had worried about letting him sleep alone, he had assured that he could be for the night now that he was better. During the day, I was traveling in the home tree or all around, discovering again with them. At the more he regained strength, the most easy and pleasant to walk for him. The Audragon who accompanied him had now used to go quietly at his own pace. I could not follow them if they were advancing normally. We had discovered something more about him. Like them, he knew how to walk without noise, be discreet and not disturb nature. Beyond that again, he never crushed flowers, paying attention to each place where he set foot. However, he needed regular breaks to put his wings and rest his back, all sad to see him to pain. Emoat and the healers were trying to relieve them of their best, but they could not repair the heavy damage he had suffered. Because of this, it was not taken to the forest. It was not prudent and the AIs agreed, folding it even if he obviously wanted to go. But he was the first to say that it would be dangerous when he could only move slowly and cautiously. Every day, Gaia's child improved. He was still crying at night in silence. Many had seen him. However, his body was better. His wounds were healed. His skin no longer had a sickly complexion, and his little crystals had found their light, delicate light. I now accompanied them when they were washing themselves together as it was customary, taking care of each other. He had said that his people did the same almost the same way. They made their body toilet alone, but they often offered massages, treating the wings, hair, and nails of others. He therefore began to accompany them for this moment of cohesion, tightening the links. It was normally happening with family or close friends. He did not have one, but he was happily welcomed and pulled with the others. Often he was with Emoat, Itukin, and their daughters. He also went with Ateo, Tsute, and Arvak, other family groups or friends. Emoat often took the opportunity to massage his back and his wings. We washed her hair and we braided sometimes. It was difficult for the Nasics and their big hands to braid his little head, but with dexterity. Some arrived there very well. It was therefore not uncommon to see him the braided hair, the mats falling to his knees. When we had seen him try to clean his wings himself, grimacing in pain when he could not reach them properly, we was quick to come and help him. They had never had to take care of that, but they had applied themselves to learning to do it for him. I had been very touched, but he had had to insist that he lets them take care of him. And when we took care of his wings carefully, he always relaxed completely, this treatment seeming to do him a good, and all understood him when Sahik explained that his wings were receptive to the emotions of those who touched them, playing on him. All the attention and sweetness that was put by taking care of his wings communicated to him, doing him good, and we therefore applied to him. AIs quickly learned their culture, very involved. Everyone was touched to see how he watched not to bother them, to respect all their ways and ways with care. One morning, Sahik announced that he was in good shape enough to fly if he wanted it. We had already taken him walking on the back of Pali, but since he had seen the Ikran, everyone knew that he was impatiently expected that he said nothing about it. However, we saw I hesitate to the proposal of Tsute and the hunters to take him. He had taken a look at his wings behind him, and he had had to insist a little for him to explain his problem. He could not hold his wings properly, even less in the strong winds of a flight, and he feared causing an accident or embarrassing the theft. Everyone had then started to look for a solution that he already had in reality. You had to tie your wings in the right position. He just hadn't dared to ask for their help, as always since that he was there. He had been moved when all had folded in for. To implement this, we had made him a harness for his wings. The painful part had been to help him fold his wings in the right position behind his back. I had not complained, shaking his teeth, but it was obvious that the operation was very painful for him, and they had rabbited against the people of the sky for doing this. Finally, the AIs had been ready, its wings well placed and attached so as not to have winding and not to fly anyhow behind it. It had been let it breathe for a moment so that the pain of its wings fades, and during this time, the hunters had called their Ikrans. Then Tsute went on Kiri, his Ikran, asking him to bend down to let the AIs go up with him. If the Ikrans usually rehong to let another than their rider get on their backs, this was not the case this time. A huge smile ate Iwanai's face when he was installed, and for safety, He was brought to Tsute with a belt to be sure he does not fall. When all had been ready, they had gone slowly, the hunters waiting to see how their friend reacted. They had won the heavens, and Iwanai's gaze at that moment was worth all the treasures of the world, so much he seemed happy and euphoric. He barely stood at Tsute and had naturally found a good position and a perfect balance behind him. The height was absolutely not frightened, and he looked in his place. They looked at his wings, suddenly remembered what they meant. He was a creature of the heavens. A creature of the heavens condemned to the ground. It was therefore not surprising that he looked so overwhelmed with being in the sky. We first made a quiet flight in training, letting him look around, admire the landscape and the clouds, feel the wind on him. Then Tsute had offered to have a little more fun, and he had vigorously accepted. They then started to make some maneuvers and figures in the sky, the clouds, near or in the trees. And Iwanai laughed so much, radiating happiness and euphoria. Tsute had been surprised to note that for him, to follow the movements of the Ikran, to move his weight in the right way, to accompany the gestures of the frame, was completely natural. He didn't need to tell him anything. He knew, and was all the more obvious since for him, flying did not date from yesterday. They had pushed the walk for a while before returning to the homemade tree. When you had descended the AIs from the frame, all had worried about seeing it tremble, its wings with jolts. We had seen him try to detach the harness on them with eagerness, tense, and we had immediately come to help him, Tsute and his father each taking a wing. Iwanai had groaned in pain when they had been free, and more when they had been gently unfolded them to relax them. Of course, despite their precautions, the winds and the tunes had certainly mistreated the damaged wings. Tsute and the hunters came to bend down in front of him once his wings unfolded. He was sitting on the ground, a little pale and trembling, the disorderly breathing. We might have had to come back faster, noted Tsute, worried. No, he replied, on the field, no. It's nothing. Thank you, Tsute, he said, making a brilliant look at him. Thank you, he smiles widely. You have literally just gave me a breath of life, he said, touching them. It's been so long. So long, he sighed. He closed his eyes. I no longer even knew if the sensations of my memories had been a dream or reality, he confided. And, thank you, thank you, thank you, he said, tears of joy on his face. He began to cry, relieved, as if we had just removed a mountain from the shoulders. We will take you as often as you want, Iwanai, assured Ateo by placing a delicate hand on his head. Thank you so much for everything, he said between two sobs. Thanks. They easily understood that he did not thank that for this flight, smiling slowly. They let him calm down for a moment, then Tsute began to lift him in his arms. The wings of the AIs trembled so much that it was certain that it could not work. He therefore lifted it delicately, taking care not to hurt the fragile little creature, and his father took his wings carefully, so that they did not hang around on the ground. We descended into the house tree at the top of which they had landed, and all were worried about seeing AIs in the arms of Tsute, trembling. His smile reassured very quickly. That evening, he was surrounded by meal hunters, all agreeing to tell him about their flight experiences. But it's natural for you, noticed Tsute. I imagine that stealing it automatically for your people, but stealing on a mount, it can be learned, and you master it maybe even better than us, he noted, surprising those who listened. I felt it when you were moving with my Ikran behind me. Savish, I have been doing this since I was young, he smiles. I was flying well before I have my wings, he said, letting them confused. You haven't had your wings since always? Atokan asked. No, Gaia offered me when she accepted me in her family as a living room, he said, letting them lost. We are not born AIs, we become, he began then. On Earth, there are a very wide variety of different peoples. Some have received Gaia magic donation from others not. There was a long time long. Everyone lived in harmony with Gaia like the Nasics with Iwa. But Gaia wanted to reward those who more than the others understood it, heard it, listened to it, respected it, loved it as a mother, and lived according to her precepts. Those who were one with her, devoted. So she created the AIs. At the time, it was the greatest of the blessing that could be received. But the AIs did not form a people. They lived among others as embodied voices of Gaia, very respected. Then these others began to derive from the path of Gaia. Over time, they forgot it, flouted, betrayed, destroyed, denied, tortured, he said painfully. Eventually, only the AIs did not forget, did not derive, and Gaia protected them, offering them a city where living in peace and security under his benevolence, far from the hunts of which they were the subject by others. Gaia and the AIs ultimately became a story invented and forgotten for others, the traitors that my people call Morokan without distinction of tribe. He marked a break, plunged into his thoughts, bringing together his ideas before resuming. Of the time of my birth, this oblivion was total. I did not know the name of Gaia. I did not even know that it existed. But I had this precious gift of magic, and I was very powerful. Later, Gaia told me that she had offered me a stronger magic because I had a beautiful soul in her eyes. He is expecting. Didn't have much.
Je n'avais que ma magie qui jamais ne m'avait quitté, trahi ou déçu.
So I took great care of her. I was very attentive, and I always worked to learn to understand it better. I grew up, aged, learned, and devoted a large part of my time to her and then to the magic that I felt around me. I finally found Gaia alone. I found the way to her. She led me to the AIs, her children, her family, and she made it my family. She gave me my wings, transformed, and I became a member of the people. After wandering so long, I had finally found my place. Brothers, sisters, elders, friends, they were so happy when I arrived. I was the first in eternity to have found Gaia, and they were so proud of me, he remembered tenderly. For months, they have only taken care of me, cajolate me, and teach me everything about Gaia. Before them, I had never had family or real friends, and it was with them that I really started to live. It was so short, he said, closing my eyes with suffering. As often when he was sad, he brought his legs against him, his body forming a tight little ball. You had no family before? Dared a Nasik's not far. Noi. I stayed alone for a long time. My parents, those who gave me life, died during a war. There are many on earth, wars. The Morokan can only do that. Kill and destroy, he sniffed. There are all the time for anything. My parents wanted to protect me, and they gave their lives for me, he told the vague look. I was too young to only remember their faces. I didn't even hold alone on my legs yet. Afterwards, those who were occupied with me had nothing to do with a family, he explained, setting violently. I did not know what it was to have the embrace of a mother or a father, to have brothers or sisters. I thought I had friends at one point, but I understood much later that it was not that having friends.
Tout au mieux, ils étaient de vagues connaissances qui à un moment donné avaient eu un intérêt à être dans mon entourage.
I was alone until becoming AIs. They are the ones who made me discover love, warmth, affection, confidence. I discovered everything with them. Before them, I did not live, and I had never known the simplest happiness. A hug, an embrace, a sincere smile, sleeping with someone who watches over me, he enumerated, closing his eyes as if to remember a precious thing. I had become a little child again with them, and they pampered me as such. But after all, I was by far the youngest, a baby for them. They never let go of me, he smiles tenderly. Camera, our elder, he always slept with me, and he was almost always somewhere near me. He was bigger than me and much stronger. He took me in his arms, and he locked me in his beautiful white wings to sleep. They were so soft and warm. I never felt more in peace and in security. He said that my heart and my soul had cried too much, that I had stayed for too long in the cold, pain, and loneliness. He said that I would never be alone again. We saw his tears overflow, and he hid his face in his knees, all feeling his emotion and his suffering, wondering what he had been able to live exactly. Amoet came to join him, sitting near him, gently surrounding him with an arm and bringing him against her, starting to cuddle him. You won't be alone. You are not alone, Iwanai, she assured with tenderness. You are Nasik's now, you are Omatikea, and you have a very large family. Gaia's child had a relieved sigh of these words, nestling against her. Respectfully, he gave him time to recover at his own pace, understanding that talking about all of this had to be very painful for him. But they were happy that he did it. It helped them know him better, and it allowed him to let his sentence sink rather than poisoning with it. Sute, installed near him, had laid a hand on his ankle, the hunters sitting closely in one way or another, so that he knows that he was not alone. He finally straightened up, staying against a Moet who did not move, a hand playing with the hair of the AIs. Iwanai, how old are you? She asked. It's been a while since she was curious about it like many. He often spoke of long periods when he told his life a little, and we wondered if he was really as young as he seemed to be. I do not know if you give my age with the earthly years will help you a lot, and I do not know the temporal difference with this world, he replied. We know how long one of your years lasts, she assured. With them, Neytiri would be 14, Tsute 20 years old, Arvak 11 years old, and the Nasics live between 80 and 120 of your years. I see.
Je risque de vous surprendre, sourit-il alors en attisant leur curiosité.
I have 160 years, he said in amazement. More than 8 times the life of Tsute, he said for those who had not learned. They remained shocked for a moment and he laughed a little. Sir Earth, those who have the gift of magic of Gaia live longer than the others, he explained. Some much more. And the AIs can live eternities. Only Gaia decides when it is time for us to leave. The eldest Iacamera was thousands of years. He had more than double the life that the first Tauric Macto would have had if he was still alive today, he said, totally bewildering on them. For the AIs, I was a child. The second younger was already over 1,000 years old. But in the eyes of the NA6, I have already lived more than one life. It took a while before the others assimilate this information and could imagine a little. I have already lived for a long time. I spent 20 free years with the AIs, then we were locked up for more than 10 years until I was the last one and that I was sent to Pandora. My life in AIs was short with respect to the first before. I spent 127 years alone, he smiled sadly. Are you if you will live so long? Asked Tsute. I don't know. Gaia decided from the moment when our life was to be completed, but she is no longer, so I don't know how long I will live. I can die of injury or illness, but I don't know if time can kill me. I liked this idea when I had mine, but now, living so long is a burden because you remain when all those we love around us disappear. With the AIs who had this same gift of life, it is not a problem, but with others, I would like not to have to live more than one life of normal NVI here, he sighed. All understood what he meant. Surviving his own could be very difficult and Iwanai had already done it too much. He should have done it hard to do it again, and the trouble he had with the loss of his family only confirmed this. With an already so long life, did you have a role among yours? Atukin asked. Knowing that he was talking about a job, he nodded. Abuk's finished learning a child. I was a warrior for a moment, he said, surprising them. In the language of the AIs, my name means warrior of peace. There were a lot of wars and I was fighting for peace so that everyone was happy to protect. Then I stopped when I understood that the people of the earth did not want peace. We were fighting to put an end to a war and they provoked another and another, cruel and brutal, tirelessly repeating the same errors, eager and stupid. So I didn't want to fight for them anymore. I was then a teacher before led a school. I tried for a long time to teach young people the spirit of Gaia, but I was a kind of madman for them in a world where everyone had forgotten and made fun of our mother. I don't know if I got it wrong or that I did not try strong enough, but I failed. And then they destroyed my school with a bomb because I refused to give up mother. I was just able to save my students. Then I traveled to learn and to help those I could. I was healer and many other things. When it was obvious that there was no more room for someone like me in this world, Mother led me to the AIs and I found my family. With them, I was a child who was taught and who was free to do what he really wanted for the first time in his life. Until the death of Mother. When she left, our sanctuary fell with her. They found us chaste and locked up. I did a lot in my life, he simply concludes. You have played noble roles, noted Olo Eichton. You fly since what age? Asked a hunter. We years, he replied with a smile. With magic, we were able to create objects to fly or we had mounts. The first time I went into the air, I knew that was where my place was, he remembered. It was natural for me. I had never stolen, however, I was already getting out of it almost as well as a bird. Flying was total freedom, well-being, happiness, he says slowly. I couldn't spend more than a few days without. Go fly and I could spend whole days there. Before the AIs, it was only in the air that I was good and quiet. It has no secrets for me. It had been 22 years since I had stolen. It was great, he smiled at Tsute. I feel like I have relearned to breathe and live, he said, touching them. After this first flight, he became regular to see Iwanai go in the air with the hunters, with Tsute most of the time, and he could spend hours talking to Theft with them, getting close to Ikran Makdo. Having now felt in shape after more than 2 months in the Omadikeya, Iwanai had started working for his magic for so long numbed by drugs. He then settled on one of the large roots of the house shaft, sitting a little away from the agitation. He stood straight, hands on his knees, his wings placed behind him. He closed his eyes and plunged into a state of deep meditation to meet his magic, cajolate her, wake her up, stimulate her as he had learned to do with his people. For his greatest wonder, he was able to meet Iwa with his first meditation. If it allowed him to work on his magic, it also helped him connect to nature, to all natural and lively energy surrounding him, and therefore to Iwa in this world. He was also amazed. The energies here were so lively and powerful, sparkling, wild and soft, present everywhere and in all, more alive than he had never been able to feel them on earth. And everything was open to him, welcoming him with an excitement and joy that brightened his heart. He managed to enter the energy network open to his presence without difficulty, and he could thus travel the forest of his mind. Adoring this, he felt Iwa the first time, the titanic, powerful, and ancient consciousness coming to meet his mind. She had been caressing, consoling, and sweet, protective, like Gaia, and that had pulled her tears. Iwa welcomed him as one of his family, and that helped him back up the feeling of extreme loneliness that he had felt since the loss of his mother and his family. He applied himself to send him all his thanks and all his gratitude for what she had done for him, promising to answer present if she needed him for anything. Every day he meditated, and it always attracted a small Omadikeya audience around him. When he did it, the Adokarina flocked towards him, coming to cover and surround him, amazing them. His crystals inlaid in his skin shone more. A slight white, bright and vaporous pulsation emanated from him, falling like the mist on the ground a few meters around him. A great calm and great serenity radiated from him, a strong energy. Around him, the vegetation came alive gently, the thickening foam, the flowers flourishing, brilliant with a light that they did not normally had. The Omadikeya came to see that with fascination, sitting in silence around him to observe, unable to see the extent of what he was doing. With Emoat, he learned of the knowledge of Tsahik, and that helped him only better understand and connect to this world. Eloikton? He called gently by joining the chef an afternoon. He turned to him, welcoming him with a little smile, greeting him in their own way that he made natural today. I would like to ask you something, he said with hesitation. The chief invited him to sit down, knowing that holding his standing wings hurt him. Iwanai did it, looking at Itukin to squat near him to be at his height. What can I do for the tribe? He asked. What do you mean? He replied with confusion. Well, have many days that I am there, he noted, thinking of the 2.5 months elapsed. You welcomed me like one of yours with so much kindness and attention when I never thought I could live. Again, he said with emotion. But with you I can, he smiles gently. I don't want to be a burden for you, and I am in good shape again. So I would like to know which tasks I could help. How can I be useful? Itukin smiled at him, coming to put a hand on his shoulder. Tun body is healed, but your soul is not, he noticed gently. You are not a burden, you are an Iwa gift. I understand your desire, but it is not yet time for you to have homework to fill in the tribe. It is not that I do not judge you capable or that I do not trust, he assured by coming to put a hand on his wings to transmit his feeling to him. But there is still time to learn and heal for you. Discover your new house again, your new world. Enjoy him and your freedom, your new family. You already learned Tsahik's ways. You can also learn from others, and when you have found what place you want to take within the people, what role you want to play, so you can do it. Nothing is pressing for the moment. Iwanai smiled at him, touched, feeling his sincerity and his benevolence by his hand in his feathers. He then nodded, thanking him. He followed the counsel of Oloikton in the days that followed, asking the tribe if she wanted to show him their various trades. He already knew the hunters, the healers. He knew there were pickers, storytellers, all kinds of craftsmen. We showed him with joy. There were also those who harvested medicinal plants, those who were looking for materials for their manufacturing, those who were responsible for ensuring the good organization of the daily life of the tribe, those who cared for animals, those who worked on the pride trades of their clan. He went to spend time with everyone to see what they were doing and how. We always accepted him happily, and he could only see a little more to what extent the Audragon liked to transmit their knowledge. He was interested in everything, curious and invested in the joy of those who showed him. The day's parade, soft for the AIs, gently soothing his heart. He had integrated perfectly into the tribe, and he always told his stories in the evening, showing a little magic to the wonder of all. He had approached hunters very much, flying very often with Tsute, although it is painful for his wings. But he didn't care about it. For his greatest happiness, Tsute had agreed to take him hunting with them. The Na6 always took care to attach it to him in case, but Iwanai was so comfortable on the Ikran that he never bothered. On the contrary, he started spending time with healers to learn their art, to learn to use forest plants, and he also liked to take care of animals, never reluctant to come to him. "A bill, did you?" asked Tsute. He jumped a little when he was immersed in his thoughts. Iwanai was installed alone on a branch of the house tree. It was rare that he isolates himself as well, and when he did, often it was because he was dark and depressed. We left him for a moment, but we always ended up joining him if he wanted to. Today, as often, it was Tsute who came to get him from his dark thoughts. It had already been a while since he was watching from afar. Having seen the AIs leaving alone towards a quiet corner, and after more than an hour, he had decided to join him. He saw Iwanai turning to him and smiling, approving, and he came to sit near him. "The forest is so beautiful," smiles the winged being looking at her. "It's beautiful. I never tire of looking at it." "So there are on Earth?" asked the hunter. "There were," he sighed. "A long time ago, but the Moroccan have all destroyed them. The forests, the glaciers, the mountains, the lakes, the rivers, the oceans, there is nothing that they have not destroyed. I had never seen such a forest, so large, so full of life and energy. I never tire of looking at it." "I would love me so much for a walk with you," he said low. "We may find a way," proposed Tsute. "Thank you, but no," he said gently. "With my wings I cannot move as well as I did it before. I am slow and badly dressed in an environment like the forest. I would put you in danger, and I would slow you down in the event of a problem. It would be far too reckless and irresponsible." "It's not that serious," he sighed. "It is already a very great chance to be there, and I can see it a little more when we are going to fly or walk with the poly around the house tree. It is enough. Can we go back to fly in the Aram Alusing? These flying mountains are incredible." "Well, sure," nodded the hunter. "Thank you," he smiles with gratitude. A silence settled between them as they looked at the forest serenely. Iwanai finally turned his gaze to his friend. He really enjoyed Tsute. He had a lot of passion and heart. It was whole, generous, and protective, even if it could have a fairly closed look most of the time. He was very courageous and devoted to his people, Iwa, and his world. His gaze fell on his braid. We had already told him a lot about Tswin and Sahelu, but there was still a lot to learn. "Can I look?" he asked hesitantly by designating his braid. He did not know if he could ask that, the Tswin being an important thing, but it was so curious to see it ready. It was only to Tsute that he would dare to ask when they spent a lot of time together and got along wonderfully. The Na6 approved, catching his neural braid to tend him. Iwanai got closer to settle near him, gently taking his hair in his hands. The braid was thick in her little fingers. Soft hair, contrary to what you might think. Gently, "Be careful," he raised the end to drop the hair on the side and reveal these very small rose tentacles with so fragile air. They waved slowly, and he watched this for a while. "It's really incredible," he noticed. "Iwa is a caring mother for giving you this. Gaia had given us the gift of forging links thanks to magic, but very few were really capable of it. It is very difficult to learn and delicate. Tswin is such a precious gift. Being able to establish links with creatures, nature, and those we love like this." He smiles with tenderness. "How were your magic links?" asked Tsute. Sai was hot. It was like having someone else with me in my mind. I could feel his emotions, hear his thoughts. Unlike Sahelu, I could not feel the physical body of the other part, but my links could exist on very long distance. "I miss they," he sighed. "I have the impression that there is a huge void in me without them." "Do you had a lot?" "Yes, but all very different. Some links were light, just a presence on the edge of my mind. other deeper such as the one I had with Aquilin or other creatures like him. My link with my people was very wide. I could feel their presence, their magic and their lives to everyone in me, their general state of mind. This link was limited by Gaia because it represents too many people. It would have been too invasive if we could hear the thoughts and feelings of all the time. But if we wanted to, we could speak through him, and if one of us was in distress, the others knew it right away. You never felt alone. And then I had even deeper ties with certain elders, parents' ties. Camera was like a father, a mentor, a protector. My most powerful link was with him. He was able to feel all my moods, the slightest physical or mental pain, the slightest little discomfort. He knew my heart, my soul, my mind and my magic by heart. He was still there. Do you had a companion? No. I have never been lucky. AIs love only one person in all their lives. A person chosen by their hearts. I have never experienced this kind of love for anyone still. Gaia said that each soul could find her other half and that if it had not yet happened, it was that I had not yet met the soul that was destined to me. Maybe it will never happen again now, he said sadly. Is it painful or unpleasant if someone touches? He asked, designating the small tentacles to change the subject. If we don't be careful, yes, it can hurt a lot. It is sensitive, he explained, and fragile. And if we touch slowly, well, may be very pleasant, but this kind of gesture is rather intimate, he said. Mothers do their children to calm them down or between companions. Oh, I'm sorry, he apologized, slowly placing his braid. I had not yet been told that it was moved to do this. You did not touch it and I allowed it to you, it didn't bother me, he assured. Swin is a delicate and intimate thing for us by what it symbolizes and allows. Only parents or companions can touch or take care of her for another. I would remember. Thank you for allowing me to look at a moment. Are you making a link with us with your magic? No. For a link to work, it must be built for two and you should have magic for that. Without that, it would be nothing more than an intrusion into your minds that you could nothing. It would be barbaric and very unpleasant for you. He suddenly straightened up suddenly, surprising the hunter who saw his ears shudder and move a little while he scanned the branches above them. He had certainly heard something, however. Sute did not hear anything and he knew that their hears were equivalent in finesse. AIs quickly looked worried, alerting it. Who he asked, seeking to. There was an accident, he said, letting him confused. It's Ilak and Ave, he continued, getting up slowly and always listening. They are seriously injured, he was alarmed. Please get Sahik and healers and join me up there, he said, leaving for panic. Discontented when he still heard nothing. Sute watched him run as he had seen doing it by fleeing from the camp of the heaven, leaping from branch to branch and rising very quickly. He resumed. He did not understand how Iwanai could know, but he believed him about it. He therefore left to do what he had asked, worried despite himself for the hunter and the Ikran in question. It was transit for fear that Iwanai climbed the home tree faster than he had ever done, forcing herself to hold his wings. He frightened a good number of Nasiks that he met, all wondering what he was taking. He arrived at the top soon, where the hunters used to land on a very large branch. He looked at the sky, finding the small group of hunters arriving on the field. In the center, an Ikran was visibly struggling to fly, his rider sprawled on him. Brard injured, both, he knew it. He immediately sent his magic against the duo in bad shape, attracting them to him. He manipulated the air and the wind to help the animal. He realized this since he stopped flying to land in his magic, surprising the other hunters seeing him levitate in the air. Completely focused on the wounded, Iwanai led them to him, posing them gently but quickly near him in the house tree, well sheltered. Ignoring the rest, concentrated, he brought the rider to lengthen him near his mount, using his magic to do so. Both were heavily marked, deep strokes of claws and teeth tearing them. They bleed a lot, and it was not necessary to became to understand that the fact that they were still alive was a miracle and that they would not last long. Damage was important, probably too much for traditional medicine. He does not think, putting one hand on the Na6 more really aware and the other on the Ikran. He then began to use his magic, his crystals and his bright eyes powerfully. A soft light halo surrounded the two wounded and he concentrated to treat them. He still knew nothing about Na6 physiology or that of the Ikran. He did not know how to treat them, but his magic could overcome this problem if he gave him enough strength. He therefore focused on his task, transmitting his magic to the wounded, thinking only of saving them, curing them. Around him, the hunters had landed and had gathered around them, having gone to seek healers. They saw that the injuries of their brother and his mount were too serious. However, Iwanai did something, a powerful energy emanating from him. They remained silent, observing, unable to do more. A few minutes passed in heavy silence. Iwanai completely concentrated on the wounded. Sahik finally ran out, Tsute preceding it, several Nasiks next. They appear for a moment in front of the scene, in front of Alak and his Ikran covered with blood and haloed with light, Iwanai radiating from a perceptible power for all. But they finally ran, Emoat and the healers observing the damage, which could only note that they couldn't do anything. They tried to question the AIs about what he was doing, but he did not answer, as he did not hear them. They therefore content to observe, many arriving, silently looking in a heavy silence, sad before the state of their brother groaning in pain like his Ikran. And then suddenly, Emoat lives it, a real miracle. They heal, she said, surprising everyone. They heal, she said, stronger. And indeed, looking closely, you could see the blood that stopped flowing and the wounds that were slowly closing. It healed them, added Tsute, who had lowered his brother and AIs. Everyone remained amazed, starting to hope for a miracle. For a long time, Iwanai continued without ever turning away from his task. Ilak and Ave ultimately no longer moved, pain complaints, motionless and breathable. The duo had a veiled look, but both looked at the AIs. We could see the wounds improve gently, all marveling in front of that. But after a good time of this treatment, the winged being also became a concern. He was pale more and more, his skin dripping with sweat, his more and more disorderly breathing, his body starting to tremble. At the more the state of the other two improved, at most that of Iwanai was declining. But they may speak to him, he did not answer. After almost an hour, the injuries, although impressive, were only superficial. The AIs then stopped, its light died, its aura evaporating. He straightened up a little, breathing very badly, trembling without control and terribly pale while his crystals lost all light. There will be well, he said. Both. They just need to rest and eat, he sighed. You have to take care of them and... He could not say more, collapsing suddenly, losing conscience. Iwanai! Exclaimed Tsute by gently catching up with him. All had panicked exclamations when they saw that, Emoat riding to come and see them protect them. Tsute moved him gently to sit it properly against him, letting Emoat come to see him. It is at the end of force, she said finally. Tsute carries him with his diaper and watches over him. A healer will accompany you, she said, signaling to one of them while the hunter nodded. We take care of Ilak and Ave. Everyone then began to move, Arvak coming to help his big brother, who kept AIs carefully. He took the wings of the fragile creature, the healer helping. They went, a few accompanying them when others were going to help take care of the wounded, whose neural bond was just defeated. Slowly, they took Iwanai to his layer of foam where Tsute put him with great delicacy, lengthening him on his side so that we can put his wings behind him. The little creature was struggling to see, trembling and terribly pale. It was installed as best as possible, and the Adokarina was not long in flocking to him, as if to come and watch him. They adorned on him and his wings, caressing. All settled around him, Tsute taking one of the little hands in his. Ayais was breathing the worrying. After a while, we saw Tsahik and Oloikton arrive at them with a few others. Emoat coming to see Iwanai almost covered with Adokarina. It needs rest, she said. He used all his energy to save them. How are they going? Asked Arvak. They are out of danger, she assured. They are weakened by blood loss, but sleep, food and water will do their work. They will wake up quickly. What happened? They crossed the road to Torik, replied Itukin when everyone understood. They were lucky to escape, but not without damage. Without Iwanai, they would have both joined Iwa at this hour. There will be fine, right? Silwanen asked for the AII's watchers. It is very weak, replied his mother. Hopefully rest will be enough. We will watch him. He will need water. If he wakes up even a little, you have to give him drinking, and if he does not wake up quickly enough, he will have to get him out of sleep or find another way to make him drink. If he can, we will give him to eat and we will watch him until he goes better. So they began to watch the winged being, bringing water and some easy-to-eat fruits for him when he wakes up. Only he did not give the slightest sign. When he felt his skin losing warmth, Silwanen lined up in front of him to take him in his arms and bring him back against her. This quickly had its effect, the tribe now knowing its need for living contact well. When it was obvious that he would not wake up himself quickly enough to drink and avoid dehydration, we tried to wake him up without really achieving it. But he just resumed enough awareness to have the reflex to swallow the water that was gently pouring into his mouth. He was made to drink regularly to reinstall it comfortably. Many had assembled around him, bringing enough to make his lair even more comfortable, coming to watch, singing gently for him. All day then all night we stayed by his side. In the morning, Iwanai had not yet woken up. He was always trembling well that a little less loud, his heavy breathing and his skin still as pale. In the middle of the day we saw Elak arrive, supported by a hunter when he was still visibly weakened. What was left of his injuries was covered with leaves. He looked very worried, looking for the eyes of the gaze, and we deviated a little to let him advance to him and sit down. "How is he going?" he asked, coming to gently caress the black and trembling feathers. "It seems to slowly regain strength," replied Neytiri. "It of time and rest," explained Silwanen. "He used all his energy to treat you." "Felt his power in me and Ave," said Elak. "It was incredible. The most powerful thing I felt after Iwa. I perceived his will so large and shiny. He only thought of saving us in regard for himself when he knew it was dangerous for him. His magic is so beautiful and pure." He stayed there to watch over his savior with the others, very worried about him. It took almost 4 days to make Iwanai really wake up and 4 others to get back forces. Elak had thanked her enormously and Iwanai had simply said it was normal. The whole tribe was very happy to see him find forces, relieved, praising the miracle he had done. He just replied that it was normal and that he would do it without hesitation to any which of them. Contrary to what he had thought, this declaration had anxious the whole tribe concerning that he could again find himself in such a state of weakness. He had been yet very touched by their reaction. He had then explained to them that if hearing such serious injuries would always be tiring, he could reduce this by learning more about the constitution of the Na6 and the way of healing them. At most his knowledge would be vast, at least his magic should take over to understand what was wrong and how to fix it. Understanding the healers, all the more their knowledge offered him if it interested him, and he accepted with joy. He also asked them if some would agree to let him scan their body with his magic, promising that it would be neither painful nor disturbing nor complicated, just a little long. Thus, his magic and he could learn more about the functioning of their bodies and facilitate possible other care. Many were the volunteers, having completely self-confidence. Iwanai knew that he should do these magic scans many times and on many people to be able to draw something from it, but it was worth it if he could then help the tribe. All were entitled to an unprecedented show when Ave, the Ikran of Elak, who had also had life saved thanks to him, found for the first time the AIAIs after the accident. We had never seen such an overexcited Ikran, hopping like a happy Nestleist around Iwanai who had laughed at it. The animal then calmed down to come and sticking gently against him, cuddling him while cooing, overflowing with gratitude. It was the first time that we saw an Ikran as affectionate with another as his rider, but given the circumstances, this was understandable. It had been a very funny scene for everyone, especially when Ave had refused to leave. Iwanai leave too fast, keeping him stuck under his wing and coming back near him. When we had asked AIs how he knew what was going on when Tsute had heard nothing, he replied that the wind had told him, leaving them perplexed. He then explained that he could hear nature speaking to her when she wanted to do it. The wind, the earth, the water, the trees, it had fascinated them and all had asked Iwanai to tell them what it did. It was a little difficult to explain for him, but he did it best, speaking of natural music that he could perceive, how nature made his messages get through. He had rediscovered this gift from Gaia since that it was with them, the nature of the earth weakened for too long to communicate like this. How did you find this? Ateo asked while looking at the AIAs when they had just settled with the hunters and many others. It was fascinating, he replied with craze. I was wondering how it was since I was told about this right. So Unilterin, is the hunt for dreams, is a trance in order to search for its inner animal? He asked when he had just seen the ceremony in question for the first time. Is it approved, Tsute? This must help future hunters to get to know each other better. The songs were magnificent, he smiles. Unilterin reminds me of memories, he said, attracting their curious looks. Gaia had created a magic process, animal transformation. Few magical beings were really capable of it. It was first necessary to make a very special drink personally. Could take months to see years. Then when it was ready and the conditions were met, we drank it and we entered trance to find out what our animal was. Those who went to the end of the process and who were quite skillful, could then, with a lot of training, to transform themselves into this animal at will. You can do it? Asked a very excited child. Yes, he approved with a smile. I was young when I accomplished this transformation. But it's been a long time since I transformed myself. He said, a nuance of sadness in his voice. Do you want to show us? Standed another child. If you want, he said after a moment of reflection. He got up, deviating to win a free space under the excited and curious eyes of all. He took inspiration, taking a look at his wings. He had not transformed since the imprisonment of his people and therefore since they had the wings broken. He relaxed and transformed as easily as he had always done so. Exclamations of stupidness and amazing rose all around him. The Gnostics were amazed by what they saw. Iwanai had suddenly metamorphosed to become a griffin if they remembered his presentation of the animals of the earth. His body, almost as large as a Paleolithic, was covered with a magnificent silky and shiny ebony plumage, animated by reflections of emeralds. He had beautiful and dangerous claws on the legs, an impressive beak, piercing eyes. It was a certainly powerful creature, endowed with great strength, and she would have been one of the most beautiful things they saw with Iwanai if only her wings were not in this state. They were immense and as damaged as those of its AI's form. But it was even more impressive with this size, visibly deformed, broken, missing feathers while they fell on the ground. They saw the animal watching wings with immense pain and a lot of sadness, all being silenced by perceiving their distress. Seeing its animal form, one could only assert even more than Iwanai was a being of the heavens. His condition was to be a terrible ordeal. After a moment, the AI's resumed its primary form, turning their back a little. We saw him lock in his arms, take a deep inspiration by raising his head and closing his eyes. He breathed slowly, throwing a desperate look at his wings. However, he recovered and turned to them to join them, sporting a little forced smile. He came to sit near Tsute, withdrawing his legs against him. I had not tried since, he said when everyone understood what he was talking about. This transformation was my greatest pride because the griffins are emperors of the heavens, models of courage, strength, nobility. This is not systematically the case in this kind of transformation, but there was a chance for my wings not broken as a griffin. I now know that this is not the case. I was a little afraid to discover it. Finally, he sighed. It was to be expected. Tsute, can we go and fly a little? He asked, almost imploring. Well, sure, he nodded. Come, he said, getting up and inviting him to follow him. They went, all around them understanding his sudden desire to go fly to appease his sorrow. If he says nothing, Tsute tried to support his friend, putting a hand on his wings to communicate warmth and strength as they joined a place where he could call Kiri. When he saw Iwanai in this state, he could only feel fury towards the people of heaven for having done him. All in the tribe were unanimous to say that the AI's was a model of kindness, sweetness. He had with nature and Iwa an exceptional bond above what they knew themselves, and he learned so many beautiful things. He was like them with a mother and a world of different origin. He was already their distant and unknown brother, but their brother all the same before arriving at home. He had lost his mother, his house and his family, but they were for him now, entirely, and they were crying with him every time they saw him so annihilated. For Tsute, he was a treasure. He now fully understood why Iwa had saved him. He was wonderful, And unlike foreigners, he was able to teach them new things, to teach them, to make them evolve and grow without ever changing their nature and their deep mind. He could make them discover even more on Iwa, help them strengthen their link with her. All knew it now and all cherished this chance, even more the one who offered them. We already told ourselves that Iwa and I would make an absolutely wonderful tsahik. The male tsahik were very rare, but it was almost obvious with him. And if he did not want to become it, he would certainly be an advisor and a teacher, punctual for everyone as he was already. All loved him and all protected him from their best. So he took him to fly, feeling the little being snuggled behind his back, surrounding him with his arms as being afraid of being separated from him. And he let him do it, hoping to be able to appease his pain in this walk. To follow, Audragon, Fall, Chapter 4, Drop. The days had continued to scroll peacefully for Iwanai. He continued to learn everything from the traditions of the Na6 and the Omaticaya, from their know-how. He spent a lot of time with the healers and regularly he scanned the bodies. For that, he sat behind a Na6, put his hands behind his back and let his magic go browse their bodies. Thus, his power could discover and learn how Na6 and transmit to him. It was however a very slow and progressive process. It would take many sessions and time to start having real expertise in the matter. Those who lent themselves to things were emerged from the amazed experience of having been able to feel his powerful magic of so ready. He also had to participate more actively in the daily life of the tribe, wanting to make himself useful. He therefore helped what he could, to prepare meals, to confection of the remedies, to sort out of the plants harvested for all kinds of use. He also started to treat the animals that needed them. He liked to spend time in the river just listening to the water and looking around. Very quickly, all of them noticed that he was starting to take small moments alone, just for him by the water. But unlike the moments where he isolated himself in the house tree, it was not because he was in a dark mood. No, when he was at the water's edge, generally he smiled gently, relaxed. A pleasant and soothing routine settled gradually for Ai's, finding its place in the tribe more and more. He had finally decided to focus on plants, their uses, the art of the healers he used with animals most of the time. He liked to take care of them, calming their contact. If he continued to study the Na6 physiology of his magic, he also started to do the same with plants and animals. He had grown enormously closer to a particular Na6 Galreed. He was one of the former tribe and his mentor in terms of care and plant healing for many decades. Undoubtedly, it was the most paid in this clan area. He was wise, sweet, patient, pedagogue and attentive. He had taken the Ai's under his wing and they now spent a lot of time together. As a result, Iwanai had also got closer to Galreed's partner, Arahat. The couple had already adult children with their own families, and they often had a pleasure to watch over the Ai's, teaching them their vast knowledge. Gradually, they were seen behaving with him as grandparents. Iwanai plunged into the discovery of this new world, this new environment, fascinating for Iwa and its creation. He managed to get closer to the mother of the Na6 and particularly in his meditations. He was better and better connected to her, the process almost identical to that he had learned from Gaia. He now had the real impression that his mother and that of the Na6 were like sisters. Iwa considered him one of his children, warming him with his imposing presence. This presence he had lost since the disappearance of Gaia. She also seemed to want to go much further with him, offer him even more. Gently, she infiltrated in him, his power wandering around his body, and if it had taken a little time at Ai's to understand what she wanted to do, he had finally grabbed. Iwa tried to transform his body or rather encourage him to let her do it. It was like a proposal that she made her, the proposal to truly become a Na6, to have a people, a home of which he would really be. Only he refused to do so. He couldn't do that, he didn't have the right. He therefore refused again and again. Iwa did not force him, soft and patient, but she kept offering him, gently insisting without ever being discouraged. However, he could not resolve it. After 6 months of presence with the Na6, Iwanai had integrated perfectly into the tribe and he had found his place there as a healer. He continued to fly regularly with the hunters, with Tsute, spending a lot of time with them. He also continued to teach Tsahik with Emoat, particularly attentive and passionate about this, by the relationship of Gnostics with their world and their mother, whom he understood a little more every day. Having been brought here was the best thing that had happened to him after finding the AIAIs and having become one. If he always had the heart in the crumb, the soul in pain, the Audragon had softened his sufferings and had managed to give him back the desire to smile and to discover, to move forward. We were early in the afternoon and the weather was bright that day. Lunch had ended for a while and I had gone to settle by the river, quiet to enjoy a little sun and loneliness. He had taken his place on a big rock larger than him where he now had his habits. He liked to be there because that he could enjoy the sun, because the rock wonderfully supported its wings placed behind it. Calm was absolute here, the song of magnificent water like that of the wind delicately waving the branches of the huge and majestic tree on its back. He loved this tree radiating from an old comforting and pure energy which he liked to get threatened. According to Galreed, it was a very rare plant in the region but which did not really have practical utility. I had found this use for him. He spread a soothing and protective energy everywhere far from him, acting on everything that was open to his influence, and the AIAIs was particularly so. So he liked to be close to him, and sometimes he liked to observe the life swarming between the imposing roots, which emerged from the ground to dance in the air before diving back into the ground and water where multitudes of small creatures took refuge to grow before returning to the river. But that day, he simply took advantage of the sun, his eyes closed and his face directed towards the sky. This feeling had missed him so much during the long confinement he had been the victim. The sun. This one was good, different from that of the earth but just as beneficial. Natural light was really like a benefactor elixir for him. He had been installed there for a long time, no longer taking into account the time spent for a few weeks, when suddenly the voices of nature and Iwa burst out with urgency to his simmering ears. He jumped suddenly, his wings straightening up in the movement while he was suddenly tied, and it was out of pure instinct that he leaned to the side. Something whistled near him, his arm suddenly burned in pain, then his wing behind him and he screaming with suffering. He tilted without control, and if he sought to catch up by realizing that he fell, he did not succeed. A fraction of a second and new pain exploded behind his back. His wings and his head, the cold water overwhelming him. Took panic, he agreed to go up to the surface, quickly realizing that his wings were stuck and held him underwater. He struggled furiously, his lips managing to unravel the surface a little to allow him to resume a little air, the water nevertheless infiltrating too. Terrified, he quickly guessed that he was going to drown if he did not come out of there. But he may struggle and try to get out of there, he did not succeed. He despaired, black dots dancing before his eyes, his mind blurring, when a blue task arises above him, giving him a little hope. It had not required a fraction of a second for young apprentices hunters to leap to the Entente du Cri de Pain de l'Ais. They trained in archery a little lower along the river and they had run, panicked to have heard this. All among the Audragon adored Iwanai and watched over him. There was no danger for him around the house tree. This howl was therefore nothing reassuring. Not asking themselves the slightest question, they had rushed to a single movement towards their brother, who was still carried from their eyes from where they exercised. Also, they had seen the water splashes marking his point of fall between the roots of the tree that was behind him, then those produced while he seemed to be furiously struggling. However, he did not go up and they accelerated a little more, understanding that he had to be stuck. And they could only note this state of affairs arriving near him. The wings of the AIAIs had gone to stay between the roots in its panic, holding it just below the surface of the water. Seizing the emergency on the field, Kani threw himself above him, squatting above his body, ignoring the kicks that the AIAIs gave him unwittingly in his dismay. He slipped a hand into his neck to stabilize his head and put it closer to the surface. From his second hand, he then damped up, posing it against his cheek and his great relief. This allowed the water enough to get around her face. The winged being suddenly coughed, struggling to breathe, with a vague look. Maru rushed to help him deviate from the water and allow their brother to have air, all analyzing the scene of the gaze. And it was with horror that they represented fine river's brilliant carmines of red glitter fleeing his body in the current. An arrow Gnostics planted in his wing, his injured arm. Who fired? Granda Aten looking everywhere around them to find the fault. They quickly found it. A group of Gnostics quickly advanced the angry air to them, their arcs in hand. But they were not Audragon. They recognized members of the Deepening clan. No visit from them was planned, but it was not uncommon to receive groups of other clans arriving unexpectedly. They surely did not know through the AIAIs and had taken it for an enemy. "Yes, you go to this monster," the young people ordered one of them when they arrived on them. They were already emerging from other arrows in order to shoot down Iwanai, but they hardly had the opportunity. Immediately, to cook, Audragon, Aten and Selah ran down, rumbling towards them with threat. "Do you approach him, Raja Selah? This demon has nothing to do there. The people of heaven are our enemies," exclaimed one of the adults. "It's our brother," howls Audragon out of him. "He is Audragon," he slammed, leaving the group shocked. The attention of young people again focused on the AIs that Kani was trying to reassure, but the winged being obviously did not go well, stuck, breathing badly, coughing suddenly, more and more pale and blurred gaze. "It is completely blocked," noted Maru with horror. "Quickly, go get help from the village, you have to get it out of there right away. He is injured," called Sahik, the healers and Oloikton. It was not necessary to have Takuk and Selah, Aten and Audragon remaining to intervene fiercely in front of the Deepening still dismayed. "It go," assured Kani leaning over the AIs who had weakly hung his hands on his wrists. "It's going to go," he repeated, being as calm as he could. "We're gonna get you out of there quickly. Don't move anymore. Stay quiet where you will get even more stuck. We stay there, don't worry. It'll be okay." He continued to speak to him, to appease him of his best, and Iwanai stopped struggling, already seeming to run out. Aten, Audragon and Maru shot the Deepening of the gaze, radiating hostility, keeping them to the eye. "Kani," suddenly stammered Iwanai, the hoarse and bass voice. "I'm here," he replied. "Don't worry, we're gonna get out and heal you. Breathe gently and remains quiet. Help arrives." "I hurt," he whispered, tightening his teeth. And the Audragon did so much with him when he saw the tears fill his eyes and pour on his twisted face of suffering. "Go," repeated Kani. "We are with you. We will stop it very quickly, that is promised." "What happened?" suddenly shouted someone. They turned his gaze to see Tsute, who were running towards them, surrounded by a group of hunters with frightened air. They came from the river, perhaps attracted by the cry of Iwanai. They fired on Iwanai, Granda Audragon, designating the Deepening. "What?" Peril exclaimed. "How is he going?" asked Tsute, jumping near the AIAIs. "The well," replied Maru, "he is injured and he is stuck in the roots. We went to seek help from the village." The hunters advised the arrow planted in its wing, as well as the streaks of blood in the water, leading furious looks to the Deepening, no longer understanding anything. "You shot on one of ours, Raja Aslan, by pushing the one who was standing closest to AIAIs. "It's an invader," retorted this upset. "The you blind? He has nothing to do with them," claved Peril. "He's Audragon." "Silence," cut Tsute, leaning on Iwanai, whose position he analyzed. "You have to get him out of there. Come and help me." The hunters of their clan and the apprentices came to the field, and they began to try to move the frail silhouette to clear its wings. Only, barely had they started to move him than the AIs yelled in pain, freezing them. We saw him crying more beautifully, pale more as the light of his crystals flicker, all knowing that it was a bad sign for him. "Stop," immediately ordered Tsute, agitated. The cry died out in a sudden coughing kint that failed to stifle the AIs. He struggled to catch his breath, and Tsute came to take his hand. The winged being seemed to realize his presence, stammering his name, and the hunter hastened to try to reassure him as he could. He thinks quickly, ordering the two young people to move, taking the place of Kani to block the water in his large hand and maintain his head on the surface. He placed crouching above Iwanai, making sure to position himself properly, and we could thus see more clearly on the way in which he was stuck. It was on this that we saw the world to come to the village, guided by the two young people. Emoat and Galreed, ordered that they are allowed to pass, immediately coming to analyze the state of their protege, which seemed to derive more and more over the seconds, starting to tremble and snap. Sahik advised La Flèche, like the healer who turned to the Deepening. Is it poisoned? He asked that everyone was silent to hear the answer. Yes, replied one of them, waving the panicked Audragon Gaia a little more. The must be taken out quickly, ordered Moet. So they tried again, many coming to help while Audragon had made the Deepening back, supervising the operations. Only once again, Iwanai began to scream in pain at the slightest movement, stretching and making the whole very worried clan shiver. We saw him hang on to Tsute as if to keep foot and find support. Stop! You have to cut the roots where he will not support, noticed Galreed. However, this particular tree was incredibly hard and the thing promised to be very long. However, they stood there with several, no one speaking, all dark and very anxious.
Tsute, suddenly breathed barely where ayais.
I'm here, assured him again. I have cold, he said hardly. We will get you out of there, right? He encouraged. Iwanai was trembling terribly, all understanding that the cold water in which he was certainly did not help. His crystals were now almost extinguished, his translucent complexion, his weak breathing, and it only took a few seconds for him to lose consciousness, being soft and inert, frightening his friend. Tsute was going to straighten up to enjoin others to go faster and called Sahik when an imposing mass arises from the forest, making everyone start. He was an imposing Paleolookan, but they barely had time to understand him that the animal was leaping towards AIs. We threw ourselves hurriedly out of his way, and in a reflex, Tsute leaned over Iwanai, blocking his body, ready to protect him from his life. Only the predator did not attack them. Fiercely, he threw himself on the roots that imprisoned the winged being, shredding them with his claws and his powerful jaw. Tsute did not move, surprised not to feel any pain coming. However, hearing the wood being torn in all directions around him. And it was with surprise that all around looked at this show, the Deepening in particular, when the Audragon Gaia understood quickly and with relief that their mother always watched closely on the AIs. It only took a short time to the powerful animal to clear Iwanai without ever injuring him. That done, he straightened up, leading a threatening look to the Deepening, rumbling on them. Tsute straightened up in turn, quickly leaving his shock. Yes, help me, he exclaimed. It was fled when he began to take the AIs in his arms. Sahik took things in hand, ordering that the black wings are very delicately taken. We took out the unconscious from the water, then Moet ordered to bring it into the lair of healers without jostling it. The healers and many worries depending on the movement to return to the house tree. The Paleolookan groaned once again towards the Deepening, then he turned around, disappearing in the forest. Audragon turned to the group of visitors, cold and furious, ordering them to follow him. They expressed without protesting, although always lost, and they had to suffer the anger of the Audragon before they could obtain explanations on the one they had attacked. They were more than surprised and shocked by learning who was this strange being. Recognizing their error, LR Patus, Audragon left them under the supervision of a few warriors before heading to the place where we were treated to protect them. He had been installed in the trunk as when he arrived, and there were many people around the care room, singing a lot to ask Iwa to preserve AIs. He entered, finding Iwanai surrounded by Galreed, Moet, Tsute, Ariat, Neytiri, Silwanen, and several healers. Ariat was lying in front of him and held him in her arms against her, caressing her still damp hair. The AIs was trembling, his skin covered with sweat, his wings spread behind him, restless with jolts. How is he going? He asked seriously. He worries us, replied Moet dark. He was slightly injured in the head and back, falling. His arm is cut because of the arrow, but it was his wings that have taken the most damage. The arrow has crossed and there are several other notches. Certainly when he got into the roots. How will it be in the poison? He then questioned. I hope so. The people of the sky or a NA6 would have already died since time, she noticed. He then maybe he can get out of it, but he has a lot of fever and nothing is certain. We have just finished treating him and we gave him all the remedies. Who could help him? You have to wait now. A heavy silence fell, all observing Iwanai and the discreet movement of his breathing. Tsute finally asked why the Deepening had shot him, and Audragon explained that they had taken him for one of those who come from heaven. All insured. Beyond the fact that they probably couldn't see his wings from where they had attacked, they should have seen his physical particularities. Note that he was breathing in their air, that he was dressed like them and also near the house tree, they should have understood that they were there because the clan wanted him. They had probably acted with great impulsiveness to her sight. A long wait started for the tribe. We sang almost constantly to pray Iwa to save their adoption brother. There were always a lot of people around the treatment room to watch and support Iwanai. Once again, many Adokarina had assembled around the AIs, covering it and hovering around it. The day ended without anything evolving. Iwanai surrounded by care remaining desperately unconscious. His persistent fever. That evening at the meal, the Tippani was clearly not welcome even if they were allowed to eat, and they understood all the more the importance of the strange creature by noting the love that all here carried him. They had come from their clan to inquire about the situation between the invaders and the Omadikeya and offer their help if necessary. But they risked ending up with a conflict between tribe left their stupidity, the Oloikton having been very clear on this if unfortunately protect him from Iwa died. The next day did not see more change, and we fought to make a minimum of a minimum. Iwanai still not opening the eyes. When they tried to wake him up a little to give him water, we saw the AIs grimacing in pain, moaning, tears flowing from his eyes, breaking their hearts. This was so for 4 days of hellish tension for the clan, which saw their brother weaken more and more. Also, it was with joy that we noticed that his fever finally fell on the 5th day. It took 2 so that she would go completely, leaving the AIs in a disturbing state of weakness. But he nevertheless seemed to have survived the neurotoxin, dismissing a problem. It was the next day that it was seen to give signs. Awakening in the morning. Sahik was then with him, like Galreed, Ariat, Sute, Neytiri and Silwanin who surrounded him on the field. The healer was the one who was left to be near him, and it took a very long time for him to wake up and open his eyes. A groan of suffering passed his lips while his face stretched, his eyes engaging in tears. Iwanai called the healer by caressing his head gently. Do you hear me? Gull, Reed, he stammered. I'm here, he assured. Try to stay calm and not move. You have been unconscious for several days and you are still very weak. Badly, he whispered, stretching them. Or? He asked. Mes wings. You took an arrow and several injuries falling. We have taken care of you and your injuries are clean. They are not serious, but with the sensitivity of your wings, it may be still painful for a moment. I'm sorry, he said, caressing his hair. Are you bad elsewhere? No. So you feel capable of swallowing a medicinal infusion? We will try to relieve the pain. The AIs nodded weakly and Araat went to prepare the anti-pain drink. His companion continuing to cajole Iwanai, who seemed to have the energy to focus on something other than the healer. When Emoet came to pass a light hand on his wings, he could not notice it, but he relaxed a little. Thank you, he whispered. Is it feel good that you touch your wings? Asked Galreed. He approved. Thank you, he repeated the muddy air. Immediately, the 2 girls joined their mother to provide other caresses to Black Feathers, and that seemed to help a little. The infusion was finally ready, at a good temperature, and Gulraid warned his protégé, explaining to him that he was going to straighten him a little so that he could drink. He then performed, but the movement pulled a cry of pain in the AIs, making them start. He stretched out and clung to his mentor whose arms surrounded him, he freezing himself in his movement. It was really not normal. He now knew well the specifics of his protégé, with whom he had discussed a lot in view of care if necessary. The poison evacuated, the injuries neat. He should not have suffered as much, especially since Iwanai would not let himself go to shout for nothing. He was clearly pain-resistant, everyone knew it. The injury of the arrow was clean and healed quietly, like the others, none being serious. He remembered that despite his ball wounds he had had when he arrived, more serious than these, he had not suffered as well. So he didn't understand. I hurt, cried the AIs against him. I'm sorry, Iwanai, he replied, tightening his teeth. He did not straighten him any more, installing him a little better very slowly with the help of Emoet near him. The winged being moaned, shaking his teeth, all very worried and sad for him. He was let him breathe a little before presenting him the infusion that he had a lot of trouble drinking. We then resumed the caresses on its wings, trying to give it as much appeasement and comfort as possible. However, the remedy did not seem to help him with their greatest anxiety. The cry of pain had alerted the others and the news came. Moet replied, and quickly the news of its awakening roamed the village like that of its disturbing state. Iwanai was very slowly reinstalled, lengthening it on its side as comfortably as possible. Is it better? Moet asked after a while. No, he sighed with weakness. My wings hurt, he repeated. Can't move them. All exchanged serious looks, fearing that there was more damage than expected. The wounds were probably not the cause, but the neurotoxin it had been able to cause invisible and unpredictable damage since they had no perspective on it. They concentrated on Iwanai, trying to relieve him of their best until he fell back. It was with anxiety that it was only possible to note that the pain did not deign to go. For 3 days they could only look at the AII suffer because of his wings that he still couldn't move. The good news had been to see him drink and eat a little, but he was desperately nailed to his diaper, each movement terribly painful for him. Many were visiting him, trying to help him and support him. He was never alone. We had always seen more Audragon flutter towards him until the space around him is completely saturated with it. No one has ever seen such a thing. And it was not the only one that happened. One morning, a huge Paleoloocan calmly entered the village, the back covered with seeds of the sacred tree. He advanced cautiously, without any threat, however firmly making his way through the village, scolding on those who pretended to catch their arcs. If all one in front of this, we moved to let him pass, some believing recognized the animal that came to release the AIAIs. The Deepening were bewildered to attend this as they had attended the rest around this strange creature. We let the animal pass, the next remote to see it go up directly to Iwanai. He soon entered the care space, surprising those who watched the waked AIAIs. Tsute, who was at his bedside, stretched, spotting the Audragon on the predator and the calm attitude of it. Sarp, ordered Moet calmly. It was performed even if Tsute was a bit reluctant, and the Paleoloocan advanced near the little and fragile creature. He came to touch it with the tip of the muzzle, and we saw the crystals of being a bit of contact. The predator gently lined up near Iwanai, who raised a weak hand to put it on him. Despite the ocean of pain in which he had been immersed for several days, the AIs felt the presence of Iwa infiltrates him via the animal, and his faulty concentration had a hard time understanding what she meant to tell him. He closed his eyes and focused on the Paleoloocan, who began to cuddle him with the tip of the nose. He put for a moment, but he finally grabbed. The power of Iwa surrounded its wings with care. She wanted to take care of him, and he knew that this was his only chance to make pain go away, to be able to move again and to recover. He had been explained to him what had happened, and he agreed with the hypothesis, saying that neurotoxin had damaged the nerves of its already damaged wings. Nothing could treat that, even his magic. The wings of the AIAIs were both their greatest strength and their greatest weakness. He therefore knew that he had no other choice if he wanted to live. His current state could only decline, and he knew it. Only, Iwa also told him that he should accept a slight transformation so that she could save him, and it put a dilemma. It's been a while since she offered to make him a Gnostic, but he refused it, not wanting to give up the AIs, not wanting to abandon them, betray them. He could therefore not accept. However, he also knew that letting himself die would hurt his memory even more. They had given everything for him, until their lives, and he could not flout this. He felt Iwa insist in his mind, gentle but firm, also reassuring, whispering that she would not change his deep nature if he did not want it, transmitting his desire to relieve him. He therefore ends up yielding, accepting a thought. Around him, everyone then saw the Paleoloocan move carefully to go to bed entirely on his side and stick the top of his back to the AI's body. Their brother then stirred in turn, spending a leg and an arm over him heavily, clinging to his meager forces. The predator then rolled in a lively impulse, straightening up, and Iwanai found himself lying on his back. The movement pulled him a howling of powerful pain, his wings agitated in the process. Everyone wanted to get towards him, but a growing of the predator dissuaded them. The winged being no longer seemed very aware, trembling and moaning in pain. However, he clung with all his strength to the animal, his wings placed behind him covering his powerful back. After a moment, the Paleoloocan got up slowly and suspectedly, set out by spreading the Gnostics from its passage of small rumbles. We followed him, however, all wondering what was going on and where the predator took their bad brother in point. Amoat explained that Iwa was at work. The duo quickly surrounded by Audragon and all observed, hoping that their mother could help him. A good part of the village followed the animal which rushed into the forest. The Deepening also coming to see what was going to happen. Few were those who could boast of putting on a Palyulukan, but this situation was even more incredible. Very quickly we understood what was going to happen. For the second time, Iwa guided AIAIs towards Ramunong, the Tree of Souls. We followed the duo for a long time. Iwanai was firmly hung on his mount, breathable and trembling, certainly because of the pain of his wings. He was sprawled on the Palyulukan, barely aware, and the animal was obviously watched not to shake it. It took a long time to go on, the Audragon coming to cover the AIs and surround it. Nothing came to disturb their march, which was made in absolute calm. They finally arrived, and it was a little further that they followed the predator descending near the sacred tree. On the order of Amoat, they stopped a little away. The Palyulukan went to the foot of the trunk, emitting a sort of slight complaint by raising the head towards the branches. It was with wonder that the Gnostics saw the branches come alive to come and sit delicately on the frail silhouette of the winged being, lightly lighting. Little by little, we live the crystals of the AIs shining in response, with more and more force. The scene was immobilized a few minutes, after which the Palyulukan slowly went to the ground, rolling once again with care to deposit its load against the trunk of the sacred tree. They all tried their teeth when he heard Iwanai shout once again pain when her wings build. However, the branches seemed to catch it and accompany its movement to install it gently against the trunk. The predator then respectfully to go lengthened a little further and watch, all his attention focused on the AIs. Gradually, we saw very fine light royalties coming to cover it until it locks it up in a cocoon, hiding it almost completely. Then everything froze and the wait started. "Mother, what's going on?" asked Neytiri, illustrating general thought. "I could not say it precisely, my daughter," replied Amoat, "but I believe that Iwa tries to help her." "Why does it do this for this foreigner?" asked one of the confused Deepening. "Beramo," she sighed, "we have already explained it to you. He is not a foreigner for Iwa. He is the last son of our mother's deceased sister, the mother of the AIAIs, the people of Iwanai, Gaia. Iwa has adopted it as his own child now. She knows better than anyone what he has experienced, and she knows what her people and their mother endured as a torture before dying with the hand of those who come from heaven. Iwanai was born long before they come to invade us," she said in amazing the Deepening, "long before they discover our world. His wisdom is immense as his relationship with everything that is. Whether we are aware of it or not, he was our cousin beyond heaven, and we are now the only family he has. He lost his mother in excruciating conditions. Iwa got a mother for him, and she tries to treat his bruised soul. Iwanai says that Gaia saw the future and that she knew what would happen, that she named it according to Iwa so that he knows that he would find the protection he needs when he would be here." "Iwa never acts for one," replied another Deepening named Nailit. "She only takes care of the natural balance of things." "The reasons of Iwa belong to him," replied Sahik. "But she watches over Iwanai with the greatest attention, speaks to him, led him to us to entrust him and ask us to watch over him. And in exchange, without even noticing, Iwanai offers us a wisdom and precious teachings. He is undoubtedly able to bring us much more than we could never imagine. However, this is nothing. He hardly needs to offer us anything so that we call him brother and take care of him. He is a treasure, a gentle, delicate, and wise being who has great need to treat his soul. You hate the people of heaven like many Gnostics," she said, turning to them, "only never forget that Iwanai has more reasons than any of us to hate them. He is their greatest victim so far. He is that who knows what they are capable of. He is the one who has lost everything because of them. His mother, his people, his world, his wings, his freedom. So don't forget. He is not one of them, he is one of us. He is not our enemy. He is our brother. A brother already terribly tortured and mutilated by those who come from heaven." A heavy silence fell after this speech, the Deepening reflecting while looking at what was happening before their eyes. "We had to wait until well after nightfall and the awakening of the lights of nature so that things move." The Palyulukan got up, still staring at eyes. All concentrated on him, and we saw the fine roots deviate slowly, almost imperceptibly. Seeing that, Moet stepped forward, signaling the others to stay there. The predator looked at her and she greeted him respectfully. Prudent. The animal made him an elegant head tilt before turning his eyes to Iwanai, ignorant. So she continued until she joined her, protecting slowly from Iwa's embrace. It was not yet completely that already change was obvious. Iwanai seemed to be asleep, peaceful as he had not been since the incident. He seemed to go much better, the healthier complexion, his crystals sparkling in 1,000 lights. The first thing she noted was the patterns of her skin only revealing herself in the reflections of light. They were almost identical to those of the Na6, nevertheless tinged with a magnificent iridescent forest green. The second was the presence of a discrete bioluminescence similar to their own light, making it smile. It was as if Iwa wanted to give him Na6 features, and that made him happy. She immediately wondered if a total transformation would be possible. If one day, Iwanai could be completely Na6, this would allow him to evolve much better in their world, to have the opportunity to start a family, to do whatever he wanted here, and to be protected from the eyes of the people of the sky. She thought of that when the wings of the AIs were completely discovered, their view leaving her speechless. His wings were sublime, semblance completely as new, healed entirely. Even their shape seemed to have become correct again. The black feathers with emerald reflections shone, shiny. Where formerly, feathers torn apart by his torturers were missing, news had taken place, tinged with nuances of blue from the Na6. It was splendid. She passed a light hand on the appendages, feeling a lively and hot energy tickling her fingers with joy, making her smile largely, while she understood that Iwanai's injuries were no longer that of the present but also that of his past on Earth. He could probably fly again, and this achievement filled his heart of happiness for him when she addressed their recognition to their mother for this miracle. "How is he going?" Atukin asked. "It is fine," she replied, relieving them all. "He sleeps peacefully."
Ces injuries?
Asked Sute, worried. "Hughes," she announced, bringing out some exclamations of joy. "They are completely cured," she added, leaving them perplexed. "Iwa has completely treated them, even his injuries from yesteryear. They will no longer cause him suffering, and I think that soon, he will fly again." There was a moment of silence for the time that everyone understands, and then the cries of joys fused in any sense. Smiling, Moet wanted to take the Ajax in his arms. He was obviously not ready to wake up, but the Palyulukan rumbled gently, advancing. She then understood, noting with a sign of head. The predator went to bed near her, and she transported the peaceful and relaxed Ajax to place it on her back. For the first time, we saw the large black wings withdraw from them even in his back above him, gently landing on his silhouette without falling. Their position then seemed much more natural and normal. The Palyulukan then turned away, returning to the Omaticea with its charge, the tribe coming to surround it to see Iwanai, touching its wings with your fingertips to transmit their affection and joy for him, noting his slight transformation with wonder. It was in happiness and the songs of thanks for Iwa that they returned to the homemade tree, the AIs always asleep. The Palyulukan won the foam layer in itself where he was sleeping, and it was with an authorized that he placed his rider without any help. This time, however, he did not pretend to leave, lengthening near him, as decided to sleep there, and all had the feeling that he would not go so soon. Several remained not far away, staying to watch over the AIs to ensure that everything would be fine for him now. It was a few hours later, after the sunrise, when the whole village had already risen, that we live Iwanai awakening. In his sleep, he had nestled against the Palyulukan and hidden in his wings, disappearing almost completely. We first saw the animal stirred, raising your head to touch the feathers of its muzzle. The wings then moved slowly, revealing the sewed form of Iwanai, which was largely yawned, moving to turn under the eyes of the hunters surrounding him at that time. Building on his arms, he sat down quietly, his wings naturally following the movement, and that was what finished waking up the AIs in a start. He opened his eyes wide, turning his head frantically to look at his wings one after the other, the stupor printing himself on his face at their sight. No one intervened, all smiling by observing their discovery of this extraordinary healing. AIs slowly extended its wings, opening them in all their scope, and the Na6 were amazed. Iwanai was really a beautiful and very impressive being as well. We live him, moreover, like never when he stirred his wings in all sense. His eyes filling with tears of joy to start pouring on his cheeks, all easily understanding his happiness. It was so several minutes before Iwanai turned to the Paleoloocan, who came to feel his feathers. The AIs turned to him, his wings withdrawing behind his back. The predator moved to face him, and he had a strange tilt of the head towards him. This gesture provoked a certain emotion in the AIs without the Na6 understanding why his tears returned. He smiled gently and leaned towards the Paleoloocan to put his forehead against his, one of his hands coming to caress his head. They remained likely. Iwanai turns her eyes and relaxing completely. This already made you save me, noticed the AIs. You first led me to Iwa and Audragon, then you came to get me out of the water and now you saved me, he said when everyone understood that it was the same Paleoloocan as the other times. Thank you, my friend. The animal replied with a small mild roar, moving to rub a little more with it. Iwanai laughs a little, conjuring it willingly. He finally looked around, smiling at the Na6 who patiently observed it, greeting them. They returned to him, allowing herself to approach more now. How do you feel? Asked Sute. What, well, he replied. Really very good. Iwa treated me. We attended this noted peril. Everyone is very happy for you. Do you come to eat something? Asked Aslan. I die of hunger, he replied, having fun. He then got up, the Paleoloocan following the next, and it was in the company of the hunters he went down to eat a little. The difference was blatant. In his back, his wings were carefully folded, no longer touching the ground. Its balance was much better, it's not even lighter and fluid when it advanced faster. He was breathtaking elegance of a certain grace. They met a lot of people, all coming to see Iwanai with joy, taking his news, ensuring that he was fine. It was therefore a little time to reach food, and when he ate, it was obvious that the AIs was focused on something else, on his wings that he stirred in all sense, testing their movements. We let him do without annoying him, all comprising what it could represent for him. He left his food after a while, getting up suspected. He ran out, surprising them while leaping to follow him. Iwanai climbed very quickly in the house tree, responding to any of those who challenged him as if he did not even hear them. It also pushed a lot of people to follow him, worried about him. Very quickly, the AIs rode very high, to the branches where the Ikran came to land or take their flight. As soon as there was an opening in the branches overlooking the sky, it is seen to fuse towards it, to open its wings, and it was just before it jumps into the void they understood. They retained their breath while their brother fell. Then his wings opened with all their scope. The air took them and he began to hover. They built powerfully and it rose forcefully. Iwanai was flying. He flew again and everyone smiled at this vision. The Ikran Makto calling their mounts with enthusiasm to go with him, while he walked away very quickly to go up to the clouds. Quickly, a cloud left the home tree, a lot of Audragon coming to see that. A cry of pure joy was heard while Iwanai went down in stake and they smiled, his joy communicating to them. He reopened his wings just before touching the trees, breaking dry to go up in an impressive twist. It was a real show to look at the AIs fly. He was prodigious in the air, making impressive figures, extremely fast and strong, precise and agile. Regularly, we heard his cries of joy and laughter, his bright smile when he was close enough so that they could see him. Quickly, he was happy to join the Ikran Makto to play in the air, euphoric. Watching him fly like this, with so much ease and pleasure, showed them a little more to what extent it was for that, how it had to be missed. We had never seen him so happy, and all were delighted and relieved to see him like this, admiring the show. The AIs flew for hours, until no more in power, and it was exhaustion that he came to land in the homemade tree, trembling with fatigue but radiant, short-sighted, skin covered with sweat but sparkling eyes like never. We had welcomed him with joy, congratulating him for his wonders in the air, sharing his overflowing joy. That evening at the meal, we only talked about the spectacle he had offered when the AIs ate, installed against the flank of his Paleoloocan lying behind him, and which seemed to take pleasure in strolling his nose in the black feathers, amusing Iwanai. It was also an opportunity for the Tipani to come and apologize for what had happened. the silence being awaiting the response of the winged being. And his attackers had been the first surprised. When he had smiled at them gently, accepting their apologies, saying that he did not want them, that he understood their reaction even if he asked them to be more thought of in the future. The Audragon had smiled, little surprised by this sweetness and this kindness on his part. The Deepening had thanked him and the incident had been closed with it. In the days that followed, we saw the newly appointed Palukan appointed Ethii by Iwanai, following him everywhere, the fact that he chose him as a rider being in doubt for the surprise of this situation. However, he did not have the opportunity to spend a lot of time with his partner. AI spent all its time flying, chaining acrobatics in the air, going to play in the clouds or branches, and all were delighted to see it so happy. He only returned to the end of strength, as if he wanted to stay in the sky, as if he wanted to catch up with the grounds to the ground. And everyone understood that he needed it. When they could, the Ikran Makto went with him, and even the Deepening were going to fly with he and their mounts. Iwanai had asked to go to the Aram Alusing, the flying mountains, and we had accompanied him with joy. There, Sute and the others had attended an unprecedented show. Iwanai had first went to have fun everywhere, then we saw an Ikran coming to meet him to fly and play with him. From one, they had gone to a whole cloud coming to have fun with the AIs, showing no threats on the contrary. But the most incredible had not been there, no. The most incredible had been to see a Torek landing suddenly, frightening the Ikran fleeing. Everyone had yelled after Iwanai to fled, fearing for him only. Their brother had gone directly to Torek, radiant, and he had stolen with him, amazing those who observed. The king of their sky had not sought to attack him only once. Far from it. He had stolen with the tiny being by his side. He had played with him, chaining the figures, as enthusiastic as Iwanai, who laughed at his crystal-clear voice. The others had observed this astounding show, completely amazed, while in the end, Takuk had let Iwanai land on his back, hovering with him as if to let him rest a little. The story of this flight session in the mountains was talked about for days during the village, all seeing there the blessing of Iwa on him. The Deepening who had attended there were now completely convinced. And if there was no link between him and Torek, that hadn't prevented anyone from Torek Makto, respect for the NA6 for him a little more. This only made it verify when you saw Torek come to fly with him and accept it on his back. It was obviously each time the same animal. It sported the colors of its species in dark shades, its abundant black stripes forming a characteristic pattern. The Ikran and all the creatures of the sky came to have fun with him, and it delighted the winged being. After a few days and his calm flight frenzy, Iwanai had undertaken something else. His wings healed, he had found all his ease of movement, and he had proven to be as agile as a Gnostics. So he had done something that he had dreamed for a long time, accompanying others in the forest. We took him with joy, making him discover what had been inaccessible to him so far. He went there with the NA6 or on the back of Ethii when he just wanted to walk for fun. The days started to flow quietly, all very happy for their brother, who seemed to be much better. Only it changed far too fast. Without anyone being able to understand why, the joy of Iwanai fell suddenly after a few weeks, and he began to depress severely. He never complained to anyone, but it was so seen in his attitude, in his behavior, in what he gave off. He continued to contribute to the life of the tribe, to learn, but for the rest, he began to decline. It was first of all his good humor that flew, his dark air returning in force. His smile faded. He is isolating himself again in the corners of the homemade tree. His words getting increasingly rare, his appetite decreasing. He worried everyone when he seemed to be in a worse moral state than before his healing. He quickly stopped playing in the air, stating alone to simply hover very high in the clouds, his flight sessions becoming more and more spaced. His nightmares increased, and even his Palukan seemed very anxious for him, agitated by his side. He stuck him closely, cuddling him as much as he could, literally brooding him, but that did not seem to help. No one could understand what happened to him, and he refused to confide in anyone. One day, we saw Grace Augustine ask to speak to Tsahik and Olowaikton. The interview was granting her, and she came to ask them to let her return to the village with her team. The arguments had been multiple, but the principle was to say that their refusal to let them come was a sign of their bad will in the maintenance of peace. It was in any case a pretext for those who did not want to get along with them. She therefore implored them to let them come back so as not to make things up and so that she could continue her work. If the couple had decided to say nothing to Iwanai on it, he had known it we didn't know how. He had gone to see Itukin to tell him that he should not take a risk for his little comfort and let the dream walkers come back if necessary. He explained that it did not bother him, that he could feel their presence from afar and therefore avoid them easily. After many discussions, decision was finally taken to let Grace and return to the village as before, encouraged by Iwanai. To justify this moment of inaccessibility, we had invented the excuse of the visit of other clans among the Audragon, clans which did not really accept their people and therefore we wanted to avoid the problems. The Deepening delegation still present help to demonstrate this by making believe that they were the last still there following these visits. The excuse passed easily and things resumed as before the arrival of AIs. The return of Dreamwalkers was also an opportunity for them to ask the NA6 if he had still not met this dangerous winged creature that they had already told them. They replied no, that they hadn't even heard a rumor. Itukin had argued that she was probably died in their forest now, but Grace had only half convinced, asking them to let her know if they saw what she called creature, animal, or monster. Although he supported the thing, the return of the Earthlings to the village was obviously very quickly a bad thing for Iwanai. When they were there, the AIs was invisible and not found. We had taken a while to understand what he was doing in these cases. We first thought he was going to the forest with his Palayalukin, but it was nothing. It was Silwanin who had discovered it, deciding to follow him once to make sure he was fine. Upon arrival of the people of the sky near the village, she had seen Iwanai run away with any leg the frightened air, Ethii on her heels. It was mounted very high in the house tree, where the dream walkers were unable to go. He had gone to hide in a hollow of the trunk surrounded by a cocoon of thick branches. The predator had entered him, laying around him closely. Protector and the AIs had rolled up in a ball against him, locking himself in his wings, trembling without control. Silwanin had a broken heart. Obviously, the people of the sky terrorized Iwanai by their simple presence in the area. She had observed it and he had stayed there, prostrate, silent, trembling starting at the slightest noise, Ethii being infinitely protective and sweet with him. He only came out well after the departure of the Walkers of Dreams, pale and the tested air. He hadn't talked about that to anyone and had not complained, pretending that nothing had happened. However, it had been impossible for Silwanin to leave it so. She had talked about this to those who were closest to Iwanai and they were immediately organized. Since then, each time the people of heaven were there and that the AIs was going to hide, he was joined by several Nasics coming to keep him company and try to reassure him, to secure him. And unsurprisingly, it hardly helps their brother's depression. That day, Iwanai was isolated once again. He had gone to take refuge a little away from the house tree, perched and hidden in a tree on the edge of a clearing crossed by the river. There, a herd of Anxic had come to drink quietly, but he did not even see them. Since he had found his wings and achieved what it involved, he felt more shabby than ever. He held out an arm in front of him, observing these marks resembling those of the NA6, that he was now focused on him. How could he just allow this to escape pain? He had suffered the worst tortures without ever giving in, so why had he had to give in this time? His mother and his people had given everything for him, everything. He was all they left with them, the only proof that they had existed. It was their inheritance, the condensation of all their civilization. He was everything left of them and he had promised to live for them, in their honor so that they were not dead for nothing. He had promised to safeguard their memory, magic and mind as long as he could so that they could be proud of him if by miracle, on the day of his death, he was given to see them again, in order to make them shine again and to appease their souls. So why had he yielded for so little? He was just a shabby traitor. He had agreed to alter what he was, this inheritance, just a little suffering. He was abominable. With this partial transformation, he had betrayed his family and their sacrifice only because he was weak and loose. The pain should not have been a valid pretext to allow that. What would his own think if they saw him now? What would they think when he was ready to make what left of them disappear so easily? They would certainly be very angry. They would be ashamed of his weakness. Perhaps even Gaia regrets having admitted it among his family. Had only one day a real AIAIs? He had believed it, he doubted it now. The real AIAIs were ready for anything for their mother, for their people, for their fellow men. His family had proven it more than once and in the ultimate and total way for him in their end. His mother had given her the latter part of her in the hope that he preserves her, and he had done what had he done. He had betrayed her by his weakness and his selfishness. He thought he had become an AIAIs because he deserved it, because it was his true nature, because it suited him, because it was his way and he cherished Gaia. But today he wondered if he was not himself mistaken. Maybe he had only done it to save himself? Out of selfishness, fear and weakness to have what he wanted. A family, love, affection, peace. Maybe, had he only thought of him by doing this? And now his true nature of profiteer returned to gallop. He had given in for a little pain and he was integrated into NA6 as if they were his new people. He betrayed his family and their sacrifice, his mother. He really had not deserved to be AIs in the end, as he did not deserve the attention of Iwa and Nosix. Given as he had left, if he continued his tumble, gave way shamefully and became Nosix, he would probably betray them in their turn. Because that he was weak and pitiful. He wanted to be so much now. How could he have done that when his land, his people and his mother died by leaving him everything, with the hope that he would make them last, that he would honor them and that he would live for them by wearing their color? He no longer dared to look at his wings, ashamed. For what? Would he have the right to fly again when his family could never again? He was repugnant. How could he do this? Turn their backs on those who had given it everything? What should he do? He could no longer go back, repairing his error, and the pain he felt was even worse than the one to which he had given way earlier. Perched in his tree, he rolled in a ball, locked himself in his wings and began to cry as often recently. He did not deserve to live, to be an AIAIs. He was pathetic and he no longer knew what to do, to follow. Audragon, rest in peace. Chapter 5, Rest in Peace. A reasoned cry in the house tree, awakening the Omadikeya with a start. Everyone nevertheless quickly understood what was going on. The thing unfortunately became too common lately. This did not prevent them from moving, some rushing towards the Iwanai lair, which made yet another violent nightmare, struggling in his sleep. He did more and more, sleeping less and less, tiring while his morale ceased to decline without anyone being able to explain it. Several months had spent since he had recovered his wings and since has been a state of getting worse. If he continued to work and contribute to the life of the tribe, that was all he was doing. He had now stopped walking in the forest, stopped doing anything to have fun. He spoke very little, ate little, slept little, was isolating himself a lot, no longer wanted to be touched. He was doing less and less magic, but above all, he was almost going to fly and it had finished alerting everyone. However, Iwanai did not accept to confide in anyone and no one could understand what happened to him. It was Silwanen who woke him up this time and Iwanai opened his eyes in a sudden start. He straightened violently to find himself on his knees, Ethii, who did not leave him standing behind him. We saw the AIs look frantically around him, confused, frightened, agitated and even panicked. He had his eyes wide and quickly. His gaze fell with tears that flowed on his cheeks as he locked himself in his arms, erratic breathing. He began to swing, trembling as he burst into silent sobs, withdrawing on himself, his wings sagging around him. Iwanai, Silwanen gently called, advancing a hand towards him. Iwanai, calm down, you are safe, she assured. As soon as she had a touch of the AIs, he jumped and took a hurry. She then suspended her gesture, as worried as all those around her, no one knowing what to do to help her. The latter nights had been particularly agitated and only exhaustion had managed to calm the winged being.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Repeated Ivani.
It had also been a moment that he apologized to the chain while waking up like this, and once again nobody understood why. That night, he continued to apologize and cry until they could no longer without their word being able to reach it. He finally became apathetic, rolled in a ball on his lair, hidden in his wings, totally silent, and all returned to bed, worried about their brother. A few more days and Iwanai was almost no longer sleeping. He no longer joined his lair in the evening, preferring to isolate himself far in the house tree, where he hid when the walkers came, Ethii never leaving him. Ai's had lost weight, had been very pale, its crystals and its bioluminescence weakening day by day. We did not leave him, but no one could make him react. That evening, Tsute was very worried. With the hunters, he had spent the afternoon with Iwanai in his hiding place. The walkers of dreams had come and he had immediately gone to hide, locking himself in his wings, trembling compulsively, and nothing had reassured him. Now, the people of the sky had left, but it had taken a long time for the AIAIs to calm down. When his wings had decreased, they had found it troubled and full of tears, pale, apathetic, weakened, the brands of well-visible fatigue on him. He hadn't even reacted when Tsute came to take him in his arms, Ethii letting him do it. He had pulled him from his hiding place, determined to bring him back to the middle of the clan so that he remains not alone. The other hunters had followed her, and they had descended towards the foot of the house tree to reach everyone at the meal. We had welcomed Iwanai with concern, and we had installed it near Tsahik. He hadn't said anything, impassive, contenting himself with bringing his knees back against his chest, putting his chin in it and setting them off with his arms. He did not want to eat, and not all had been worried about it, no longer knowing what to do. Amoet finally turned to him, refrained from touching him while he only supported the contact of his Paleolucan. Iwanai, she called gently. I would like you to tell us, she said. What does it make for you so much? What happens to you? Tell us what to do for you. How can you help you? There was a moment of silence before the weak and raucous voice of the AIs rises. I'm sorry, he whispered. For what? She asked. You didn't do anything wrong. If I did something atrocious, he said when his tears came back. He stammered, calling them. Calm you and explain to us quietly, asked Tsahik, not understanding anything. I betrayed mine, he said, shocking them. I betrayed my family, he cried, losing them. How so? Amoet asked. I'm sorry, he sobbed. I'm sorry. I didn't want to. I don't deserve to be in AIs, to be here, he said with nameless pain. I'm so sorry. He gave in to his tears when a heavy silence had fallen around them. Nobody really understanding what was going on, for that he put himself in such a state, no one understanding what he was talking about. Iwanai had done nothing wrong, on the contrary. What they all grabbed was the extreme pain that was routing him right now and was certainly killing him. You haven't done anything wrong, Iwanai, attempt Amoet. And you have your place perfectly here. It's wrong, he cried. The others deserved it much more than me. I only knew how to make them ashamed and betray them, he sobbed. They gave their lives for me, and I am pitiful. This false suddenly made a reasoning voice everywhere. If all jumped, it was Iwanai who made the most memorable leap, jumping to his feet and looking frantically around him. They all sought where this unknown voice came from, hardly finding until the general attention did not go on an Audragon which slowly came to Iwanai, more brilliant and bright than we had never seen. He stopped a few steps from him, lighting up even stronger when everyone observed this, feeling the powerful, strangely familiar energy that spread around them. Suddenly, a silhouette took shape in the light, quickly materializing someone. The brightness decreased and they were able to see, all remained bewildered by what they discovered. The being who appeared was not completely tangible, a little transparent with the Audragon instead of the heart. He shone gently, in a most comforting way. But the most incredible was what it was. Obviously an AIAIs. A magnificent AIAIs. He was larger than Iwanai, entirely dressed in bright white light clothes. He had very pale skin, striking blue eyes and hair of the amazing sun color. It was beautiful for his species, the strong air, the straight shoulders, and in his back, 3 pairs of pure white wings were proudly splendid. His expression was of unparalleled sweetness. His smile and his tender gaze entirely dedicated to Iwanai that he looked at with warmth and love. This one Hokeda besides, the air shocked, crying. He said 2 or 3 steps trembling towards him, fixing it without believing too much but also with an overflowing hope. He stopped half the way, visibly taken with an emotion without measure, trembling. Camera, he stamped while his voice broke. Swar my angel, replied this one with a huge affection. It's It's impossible, crying Iwanai, whose legs flanked. He came across his knees, all starting to this, his opposite the first. He rushed towards him, kneeling elegantly before him while he was locking himself in his arms, crying more beautiful. It's impossible, Paniqua Iwanai. I saw you die. I saw you. You died in my arms, he said, the broken voice. Yes, confirmed his opposite. I'm sorry that you had such a thing in addition to everything else, my heart. But a chance has given me today to come and see you. Look at my angel, he asked gently, tremblant. Iwanai slowly looked at him, observing him as little believing that he saw. The pain read easily in him. The other smiled at him with comfort, coming to place his hands vertically in front of him, presenting his palms. Iwanai jumped on this gesture. The air even more turned upside down, and he looked at his elder with uncertainty. The latter encouraged him with a warm look, and he slowly raised his own hands to come and tackle them against his, breathing at full speed. Their fingers were intertwined, and Iwanai smiled a little in contact. Camera, totally calm and sweet, leaned his head a little towards him, and it was like a thing too long awaited for Iwanai. He advanced in turn, feverish, and soon, the two AIs attached their fronts, closing his eyes. The smallest had a stronger sob, and he approached his elder, relaxing a little. A slight glow mixing gilded and emerald iradia. There's contact, and Iwanai began to cry without control. A few seconds, and he literally threw himself into the arms of his opposite, completely tackling himself against him, withdrawing his wings at the maximum behind. Instantly, his elder had closed his arms around him, his large white wings coming to close on them to hide them in a cocoon of luminous and slightly transparent feathers. Following this incredible scene in silence, the Gnostics saw the greatest hugging and cajoler Iwanai, who was crying to tear his soul. He kept him closely tight against him, caressing his hair, his wings, his back, placing many kisses on his head, rubbing his nose on the tip of his ear. And it all seemed to deepen Iwanai deeply, who calmed down in his arms. When he was totally, the greatest spread his wings, however keeping him against him without ceasing his cajoleries. I'm so sorry, stammered the youngest. I shouldn't have. Calm you, my angel, temperature his elder. Calm down. You have absolutely nothing. Nothing to be forgiven, you hear me? Nothing at all. I betrayed you, he whispered with guilt. It's wrong, my little griffin. It is totally false. You are and you will remain the splendor of the AIs. You haven't done anything wrong. Nothing, if it is not all the suffering that you in this way. You didn't do anything wrong. You hear me? Neither me, nor our people, nor our mother never thought it for a second. What do you mean? You are all, he cried. Moors, he finished calmly. Yes. If you knew how much we want to have left you alone in this hell, he said with pain. But everything will now be, my angel. Everything will be fine. How can I be there? He ended as he approved. I have never stopped being by your side, my angel. Never, like all our people. Like our mother, he smiles. It is said that the memory of the living is the tomb of the dead. That's a bit what happened for us, he began. Before disappearing, our mother gave you her last present, he said, caressing the green crystal on her forehead. In theory, there is no place of rest for entities like our mother. Only when Gaia died out, you have, without knowing it, welcomed the remains of his soul in you. You have become his eternal place of rest. This is normally an impossible thing, but you loved it so much. You were so destroyed by its loss that your magic combined with its gift created a refuge for it in you. She never left you, Iwanai, he never said, overwhelming him. It allowed us two to stay close to you. When an AI dies, he returns to Gaia as the Gnostics return to Iwa here. Without our mother, our souls were intended to go down. However, they returned to what was left of our mother by you, and you, in your immense generosity, in your strength and the love you had for us, you welcomed our arms open without the slightest hesitation, although you could not know. He kept silent for a moment, letting him swallow what he said, and around them, the Gnostics listened with greed, amazed at least as much as Iwanai, who seemed shocked. We never left you, he said. Never, but it was impossible for us to let you know, to make you feel. You have all worn my angel on your shoulders, and we couldn't do anything to help you, he said with pain. We have seen everything you have suffered since the death of the last of us since my death. If you knew how much we wanted to take your suffering on us, come and help you. But it was impossible. We could only look, he said, tears in his eyes, tightening it stronger. We know what you went through. You fought admirably, as always, my little warrior of peace. Then they brought you here and we discovered this world with you, Nasix, Iwa. Iwa, our mother's sister. She welcomed you and adopted like her child. We were so happy for you. You finally had a mother and a family again. What you don't know is that Iwa did even more for us. She cried her sister, she cried us. And while your link with her grew up by your efforts, a possibility arose. Iwa was able to welcome our souls with her, he said gently, welcome this, that it remained from our mother's soul and she gave us rest to all. We have shown him everything we know and say everything about you. It was useless because she already intended to do it, but we asked her to take care of you. He stopped again, cuddling Iwa and I, now completely calm against him. Attentive. Refer to you, my angel. Our souls have found rest here, in this wonderful world, because you have worn, protected, and you fought to live, for us. We are no longer alive, but we are still there, with Iwa now, and she takes care of us. Know that we will never stop watching you. Never. We all love you so much. We wanted to talk to you for a long time, but our souls were too weak, and it took time to Iwa to heal us a little. We brought together all the magic that we could as soon as possible, and as soon as it was enough, I came to see you. I am sorry that it took so long. We want you to know we love you. We love you so, little angel. Everything will be fine for us now, and when our souls are given, you can speak to us through Iwa. You are not alone, my heart. You are not alone. You no longer need to worry about us, to cry, to stay locked up in the past. You have to move forward now, you have to live, you must be happy and think of you. All your life you only knew suffering, and we barely had time to appease a little your heart on earth, that this new tragedy has given your soul to the crumb. But you can have a life here. You no longer have to fight, no longer to worry. You can finally live, you can be happy, rest, receive love, affection, let others take care of yourself. I don't want to betray you, he said painfully. I when I accept a new family, a new world, a new people, a new mother does not make you a traitor, he said, shocking the Gnostics, starting to grasp what could so much. We are no longer there, and if we will always watch over you, we will not come back. AIs no longer exist. The earth dies, our mother is no longer. You don't have to live alone simply to prove that we have existed. You are happy in the soul forever, whatever happens, and you will always remain so. You are the most beautiful among us, and the so natural relationship that you have established with Iwa and with this world proves it. Gaia wanted to make us beings of peace, benevolence, capable of helping and understanding everything that lives. However, none of us would have managed to do what you have done here, to understand this world and those who populate it, to be as benevolent, to love them with so much purity, to help them as you do. But you have the soul so tall and pure, so kind and strong. You are what our people have done best, and you will be forever. You have the right to happiness, you have the right to live, and you have the right to have a family. You will not betray us by agreeing to become Gnostics. Iwa already wants to make you a real member of the people, he said, surprising the Omaticea. Why refuse when this is all that your heart and your soul are demanding? I don't want to abandon you or destroy your inheritance, he said. Heave heart, you have never abandoned us, and it is you, your soul, your spirit, your heart which are our inheritance. The body in which you live has no importance. You can no longer be AIs here. In the best of cases you will live deprived of far too much, and in the worst it will kill you because your AI's needs cannot be really satisfied. You have the right to live, to become Gnostics, and to be happy. You will not betray us by doing it. You will not destroy our inheritance. On the contrary, you will make him last. You have been and is always so much. You are a hero, a savior, a teacher, a healer, a warrior, a sage, a traveler, a curious child. You are an AIs, and with all this you can also be Gnostics. We all want you to accept Iwa's proposal, that you become NA6 and that you are happy. This is what we all want for you. So stop torturing my angel like this. You have suffered well enough like that. Build yourself a new life and live there. It will be for us the most beautiful gifts. We sacrificed ourselves for you because we love you so much. Not for you to become the lonely relic of a disappeared people and world, but so that you can live. I lived thousands and thousands of years, my heart. It was enough. I was very happy, and you were my last happiness, my child. The youngest of us had already had a very long, happy, and peaceful life, but you have only had a short life full of misfortunes and sufferings. We want you to be happy, that you can really smile. So stop fighting. Rest to yourself and let others treat yourself and take care of yourself. He then was silent, continuing to cuddle Iwanai, who nestled against him as much as he could. Do you have a bit with me? He asked timidly. I have several hours in front of me, he smiles. So sleep, I would keep your dreams. It didn't take more so that the youngest did not stall a little more in his arms, letting himself be cuddled, relaxing to let himself be won by the exhaustion and the tenderness of his elder. Falling asleep heavily, firmly hung on him. There was a long moment of silence before Iakamura raised their eyes to the Gnostics to finally look at them. He swept them out, smiling with a wonderful warmth. Thanks. Thank you on behalf of Gaia, on behalf of the AIAIs for taking care of him so far, he said, looking at the leading couple. Iwanai is our treasure, so precious for us. We saw him suffer 1,000 dead, and we were so desperate to see him endure all this. It was excruciating. We prayed so much so that someone come to his help. And then he was brought here. Iwa led him to you and you saved him, protected, neat. It is part of the clan now, replied Amoet. We will take care of him. I ask you, he begged. Iwanai experienced a terrible life of suffering. He has endured torture that your people certainly cannot even conceive. He was very courageous. He suffered the worst of what our world had to offer, but always, he embodied the best without failing a second. It was a model even for me that has experienced an endless life. He is exceptional, but he never had any real happiness. When he became AIAIs, that he came to live with us, he had the soul and the heart in the crumb. He had never known love, affection, the warmth of a home, peace. He had always been desperately alone without anyone to watch over him, take care of him. We had a lot of trouble unraveling her shell, reaching her heart. Even today, he has a hard time accepting the help and love of others simply because he does not know how to do it. He does not think he is worthy of it. He does not think that anyone could love him. He thinks he is discomfort, that he must absolutely give everything and sacrifice everything just to have the right to live. We had barely managed to appease it a little when our mother left and our people died in the worst way. All this destroyed him once again, but I know that here he can be happy with you. We will take care of him, assured Itukin. You said Iwa could do it, NA6? Amoet asked. Yes, he nodded. Thanks to what remains of the magic of Gaia now with her, thanks to the magic of Iwanai and thanks to her own power, she can make him a real Gnostic, but Iwanai opposed it so far and she did not want to force him. He is afraid to betray us and turn his back on us by accepting the transformation. To heal his wings, Iwa had to transform him a little, without which she could not help him. That's why he took some of your features. Iwanai saw this transformation as a betrayal towards us and our sacrifice for him. He put himself in mind that we would like him, that he should rather endure the pain all his life rather than to accept that, he said, shocking them. That's why he was dushed, that he was punished himself. He wanted to. It is like that because very young, the Moroker forced him to sacrifice themselves for them, to endure the worst horrors, the worst punishments for their own interest and by making his life without value. He was put on the back things that no one should never have to wear, and we have too often rejected the fault of him for anything even when he couldn't. He was prohibited from happiness. So he always believes that everything is his fault, that he does not have the right to be happy, and that he must carry all the sufferings of the others on him. He has already shown you his spirit of sacrifice. He marked a break to stroke the black wings, pulling a slight smile to their owner huddling more against him. He would like to be Gnostics, really be part of yours because he already loves you so much, he said, touching them. Because he loves this world and Iwa, because he is desperately looking for a family. But he refused this because he thought he had to carry us again. He needed that we came to tell him that he had the right to continue living with you, without which he would have been able to die. We did as quickly as possible to come and see him. So you meet? Ask someone. No, we died. This opportunity is given to me by the will of our whole people, of which it is the last wishes. to thank them for having worn our souls, and Iwa granted it for love for his sister and his youngest son. The last. None of us will come back after this. Not so. It would not be healthy for him. But as you can feel your ancestors through the Tree of Voices, he can also find us there because we will stay with Iwa now. He must not focus on the dead but on the living and the future. This is why I beg you to take care of him. We do it, assured Sahik. Thanks. Thank you 1,000 times, he said, tilting his head towards them. The silence then fell back and we ended up seeing Ethii join his sleeping partner, Ayakamura caressing him delicately and thanking him for saving Iwanai several times. He stayed there for a moment before taking it gently asleep in his arms, explaining that he was going to install him on his diaper. That night, there was no cries of pain and terror in the homemade tree. When we looked towards the place of rest of the AIs, we saw him locked in the arms and the luminous wings of his elder who kept cajoler. It was in the early morning, much calmer than Iwanai woke up quietly, looking at the blonde, smiling. He thus long remained to observe him, his eyes tinged with both happiness and sadness. Do you have to go, right? He noticed gently. Yes, my angel, he approved. My place is no longer here. But you have a family and a people here. Let them take care of you. Accepts their love and that of Iwa. You can. That's all we want for you. You don't have to hesitate. You will become Nasiks, but don't worry. You will also remain a little AIs. Your soul cannot exist without magic, so you will keep your powers. Everything will be fine. The biggest gift you can give us and be fully happy. No matter what the body you will have, only your heart counts, and your heart may be both AIs and Nasiks. Our two peoples are far from incompatible. He had fun. Stop torturing you and screws, we will always watch over you. We love you. I love you so much. I miss you, he cried. I know. There is no love greater than the one you gave us. You can find us with Iwa, we will be there. Do not forget that you are not alone. All right. I love you, my child. Forever. He whispered, kissing him on the forehead. He then started to disappear, Iwanai starting to cry although he did not move. His elder was soon there, leaving only the Adokarina who had brought him to him, and he willingly accepted the Ethii presence that wrapped around him, consoling him as he could. That day, the Omadikeya found a quieter, more relaxed and more open Iwanai. He agreed again to eat, speak a little and let them take care of him to help him clean his wings or browse his hair. Sahik came to take him apart for a long time to speak to him, tell him about his right to live and be happy, to appease him and to tell him how happy their clan would be to become really. This made him know in the days that followed. We don't insist too much, letting him sort through his thoughts. We watched over him, trying to relax him again and help him spend this period of pain that he had inflicted. Everyone had finally understood his dilemma and also understood his way of thinking. It was true that in his place, many people could have seen himself as a traitor to his people even if it was not really the case. It was a matter of point of view, but it seemed that the AIs, their memory, did not see this at all as a betrayal. Far from there. They only wanted the happiness of their little brother, and it was important that he knew it to be able to move forward. We let him think and calm down for a few days by watching over him, surrounding him, and he had seen him immerse himself in his thoughts at length. Iwanai had not stopped thinking about everything that had happened, all that Ayakamura had told him. To learn that the souls of his family, of his mother, were now resting in peace with Iwa. Therewith, he in this world had been an unnamed relief for him. He had thought about it for a long time, doing gently, thanking Iwa for taking care of them. Iwa, who has always insisted on it since he lets her transform it. And now the idea really made its way in its head. To have heard his adoption father, his goalkeeper, his model tell him that he could do it, that his family wanted him to do it, had certainly changed things. He had to admit that he also wanted him, that he wanted to be Nasiks and make this world his new house, of this people his new family. He did not want to be alone, and he wanted this affection, this peace and the happiness that the Omadikeya gave him without condition. It had not allowed itself so far, but from now on, the door was open. He just had to get used to the idea. He knew he would keep his magic, but he should abandon his wings. It was probably the most difficult for him. Only, he also knew that if an Ikran chose him and thanks to Tsahelu, he could still have wings and fly. By becoming Nasiks, He would be safe from the eyes of the Moroker, although he hardly intends to approach it. He could have the link, Tsahelu with Ethii, he could communicate better with Iwa, evolve in this environment, and he would be really Omadikea. He thought there for several days, assimilating the thing with much easier now that he knew how to have the blessing of his family. Ikamura was right. It was time to live and move forward. His rested in peace now, and they could see them again with Iwa, that soothing him more than anything. Also, he ended up making his decision and clearly felt the joy of Iwa to that. That morning, after having breakfast, he went to see Imoet and Itukin, who welcomed him gently as always. Attentive. You made your decision, right? Smiles Tsahik by putting one hand on his head. Yes. If you want to, I would like to become Anai, he said with anxiety. You already, replied Itukin, putting a hand on his shoulder. You are Nasix and you are Omadikea. You just miss you that the body, and we would be delighted if you accepted Iwa's proposal to offer you one. No need to ask us permission, he said, making him smile. Thank you, he said, tears in his eyes. Do you want what to do? Imoet asked. I must go to Vitreya Ramunong, he replied. In this case we will accompany you, she smiles. Thanks. It was without delay that Oloikton announced the thing, and many were the Omadikea who wanted to accompany Iwanai in this event. Everyone was very happy that he made this decision, and it was almost the party for them. Itukin nevertheless authorized only a small group to come with them, wanting the rest of the clan to remain in the village when the walkers were to come, not wanting to alert them on a massive trip of the tribe which would have been suspect. It was therefore the leading couple, their daughters, some hunters including Tsute, Peril and Aslan close to Iwanai, Galreed and Araat who accompanied him, Ethii insisting so that he climbs on his back. Fun. It was in a light atmosphere that they made their way to Vitreya Ramunong, quietly descending into the small valley full of Adokarina that day, making them smile. Iwa knew they came. They joined the Tree of Souls, stopping near him. What should we do now? Asked Araat. Iwa takes care of everything, replied the AIs by descending from his partner. He looked a bit anxious, all comprising, and he advanced towards Itukin, hesitant. So you sure you agree with that? He asked him. Well sure, smiles the chief. Don't be afraid. You will be reborn in NA6 and you will start a whole new life, with us, in your new family and your new house. Thanks. For everything, he said, tears in his eyes. Oloikton smiled gently before letting him go to the tree. All the next. We will stay with you to the end, then we will return together, assured Imoet. He approved before going to sit against the trunk. The Adokarina flocked to him and he began to doze. It was naturally that he locked himself in his wings, quickly covered with light seeds. Fine roots began to climb on it slowly until it completely covered it, radiating with a slight light. Then a long wait started. The small group that was quietly waiting, singing from time to time while a powerful pure energy bathed the premises, the Adokarina hovering everywhere. It took many hours, the night falling, before something moved. The root cocoon had gradually magnified, now very much enough for a Nasix, and that was what he revealed. When he finally opened, the transformation was spectacular. Iwanai was there, sleeping against the trunk, relaxed and peaceful, in the body of a Nasix, a very special NA6. He seemed to have in the vicinity of the age of Tsute, a young adult. However, he looked a little smaller and finer, gray and feline, it giving him perfectly. He had kept hair as long as in his form of AIs, falling to him to the knees free. His bioluminescence was a little more provided than normal. He was very beautiful. He had lost all his AI's features, his frontal crystal and his missing wings when he was surrounded by black feathers who have fallen to the ground. However, there was a major difference with an ordinary NA6. It was not blue, it was green, the same green nuances more or less dark emerald that had animated his eyes in the past. But that only made him more beautiful for them, as if he was part of the forest like no other. After a few moments he began to stir and wake up, the air of painting a little, and he was given time. Araat began to carefully pick up the vestiges of what he had been. Iwanai finally opened his eyes, not very alert, revealing two large golden iris like them, making them smile. He gave them the expression, Galreed leaning over him. How do you feel? He asked. Bizarre, he replied, having fun. But two, he added. You can move? Asked the healer. I believe. I am still numb. So go ahead, he said. Iwanai straightened up heavily, all remaining around him, attentive. There did not seem to be any problem or pain. He just seemed to have to wake up quietly. It was also an opportunity for him to observe himself, surprised by his color but smiling there all the same, touched air. You have the color of your old eyes, noticed Peril. Yes, the color of my mother's eyes too, he said with tenderness. Well, you are fine, assured Moet. That aside, you are now like us. He smiled at that, trying to get up. We helped him on the field and he laughs a little once on his feet, causing dangerously. I will need a little time to tame my new body, he said, having fun. It's weird to be as tall as you and it's good too. We helped him take a few steps, Iwanai slowly doing his new morphology. He made everyone laugh when he let himself be surprised by his own tail starting. But like his wings, he quickly found the way to use it to ensure his balance. In a few days you should be able to move normally, noticed Galreed. They then set out to go back and it was royally that they were welcomed in the village, all celebrating their return and the transformation of their brother. All came to touch it with your fingertips, smile at him, look at him, and they were soon surrounded by the whole joyful clan. The night was short for them but pleasant. In the morning we saw a smiling Iwanai but still poorly assured to eat, clumsy and the air embarrassed by her free hair. It amused well of the world easily comprising, and Ariat took things in hand when he had finished his meal, attracting him a little away, assaying him and coming behind him. You have to braid your twin, she explained. Normally, it is the task of mothers, companions or relatives, but if you allow, I can do it for you. Yes, thank you, he approved. I don't know how to do it. You will learn? She smiles, starting to pass her fingers in her silky hair. It is dangerous to leave the hair free because it makes your neural tears vulnerable. We show them to protect them. It's a bit difficult to do it alone, then often, as you know, we do it with several. You have a lot of hair, she noticed. I will use what is necessary for the twin and we can braid the rest in a more decorative way. You are very beautiful, she complimented with tenderness. You have to show it. He smiled, then she started her task in a light silence, taking her time. Iwanai noted the care she put in not touching her neural tears, knowing that at her age, there was only her companion or her partner who could touch them, the intimate thing. However, he had noticed that the NAVIs were very clever to manage to brain the twin of others without touching the Ts. The benefits from the soft and pleasant treatment, letting herself be completely done by this woman behaving like a tender grandmother with him. When she finished and got up, he found herself much more comfortable with her protected and maintained tears, thanking her. That day he apprehends his new body a little more, a lot gambling with him to help him find his balances, discover what he could do or not. In the days that followed, it was a bit of an excitement in the village celebrating this news, and we insisted to prepare the ceremonies of passage and entry into the clan for Iwanai, which had been very affected. We decided to do without Uniltrin, knowing that he had already made this path to his inner animal with his own people. On the other hand, he was offered to pass Iknamaya and go to the Ikran to find a flight partner, the very tempting thing for him. But before, we wanted to make him discover Tsahelu, and he had for that an entirely designated partner. Also this morning, surrounded by hunters, Iwanai had settled on his back, of Ethii, who seemed to be very excited. Tsute came to explain to him one last time as going to it, and it was with a certain excitement that Iwanai grabbed his twin and the neural antenna of his Palyalukin, revealing their rolling tears. He took inspiration and lined them gently. Immediately, it was as if he and Ethii was only one. A raw and deep joy spread in him, mixed with affection, protection, strength and desire to play. He quickly understood that it came from his partner. He felt his power, each of his muscles, his breathing. It was incredible. It looked a little like he had known with magic frames, except that there, he also felt the body of the animal as if it were the deeper link. It was phenomenal in his eyes, and he smiled, breathing hard under the rise of emotion, while the hunters looked at him with understanding, letting him savor. Ethii soon began to hop with excitement, as waiting for a start, and Iwanai smiled more, his enthusiasm communicating to him. As it play a little, he had fun. The Paleolucan roars with joy before set off towards the forest, taking his rider to a memorable walk in the forest, amusing the Audragon having perfectly grasped. It was without difficulty that Iwanai understood how to manage and use this link, the natural thing for him, and he had the impression of reliving and rediscovering the world with Ethii, his power, his speed, his agility, his senses allowing him to do what himself could never execute. It was really fantastic, and he laughed with happiness as they ran like the wind in the forest, jumping with small ravines, leaping into the trees. It was freedom and it was good. He was really looking forward to discovering this with an Ikran. When he returned to the village, he radiated with happiness, all smiling to see him like this. Thus, the next day, it was with joy that the hunters took him to the floating mountains and the territory of the Ikran where we passed Iknamaya traditionally. They finally arrived at their destination, and if the hunters had believed that it would be simple for Iwanai with his exceptional link with nature, it was with surprise that they saw all the Ikran to deatlup at his approach, not one remaining within the perimeter to give him a chance. They were disturbed, not understanding. When we had seen the wild Ikran coming to fly and play with him, we did not suspect that they flee it like this. It was with a certain tension that Tsute, Peril, and Aslan who accompanied him looked at their brother, fearing that he was injured by that. Only it was not at all the case. Iwanai smiled gently, looking far in the mountains. It is there, he noticed gently. Who? Asked Tsute. Your partner? Yes, he approved. He awaits me. They all know who I am, what I was before, he explained without surprising them. They know that I knew how to fly and they know why I'm here. My partner will be my new wings, but before becoming it, he wants me to prove something to him. What? Asked Aslan curious. What, I trust him, he said mysteriously. He smiled at them before he started to run and leap them in the void. Iwanai! Tsute yelled. A deafening cry surprised as they leaned over three on the edge of the cliff to find their brother already much lower. They looked up to see a Torok who arrived at full speed, the same who always came to play with the old AIs. He approached before diving picked towards Iwanai under their bewildered looks. He went down, frightening them a little when he bordered on their brother who did not move, watching him do. The immense predator exceeded him, opened the wings to break, and it was almost gently that Iwanai found himself lying on his back. Torok straightened up to go up slowly, hovering, throwing looks at the NA6 on his back. He then moved to settle properly, catching the big neural antenna of the animal, then his twin to then make Tsahelu. It was the most incredible thing that Iwanai ever experienced. If he had believed his powerful wings, that of his friend was prodigious, of an unrivaled force. Feeling it was extraordinary. As with Ethii, immense joy propagated in him with excitement, and he did not take him more. He smiles, settling down correctly, and a second later, they had left to fly together, chaining figures on figures, acrobatics on acrobatics, the cries of Iwanai joys mixing with the roar of happiness of his mount. The hunters looked at a moment, amazed to have seen this before smiling in front of the euphoria of the new duo, their perfect fusion, their incredible flight. They finally called their Ikran and went to fly with them, admiring this legendary duo for their people. Iwanai was the 6th Torok Makto in their history. Suffice to say that their return to the village with Torok newly named Casey by Iwanai had made a great impression. We had seen Ethii come to meet them, the two predators feeling each other with delicacy, emitting small gentle noises before separating calmly. After that, Iwanai's second birth ceremony had been given rise to positively upset. He had been offered ornaments to put in his hair or on him, made with the feathers that had been recovered at his transformation, and he had also been very touched. Then we celebrated all evening and all night. The days that followed had been most peaceful for Iwanai. He had completely appeased, and he smiled again. He had been given a hammock like everyone now that he could stay there, but it was not uncommon for him to be trained with Araat and Gulraid to sleep with them like the parents were sleeping with their children not yet coupled. It also seemed to do a lot of good to the young Nasics. It was happily that Iwanai had resumed all his activities before in the tribe, his learning, his magic analyses, his tasks in the healers whom he assisted more and more. He spent a lot of time with wild animals, testing everything about his magic. He returned to take moments of rest in the sun near the river, was going to walk in the forest alone or with others, was going to play with Ethii, and every day he was going to fly with Casey. The only time we saw him tense were when there were people from heaven nearby. In these cases, either he was going to hide high in the house tree, Ethii and Casey going with him, protectors and reassuring. He was going to fly with his winged partner, leaving for a moment. One thing was certain and understandable: Iwanai was terrorized by the people of the sky. Now, Iwanai has completely had its place in the tribe. If he had always had it for the Audragon, it was only since the Ikamera appearance and his transformation that Iwanai really authorized him. Time recovered peacefully for him, the former AIs recovering more and more from his past. Calming. A year after his arrival at the Audragon, Iwanai had evolved well. He had found his favorite field in nature and animal care, although he still studies the art of healing Gnostics too. But he obviously preferred to take care of animals and plants, earth. He had also worn out of his magic to heal the torn trendy tree by Ethii when he had almost drowned. He liked to study plants and animals, spend hours observing them without getting tired of them. He also always followed the teaching of Tsahik, and he did not hesitate to transmit his own knowledge, to facilitate the contact of the Audragon with Iwa. That day, like regularly, Iwanai had gone to the forest to explore and look for plants. Ethii with him. He liked to walk alone from time to time, although he was never completely Ethii or Casey with him. The Audragon were not worried about him. Between his magic and his partners at the top of the food chain, he did not risk much. He was observing and analyzing a huge flower with his powers, the healing rose, with surprising care properties. A fascinating plant for him, and his magic agreed. It was already used in many Gnostics remedies, but it was certain to be able to do more with it. He had been there for a while when a group led by Tsute on the back of Pali went through there, returning from a patrol. They stopped and greeted each other, Tsute ordering others to return as he went down from his mount to come and see him, notifying Ethii lying a little further, which observed him. "This flower is incredible," noticed Iwanai while Tsute paved near him. "It is. Is it we told you how we discovered our gifts of care?" "No. It's the Takami clan that discovered the properties, and it is they who make the remedies that we make with it. Their knowledge of substances is very large. It is said that one day, a pair of Takami was hunted by a set-up Nantang pack. They flew and came across a field of healing rose. The whole plant is toxic with the exception of its nectar, but it was not known at that time. In despair, the pair took refuge in the interior of one of these flowers. The predators lost them and left. When they came out of there, their injuries were healed, and that's how we discovered the properties of nectar. The fate often does things well," smiles Iwanai, turning to him. "I agree," he made. There was a moment of silence between them, Iwanai finally postponing his attention to his friend, kneeling in front of him. "I am happy to be here with you," he confided with a peaceful expression. "And we are happy that you are there. I would like to ask you something." "What?" he asked. Tie his head adorably to the side. "You have made huge efforts to learn our culture and customs very quickly, but I realize that we have not really done the same for you." "Is wrong," he smiles. "You have also learned from my culture and you accept it." "Yes, but I'm talking about more common things, like gestures or habits of your people. I thought about it when I saw your forehead adding to that of the other AIs which appeared." "Ikamera," he gently informed. "Yes, his name is complicated," he said, making him laugh. "It's true. We would have said a gesture. Maybe?" He hesitated. "It's more than that. For the AIs, adding and hugging the hands so is a gesture symbol of unity, of cohesion. A gesture which assures us that we are not alone, and that someone is there to support us, to hold on if necessary. Basically that means I'm here, with you, and I won't let you go. We can do it just in pairs or in the round with several," he said, a little sad. He was therefore touched when Tsute presented his hand to him as his mentor had done. He smiled, moved, and slowly added his palm to his, their 8 fingers intertwining. "Thank you," he said, the trembling voice. "If that can comfort you," he replied. "We can also use your habits, there is no reason." "And what are the attached fronts mean?" "Ace have an invisible telepathic link between them, but it is even stronger when we put our fronts against each other. It is a kind of spiritual communion for us, but we only do that with those who are very close to us. This reassuring, it feels good. It is a gesture of affection. I see. I imagine it wouldn't be the same with us? No, it would take a magic link, but... He hesitated. Understanding, Sute leaned towards him, presenting his forehead, and Iwanai had tears in his eyes when he grasped what he was doing. Tighten the hand a little more he was holding. He came to add his forehead to that of the hunter, closing his eyes to savor this contact. It was not like with his old people. There was no mental link, but the gesture alone was comforting. They thus remained in silence for a long time, Iwanai relaxing completely before retreating a little. Thank you, Tsute, he stammered. It's nothing, replied the hunter. I would also like to learn more about the simple life of the AIAIs. I would show you if you want, he assured Happy that he is interested in it. I would be delighted. We should come back now. It's soon time to eat. Iwanai approved, and they took their respective mounts to set off. They soon began to bicker gently, the thing ending in the race towards the village. A race which was obviously widely won by Ethii, who landed in a rush in the village, hopping with fun with his rider laughing at his victory. Tsute still far behind. However, he froze clear, paralyzing himself while his eyes fell on something he did not want to see. There, a little further, several dreamwalkers were there with children, Neytiri and Silwanen. They also fixed it with breathtaking, eagerly observing it. He stretched a little more, a terrible terror flowing in him while he felt panic invade him. He didn't even hear his mount to roar with threat to them before leaping to take him far from it. Tsute barely had time to see him disappear in the house tree when he finally arrived. He immediately understood when he saw the demons, closing completely. He immediately jumped on the ground, leaving towards the hiding place of Iwanai at the top of the tree, knowing that he would probably go there. When he got there, it was to find his friend trembling compulsively, rolled in a ball between the legs of Ethii, moaning with concern. He approached slowly, calm. Iwanai, everything is fine. Nothing will happen to you. Tsute. He groaned pitifully by raising his head towards him. Come by that, he said, opening his arms. It didn't take more so that Iwanai threw himself against him, trembling with fear. He hugged it with warmth, protective and quiet to soothe it. Do not worry, we will never let them approach or do anything to you as promised. You have nothing to fear. They saw me, he moaned. We have already invented an excuse, you know. It will be fine. We won't let them hurt you. It's a sworn. So calm down. I would protect you. I am afraid, he whispered. I can't help it. I know. It's nothing. You have the right to be afraid. It's normal. But you are not alone and we are there with you. I'm here and I won't leave you. So calm down. He felt Iwanai to hide a little more against him and he tightened his embrace, promising to protect the one who took more and more space in his life and for whom he already had so much affection. To follow, Audragon, Green NA6, Chapter 6, Green NA6. To say that Grace and his team had been surprised by what they had just seen was an understatement. They had come to the village unexpectedly and suddenly. They had seen this Thanator and his rider arise. The thing was already extraordinary. The Gnostics rising these extremely rare creatures, but this Gnostics itself was most unusual. The skin tinged with shades of unique dark greens. At their sight, the NA6 had immobilized and its mount had groaned them, making them go back several steps. A second later, the animal was spinning, disappearing in the house tree with its strange master. Tsute had landed on it with a pali, as if he had continued the Thanator. He looked happy as we rarely saw, but he quickly resumed his seriousness and his usual gravity to their sight, jumping from his mount to go in the same direction as the predator. They remained speechless, Grace finally turning to Silwanen with a certain excitement in the face of this new discovery. Who was it? She asked. Green NA6? She said. You should contact my mother or father if you want to talk about him. She replied. It is under their protection. He hadn't taken him more to go to the Tsahik refuge in order to ask for information about this strange green being. Amoet received her gently, as always, and she sat down with her. I just saw one thing, she began. A green Gnostics rising a Thanator. Iwanai, she informed, knowing that the people of heaven did not know the true name of their brother. Where do he come? Iwanai is Omaticea. She replied, not to understand. I had never seen it before. She noticed. The family of Iwanai were travelers. They had been going from tribe for years to learn and transmit their knowledge. They had left before the arrival of your people here. Iwanai has returned now. I see him? Talk to him? It will not be possible, she replied seriously, calming her enthusiasm. For what? I would like to talk to him, he is obviously special. Grace, Iwanai lost his whole family in the fights with your people, she said, cooling it considerably. He's alone now. This is why he returned to his family here and me and my companion watches on him. He has actually been there for a good time, but he has hidden from you because you scare him and you are the ones who have deprived him of his own. He doesn't want to be in contact with you. So let the quiet please. I see, she set out. I understand. Can I ask you why it is this color? Iwanai was born as well, she said simply. A genetic anomaly perhaps? She said, receiving an interrogative look. On Earth, some children are born different because of genetic anomalies. This can give skin, hair, or unusual eyes. It's very rare, but it happens. Are there other Nasics in his case? Show that I know, she replied. But Iwanai is no different from us if not its color. Well sure, she smiles. I certainly don't want to insult her. His difference intrigues me. Iwa certainly has his reasons for having done so. It rides a Thanator. Iwanai is of great strength and it is very close to our nature and our mother. Iwa saw fit to offer him a partner accordingly. Is he a hunter? No, Iwanai is not violent. He does not fight and does not hunt. He studies the art of treating and Sahik's ways. Tahik? It is very rare for a male. But it is a natural path for him even if he is not intended to become truly. Would you still ask him if he would accept a blood test or just a quick sample? I would like to study its particularity. Grace, give up this idea. Iwanai does not want to have to do with your people for anything. I would ask you not to try to approach him or to speak to him. Leave it in peace. She nodded, disappointed. She saw this for the first time, curious to discover where this strange color came from on Na6. It looked a bit like the phenomenon of albinos or other for humans, the thing quite possible for Nasics also when we saw this kind of exception in all species. Only, Emoat was rarely so serious and uncompromising in his answers. So she knew that it was not necessary to insist too much, not wanting to lose access to the village once again. Only, it was also not decided to lose an opportunity to study this novelty. Maybe in a while she could try her luck. After this rapid meeting with the people of the sky, it was difficult to bring Iwanai back down from his hiding place. Emoat had to rise reassuring him and explaining to him that Grace took his particularity for a genetic anomaly, and that she had not a second called into question their history, as planned. We managed to calm him down. I took in promising him that he would prevent walkers from coming to import him. He therefore resumed his daily life, trying not to do too much, taking care not to find himself by chance in the presence of the earthlings. He had started to spend a lot of time alone with Tsute to talk about the AIAIs, their habits, their gestures, their customs, and often, the hunter used what he was teaching him with him to comfort him. He often presented her hands and forehead, these much more beneficent gestures than Iwanai would have believed him for his heart, and for that, he was infinitely grateful to his friend. Iwanai continued his regular magic meditation sessions, a lot of Omaticea coming to admire this with joy without getting bored. The time passing, it became current that some, the youngest the first, come to claim his wisdom, questioning him about nature and Iwa to try to see them through his eyes. He was always happy to answer, and that made him feel good, treating an injury from his past as an ignored and flouted teacher. The Na6 listened to him very carefully, with confidence, applying his lessons, recognizing for his teachings, and it was good. That day was a day of play. The day before, the hunters had made a very good hunt, and today they relaxed. They were gathered by the river with apprentice hunters. Other young people and Iwanai had joined them. Things had turned to fun in the water, the laughing laughs. Iwanai was not to be outdone, using a little magic to splash everyone, which he was done well, the youngest throwing themselves on him to put him in the water. His body of Nasics had tightened his ties with the clan, the contacts and the games much simpler, when he was not likely to be broken in two by a false movement. Iwanai laughed out, happy when he had just thrown Tsute, Peril and Aslan in the water, the youngest laughing at them. When he froze net, a strange sensation tightening his heart. His gaze was lost in the vague while he was carrying a hand to his chest, concentrating to seek what was going on. The feeling intensified until it turns into real pain and he grimacted. He finally understood that it came from nature, from Iwa to which he was now firmly connected. He staggered, stretching himself, breathing more brutally, and he felt a strong arm wrapped around him to support him. "Sude, Iwanai," called this one. "Iwanai, what's going on?" The hunter was the first to realize the discomfort of their brother, on which he always had an attentive eye. So he had not failed to see him freeze suddenly, his gaze being vague and vague. He had brought a hand to his chest before starting to sink, and he had not thought, leaping towards him, worried when he saw him grimace in pain. He wrapped an arm around him, bringing him near his own body to support him. "Iwanai," he called then that everyone focused their attention to them. "What's it? I hurt," he said. "Come, we get out of the water," he said, driving it on the bank. Iwanai followed the movement, clinging to him a little, shaking his teeth while the feeling grew, weighing down his breathing. His friend quickly took him out of the river to sit on a rock, crouching in front of him. All joined them, surrounding their brother whose face was marked with pain. They saw him close their eyes as if to concentrate. His breathing in front of noisy while slight tremors took him, the sweaty sweat on his forehead. "Iwanai, what happens to you?" asked Aslan. The people of the sky injured the earth and touched a vein of energy from Iwa by digging their minds, he stammered. "I feel it," he said, tending them. He groaned and hugged his teeth, leaning forward. "We bring you back to the village to see Tsahik," decreed Tsute. He presented his back to his brother, gently catching his arm to carry him, Peril and Aslan helping him. Iwanai clung to him without complaining, putting his head in his neck as he took his legs to maintain him. The hunter then straightened up, taking his brother to the home tree to bring him back. Her little brother left to warn Amoat, and the time they arrived with her, Tsahik was already waiting for them. She asked Tsute to gently deposit her charge, Peril caregiver, and they assured. Iwanai in the foam, moving near him, asking him to explain what he felt. The chopped voice, Iwanai explained that the people of the sky had dug the earth and hit a significant vein of energy, injuring the nature to which he was now strongly connected, feeling the wound. Tsahik understood, asking Galreed, who had run to seek painkillers and a relaxant, advising to protect his trying to relax and stay calm. She settled alongside her, telling the hunters and children that they could only stay with him and help him spend this moment, hoping that it would calm down alone. Silwanen had quickly arrived, staying with Iwanai to help him. Itukin and many others had come to see what was going on, worried about their brother, angry with the people of heaven. Oloikton had sent a few hunters to see what was going on. It was suspected that the mines had still been enlarged. The remedies had allowed him to better endure the episode and to relax, all surrounding it. It took almost 3 hours before the crisis calmed down, Iwanai finally relaxing completely, still trembling a little but breathing better. He looked exhausted, and we let Gulraid come to make sure he was fine. The healer offered him to drink, then insisting that he went to rest a little, and Tsute made him take him to a quiet location so that he could recover. When the hunters returned, the hypothesis of the advancement of the mines had confirmed. The event gently put anger towards the people of the sky in some, the Omaticea hardly appreciating the damage to their mother, their nature, and their brother, who now felt the effects by his incredible link with their world. In the weeks who followed, we saw this kind of episode renewing themselves several times. Iwanai admitting that he had already felt discomfort and oppressions before, slight pain, more and more with its opening and its growing link with Iwa and nature. Only, at most, he reinforced his relationship with Iwa. The more he felt all this, and today, it was more harshly translated into his home. Ararat tested him, accusing him of having said nothing before, asking him for warning them now when he happened to him something like this. All began to watch this at home. Sometimes Iwanai had only discomfort and oppressions, and sometimes he was taken from pain, forcing him to rest. However, this did not prevent him from continuing to live perfectly normally. Tsute had asked him if he had already experienced these kinds of things in the past, surprised by the calm with which he took this. They were isolated in a cocoon of plants and flowers, quiet, in one of these places where I felt good. They did this more and more often in the evening to talk about everything and nothing, the customs of the AIAIs. They did it again tonight, seated next to each other in a cocoon of natural light. It had taken a while for the mage to answer. He had put his legs against him, and the hunter had subtly approached to offer him his support by feeling him darken. I had leaned towards him, putting his head on his shoulder. Sir Earth, I had an extremely deep link with my mother, he began the low voice. Like all the AIAIs, we have felt years and years during the decline, injuries, and Gaia's agony, he said, the voice almost extinct. It was abominable to perceive, as seeing the death of our whole world approach slowly, irretrievably, without being able to do anything, without being able to help it or just relieve it. And it was not like seeing an ordinary death coming, since we knew that there would be no place of rest for our mother. It was an end in the strict sense of the term. An end for our mother, for us. We felt his pain so much. She kept her greatly so as not to hurt us too much, but it was still, it was indescribable atrocity, he said, nestling against the hunter who came to surround him with a strong arm. As painful as it may seem to you, Iwa's pains are very far from the one I used to feel. It is still very strong, powerful, not yet weakened in the world, full of energy and vigor. So this is not at all the same effect. I know that it is not yet true for its existence, that these injuries are relatively harmless and that they will heal. It helps me stay calm and quiet in the face of that, even if it worries me. Excuse me. I have to seem heartless to see the situation as well. No, I understand. You saw worse. What I would really like to know is if you can live it a second time. He asked carefully. Even if we are still far from what your mother has undergone. How do you feel about this? He hesitated. It hurts, he said low, curling up a little more on himself while tears rose to him. I feel like I am falling back into my nightmares. Touched by the pain of his voice, Sute tightened his embrace around him, his tail dragging naturally around the green nossix which rushed a little more against his flank. I don't want to relive this anymore. I don't want to see the Moroker injuring Iwa as they injured Gaia, he whispered. The hunter remained silent, not knowing that to tell him and not wanting to promise him things that he could not. He dreamed of seeing the people of heaven from their world to leave them in peace, but we were far from that, and unfortunately, we were also very far from getting their damage. So he did his best to comfort Iwanai. He never showed it to others, but with this kind of discussion, he knew how much this could be a nightmare for him. And he swore to watch over him, to watch over his morale and give him moments of discussion, comfort and appeasement to help him manage. Life continued quietly, Iwanai managing the discomforts caused by the people of the sky and their damage to this world, his clan helping him a lot. If he continued to learn carefully, he was now educated enough to be a truly healer, and he helped in this in the life of the tribe, even if he specialized again and always in animals and plants. So he was doing little real treatments, preferring to prepare for remedies and plants, enjoying these calm moments when he worked alone. He also continued his teachings with Tsahik, absorbing this knowledge as a sponge, evolving very quickly. Emoat loved him to teach him but also to learn with him when he could bring them a lot. She now said that he would make a big Tsahik. He learned everything from the slightest song with the most complicated rite, and he understood them and their goals, their impacts like no one, feeling energies and interactions with Iwa. He was extraordinary in this role in everyone's eyes. Itukin had also asked him if he wanted to teach the youngest or those who wanted him, with his experience. He had accepted with joy, really becoming a professor for the youngest. He told them about their mother, their nature, animals, interactions of each other, and children loved him for that, marveling what he taught them. Over time, the news that Audragon Macto had revealed herself in the various tribe, and we lived from visitors to meet him, to meet the protecting him from Iwa, whose history was slowly known among all the NA6. It was with joy that Iwanai welcomed them, and all showed him immense respect. First of all thanks to its link with Casey, but also with Ethii, then thanks to its history, its link with Iwa, and finally by its obvious wisdom when you got to know it. He had been delighted when a group of the Takami clan had come, with a healer poured into his art, wanting to take advantage of the trip to bring certain plants. Iwanai had offered to help him in his harvest in exchange for some answers to his questions. The Takami were the scientists of the NA6 poured into chemistry, in the way of making and designing remedies, and he wanted to ask a few questions. Finally, he was entitled to real learning. AKTI was happy to teach a student so applied and enthusiastic. But it was not that AKTI with whom he got along very well in this group. There was also Nak and Alaxi Nari. He met one for the first time, easily feeling his particularity. An elected official of Iwa, one eye and one hand for her, capable of interacting with her much more powerfully than the other Nasics. It was still far from the level of connection of Iwanai but above the other NA6. It was a very rare, almost unique status on certain occasions. He immediately heard very of him. A courageous, kind and willing character. Nak had also recognized him, explaining that Iwa told him that he was there. He had been very pleasant and friendly with him. Immense respect. He spent very good moment with the Takami, who finally stayed longer than expected, and he met people well during this period. The months paraded, and with them, the discomfort due to the wounds inflicted on this world by the people of the sky. The thing darkened the hearts of many Omaticea as much by the suffering caused to their brother and their mother. Iwanai easily perceived the growing animosity of some. He felt it in particular at Silwanin, who went from calm and sweet to warrior and Avangress. He was trying to appease his heart as best, but he did not fully succeed. Finally, the eldest daughter of Itukin and Emoat had stopped going to the school of grace, angry with the people of heaven. And then one day the worst had arrived. Iwanai got up this morning with a ball in the stomach, an incomprehensible concern hugging him. He had had a bad pre-assessment. Anxious, he had taken refuge in his hiding place in the house tree with Casey and Ethii, as he always did in his moments of anxieties. He preferred to isolate himself so as not to worry the overprotective clan with him, not to annoy his friends. Sometimes they realized it and joined him to keep him company, gently repressing him not to tell them. But they also understood that it was in its nature. He had been able to disappear discreetly this time, rising high in the leaves, where there was like a cave of branches and bark in a large branch of the colutral that was the huge tree. When he put himself there with his two partners, they could blame each other. Iwanai systematically found himself between the two predators, in a warm and soothing, reassuring cocoon. He had once again hidden there, although the whole clan knew that it was his refuge. However, his intimacy was respected when he came to his hiding place, only those who were closest to him allowing him to join. He was trying to appease this concern that took her chest and stretched all his muscles, hoping that she would go, expecting to see a new discomfort perhaps stronger than the previous ones. It was however much worse than that. Shouts suddenly tearing his ears, cries that were not physical, cries that his link with Iwa made him hear. Howls of pain, suffering, fear, panic. These sensations became physical for him, and he grabbed his ears and his head, curling, swinging and screaming in turn. However, he did not realize it, plunged into a projected vision. The vision of the school of people of heaven, children, worship machines. There were shots, blood, death. Everything was erratic in his panicked mind as much as Iwa was in the face of what was nothing less than the massacre of children. He attended this nightmare helpless before the projection suddenly stopped, shaking it harshly when it came back to reality, the body trembling, the spirit numb. Iwanai, Iwanai, called a panicked voice. He blinked by the eyelids, realizing that his eyes were full of tears, that his breathing was disorderly, and that he was shaking with all his members. Galreed was leaning over him, Emoet not far away, Araat behind them. He wanted to open his mouth, only a painful groan passing his lips while mental and physical suffering struggled to reflect. Iwanai, do you hear us? Asked Sahik, very worried. The school, he stammered. They attacked the school, he said, freezing them with horror. Children, he said desperately. Tell on him, ordered Emoet, straightening up to leave. The couple approved, being afraid of grasping what could happen. Galreed entrusted Iwanai to her partner Time to get the remedies they used in this kind of case. Several Omaticea waited a little lower, the cry of their reasoning brother in the home tree having alerted a lot of people. He barely looked at them, going to get what he needed to help, the one he considered a son now. He came back quickly, asking others not to go up for the moment. To appease Iwanai a little, he found his partner who cajolized the mage in tears, rolled in a ball against her when she had made her put his head on her lap, his two partners around them. He came to give him the remedies as delicately as possible, then attracting him into a strong embrace, trying to comfort him at best. They thus stayed in a long time, dark, the couple trying to appease Iwanai collapsed still crying. And then suddenly, the mage recovered on his feet without a word, shocking a little, his face full of tears. Casey approached without him claiming it, and he jumped on his back with eagerness, making the link in a usual gesture before diving into the void with him. The couple followed him out to understand that he was going to the ground. It was in a rush that he arrived at the foot of the house tree, where the crying reasoned the cries of despair, where we had just brought the young victims of the attack. The atmosphere was so heavy and painful, a lot of Omaticea collapsed in front of this show, the parents annihilated. Iwanai swept the scene of the eyes, shocked, flashbacks superimposed on what he saw, the feelings mixing, far too similar. Why had it always had to end up in blood, violence, and death? Each tear, each cry pierced his heart and soul, while I was tears for her children. His suffering always accompanied his in his mind. He literally dropped from the back of Casey, who groaned by sticking against him with delicacy, feeling his pain, trying to comfort him. He relying on him, failing to undo the link, his partner holding what was left of his reason in the face of all this. And then he saw it, Akia, this little one he knew well to be his teacher. She had taken bullets, installed on a stretcher, seeming dead, wept by her parents. But it was not yet, and it was the electroshock he needed. There were more or less serious injuries which were taken care of with urgency, and he separated from Casey and rushed in turn, first towards Akia on the verge of death. He made his parents jump when he threw himself on his knees near her, immediately using his magic to remove the balls, and try to save her. Feeling that another child was treated was not far from getting out too. He closed his eyes, extending his mind and his magic to all the wounded around him, concentrating, acting to treat them. He couldn't do anything for the dead. He could not do anything for Silwanen, of whom he tried to ignore the corpse a little further, like the groaning of distress of Amoet and Neytiri near her, the pain of Itukin radiating from his being stretched to the extreme, like that of all the present, that of Tsute collapsed on his knees in the face of this vision. He tried to focus on those who needed him and that he could save, also trying to comfort Iwa by their link, trying to be strong and not to let go. He focused on his task, ignoring everything else. It was a certain relief for him when he felt that he could save those who had survived, even Akia. Around him, his magic full of support, comfort, strength and intention of care and protection, bathed the places of a sweet aura goldening the slightest scratch of those who stood there. He did not know how long it took him to treat them, and although the operation was much less trying now than when it had been saved Ave and Iolak, this time there were several people to treat and exhaustion quickly gained ground on him, greatly helped by his own trying experience of the attack. When he finished, ceasing, absorbing his magic, he no longer heard neither the tears of distress, nor the thanks of the parents of those he had been able to save. It collapsed purely and simply, not feeling its strong arms which caught it and brought it against a solid body. He nestled instinctively against this benefit, exhausted, bruised, emptied of his physical and mental forces. He closed his eyes when a hand came to caress his hair with delicacy, encouraging her at rest, and he gave in to it. It was almost desperately that Tsute was holding Iwanai, who fell asleep against him. He observed the slow movement of his breathing, reassuring himself that he was alive with the warmth of his body, slowly taking hold of his contact. His magic, full of consolation and sweetness, had helped her to rehash. She had helped to appease a little well of the world around them, but seeing him weaken in his care, he could not help rushing towards him. He held him now, calming himself when he saw him sleeping simply, breathing slowly. The event was a huge shock and immense pain for the clan. We finally learned that Silwanen and some young hunters had attacked the machines of the people of the sky who had replied, pursuing them. They had taken refuge in school, believing that thanks could protect them. But that had not been the case, and the soldiers had killed hunters like several children. After that, Oloikton forbidden that his people return to school, prohibited access to the village and their territory to foreigners under penalty of death. Iwanai had taken many hours to wake up, surrounded by many Omadikeya tight against him, mostly children, to comfort themselves. Sute, warriors and hunters had gathered to talk about what they were going to do, measures to take. Others were responsible for taking care of the children who had experienced the attack, traumatized, others of the dead, all the wounded healed by Iwanai. When the time of funeral ceremonies arrived, Emoet and Neytiri was so devastated by the loss of Silwanen that Iwanai took on him to drive the rites. He had already experienced it since he was there, but for natural deaths which clearly did not have the same impact as these. He therefore led the rites in place of Tsahik and his daughter, bringing together his strength to hold everyone. In the end, he added his touch, feeling the imperative need after this tragedy. So he had used his magic and he sang in the language of the AIs as they did to accompany the souls of the dead and appease those of the living. Everyone had been killed to listen to it while its soft and comforting energy had completely bathed the village, a consolter in this event. The animals and nature he even had you and he had even felt Iwa's attention on him. He had sung at length with his magic and when it had ended, his hearts had been a little peaceful. Neytiri had come to hug him and he had hugged him, trying to console her as he could despite his own heart in the crumb. The times that had followed had been very dark and if Iwanai had warned the clan in this ordeal, we had ended up realizing that he had himself been deeply injured and touched. He was isolating himself to collapse alone in tears. He made terrible nightmares again. The hunters of which he was very close had started to surround him to take him to fly more often to help him. Sute even more attentive than usual, and he spent his nights with Araat and Galreed, tightened with each other. A few months after that, Iwanai celebrated his 2 years with the Omadikeya, although nobody was really careful, not even him. After the school attack, tensions with the people of heaven had greatly increased, but Itukin had tempered the reactions of his people, fearing a massacre in the event of war. Somehow life had resumed its short. Iwanai began to spend more and more time in the forest, taking advantage of splendid and strong nature. He was flying with Casey, he would run with Ethii or he went alone, climbing in the trees, swimming in lakes and rivers. Sometimes we came with him. Sute often did it. As Neytiri he had approached very much after the death of his sister. But there were as many others who came and he sometimes took children to long hikes, often turning into a lesson and then in play. He spent a lot of time in nature, teaching others, helping the clan as he could. He always studied and tirelessly, curious about everything. He had started to create his own remedies or other things. In recent times we had started to ask him why he was not a companion or a companion. He had known for a while how it worked among the NA6, how pairs were formed, that same-sex couples existed and were not uncommon for the NA6. The only important thing for them being Iwa's blessing through Tsahelu. All in, Omadikeya respected and loved Iwanai very much, who had an immense place in their people by everything they were. It was obvious that many would have been delighted to receive a mating request from him. Only Iwanai did not get closer to anyone this way, gently pushing the advances that could be made. He simply said that he was not yet ready for that and we respected his choice, understanding. He was not yet thinking of a couple and the Omadikeya had understood. On the day's parading, we saw the ancient AIs calming more and more. If he had his place in the clan, it took him a while to really accept that he was really part of it, that he was Nasix and Omadikeya, but it ended up coming. Slowly he was quiet, made his morning, and he had finally succeeded when one day, he had gone to the Tree of Voices with Emoat and that by connecting to him, he had felt the presence of his own souls with Iwa. This had deeply comforted, peaceful and touched, allowing him to advance a little more. Since then, he had come back to this place to feel the presence of his old people, that always doing him good. However, he forced himself not to do it too often or too long when Tsahik explained to him at length that it was not necessary to live with the dead but with the living. He had agreed, and he was therefore paying attention to the mourning, or the comfort of a visit does not turn into dependence. That morning as often, a good part of the tribe was at the river to wash and take care of each other. After 3 years, Iwanai finally agreed to let himself go completely when we wanted to take care of him. Araat had just rebuilt her neural braid, then leaving to help Galreed to make hers, having fun with her childish complaints so that she also comes to take care of him. Iwanai had smiled at their classic little scene for them. Ararat and Galreed had been together for a very long time now, and they were still as close and in love, accomplices. Looking at them every day, he started to say that it could be good to have someone too. "Can I braid your hair?" asked a voice coming out of his thoughts. He turned his gaze to see Tsute, who came to take his place behind him. He smiles, delighted with this idea. He loved the presence of the hunter, his strength, the protection and the attention he surrounded him. He was really a good person in his eyes, and he watched over him with this sweet look that was warm in the heart. Neytiri really was lucky to have him for the future companion, all the more when we saw the care of which he surrounded the girl. She was always attentive to her, listening, watching, protecting her, surrounding her with charming little attentions, going to fly with her when she loved it, helping her train, sometimes teasing her to amuse her and make her smile. He had supported it enormously for the loss of Silwinin. She was very lucky, and he was convinced that the pair would make an excellent ruling couple for the Audragon. But he couldn't be jealous. Tsute devoted him a lot of time to him too, attentive and attentive. He was his confidant now, his best friend, the one who reassured him when he was afraid, who comforted him when he was bad. He therefore nodded at his request, relaxing with his strong presence behind him. Once his neural braid has done, he still had a beautiful mass of free and long hair that his brothers and sisters always had a pleasure to style, adding the ornament made of his old feathers he loved. He closed his eyes when Tsute's fingers started to walk slowly on his head. The hunter slowly accomplishes his task, smiling a little, and Iwanai took full advantage of it, relying a little against his legs, completely relaxing with him as always. He could have fell asleep there, against him, without any problem. But Casey had not seemed to agree, landing in the middle of the river, splashing several Nasics, acting in his direction with excitation as he did when he wanted to go and fly with him. It amused everyone, and Iwanai Ria. Tsute finished what he was doing, teasing him on the sometimes childish character of his legendary mount. That did not prevent him from accepting when his brother proposed to come and fly with them, and soon they had left for some air acrobatics. The passing time had not improved the relationships between Nasics and people of the sky, quite the contrary. Thanks to Augustine kept wanting to negotiate to be able to come back, but she did nothing as much with her family as with the Audragon. The tensions climbed slowly, and the people of the sky continued their destruction. Iwanai always had discomfort, and nothing was improving. For some time now, Iwanai has felt a strange feeling coming from Iwa, as a kind of anticipation of decision she had made. She did not seem certain herself, a little stressed, and he had trouble grasping what she wanted to do or what was going on. A new group of Earthlings had arrived 2 days before and wondered if it had a report, if she had decided to do something. He had spent his day thinking about it, perceiving in the energies of his adopted mother that something was going to happen, something she considered very important. It was imminent, and it was in the evening that he understood. The night had fallen, and he had settled in a quiet corner of the village, surrounded by light plants, to think about all of this. His mind had derived a little, his attention paid to a small kenten which slowly frightened on his arm, which he had folded to look at him. Like many Nasics, he loved these little lizards swirling, very beautiful to watch. However, he had difficulty hovering them himself when the little beings never afraid to the point of fleeing with him. They preferred to come and ask themselves on him, knowing that nothing would hurt them in this place, that he would protect them. All animals acted so with him. However, he jumped, completely disinterested in the small animal, by feeling agitation in the village. A stranger, a earth life, was there, he felt it. He was surrounded by the presence of hunters and warriors, Neytiri and Tsute among them. He remained surprised. Itukin had prohibited the arrival of a foreigner. They had to be slaughtered if they approached the house tree, so why was this one? He was even more disturbed when he felt that Iwa had attention for the intruder, that she had enthusiasm towards him, that she appreciated it. He remained amazed, however, understanding that he had the reason for this, that he perceived at the moment. But why? Why was Iwa focusing on a earth life? Why did she seem to have hope with him, a project? He didn't know anything, but that was enough for him to go see. despite the throbbing fear he always felt towards the people of heaven. He came out of his hiding place, welcoming Ethei with joy who came to him. He climbed on his back, sighing when Sahelu transmitted the strength and protection offered by his partner to him. They then set off for the main square to which everyone converged, the agitation perceptible from afar. When he arrived in view of the scene, it was to discover a dream walker who seemed to have been put to the test by the forest, covered with cuts, the clothes in ruins. He was run by a hunter, the whole village gathering when he was brought in front of Itukin, to which Tsute spoke. Neytiri made the stranger stop before coming to greet her father, who went down to approach her, Tsute behind him shooting the foreigner. He circumvented the world to approach the back of his friend, hardly wanting to approach the earthmark. He looked at Oloikton, gauging the foreigner, radiating apprehension and stress despite his apparent insurance. Ethei leaps to arise in the back of Tsute, rumbling on the walker, who heard sharply, backing up several steps to fall on his buttocks. Many laughed at his reaction, mocking himself a little while he stared at the predator, his eyes frantically over his entourage. When he realized that he was the only one to panic, he understood that there was perhaps no danger, calming himself as he could get up. He then spotted Iwanai, surprised to see him on the animal's back, among other things. Their gaze clung, and Iwanai knew what kind of person he had before him. He only knew how to think. Tandoned in the presence and under the gaze of the foreigner, he broke the contact, descending from the back of Ethei to stay against his flank, leaving their link. His partner wrapped a little around him without clogging his sight, protector, and he lives. Tsute and Itukin put between him the walker, Oloikton postponing his attention to the earthlings. This creature, why are you bringing it here? He asked his daughter severely. I was going to kill him, she replied, but there was a sign of Iwa. I said, no dream walker must come here. He recalled hard when everyone listened. What is he saying? Gently asked the foreigner, sheeped but curious. We smell my nose, complained the chef, triggering some mockery. What is he saying? Asked for the walker. My father decides whether or not to kill you, informing Neytiri. Tun father? He noted, looking at Itukin and his daughter in turn. Enchanted sir, he said, advancing towards him and stretching his hand. Iwanai jumped and took a little more against his Paleolucan, feeling the presence of Casey in the branches above, ready to fall to foreigners. His partner roared against the demon while the hunters jumped on him to make him go back, shouting on him. He was quickly immobilized. Itukin took a look at his protecting that trembled against his mount, quickly breathing frightened and anxious. Dit! Intervened Sahik, descending from the homemade tree and calming everyone. I'm going to examine this foreigner, she said, advancing towards him. She observed her carefully, Neytiri explaining to her who she was, what her role was, the foreigner naively asking who was Iwa, which she interpreted the will. Emoet turned him around, analyzing him quickly, touching him. What is your name? She asked, returning to him. Jake Sully, he humbly replied. Sahik scrutinized him before stinging him with his needle, tasting his blood to get more information. There was a moment of silence during which she reflected. Iwanai also scrutinizing this Jake carefully. Why did you come to us? Asked Emoet. To learn, he replied. Iwanai knew that he was lying on the field. Not totally, but he was not there to learn in the sense that we would hear him said, not in the sense that the NA6 would understand. Information, that was what he wanted, and he was easily guessed when he only knew the mentality of the earthlings too well. We have tried to teach those of your people, noticed Sahik, by putting down their tool. It is very hard to fill a cup which is already full. My cup is empty, he said. Believe me. Asked Dr. Augustine. I am not a scholar, he quipped. So who are you? I was a navy. A warrior of the Shaved Skull clan, he said, provoking agitation in the assembly. Agitation that has repercussions on Iwanai. The navies, he had to do to them on Earth, and he really did not keep a good memory of it. He trembled. Ethei rumbled against the source of his stress while he snuggled against him, breathing heavily, trying to master his fear. He ends up dropping on the ground to roll into a ball, the predator putting himself a little above him, protective. Seeing this, Galreed and Ariat joined him, coming to bend near him to surround him. He saw Itukin, Moet, Tsute and Neytiri among many others to give him worried looks, and he tried to reassure them with a trembling smile. A warrior? His friend was laughed. I can kill him easily, he said, putting himself between him and Iwanai as if to tell him that he would kill him for him. This is the first dream walker warrior we see, noticed Itukin, stopping it. We have to know more about it. He turned to Iwanai, questioning him, and all the attention turned to him. Taking an inspiration to give himself courage, he got up, accepting the strong arm of Galreed around him, as supported by Ethii to whom he was still linked and who stuck against him. Fleas are very good warriors, he began, feeling the heavy look from abroad on him. It was very long ago on Earth they were known to fight for freedom, for peace. They were among the best, fighting on land, at sea and in the sky. They existed well before my birth. They went everywhere. He may not seem like it, perhaps he has not yet had time to adapt to this body and this world, but it is not to be taken lightly. Today they are no longer as honorable as they were in the past. It is more mercenaries obeying people to be unscrupulous who engage and pay them. They are without faith or law, without honor. They were among those who decimated the AIs, he said, stretching the whole clan. They are not trustworthy. They are the ones who brought me here, who shot me, who fight against you. Only this one has the attention of Iwa, he noticed, surprising them. I don't know why, but she expects something from him. There was a moment of silence. Moet observing the stranger again before finally resuming. A girl will teach you our uses, she said to this one who was angry, to speak and to walk like us. Why? It's not fair, grumbled Neytiri and quickly rebuilt by his mother. It's decided, she said, turning to the walker. My daughter will teach you our uses. Learn Jake Sully well, and we will see if it is possible to cure you from your madness. He obediently and quickly approved. Neytiri took him without sweetness. Annoyed. He disappeared from the sight of others, and Iwanai again dropped on his knees, trembling, breathing brutally, trying to calm down. Tsute ran to him like many, falling in front of him and putting his hands on his shoulders. We will not let him approach, he swore fiercely. He won't touch you. Iwanai smiles with him with gratitude, fixing himself on him to calm down a little. Sahik came to kneel near him, waiting for him to calm down completely before talking to him. What Iwa tells you about it? It's blurred. It's like she wanted to try something with him. He has a good background, it seems. I also know that even humans who have good funds can make big nonsense under the influence of other ill-intentioned stupidity by stupidity, because they do not think and think only of them. Humans are morally, spiritually lazy. They think about having hurt when they think. I don't know what Iwa wants to do with him, but she led him here. I don't like that at all, but she wants. We continue in this way with him. I can only advise us too much to be wary. We will keep an eye on him, assured Itukin. A little later at the meal, Iwanai was attracted to Tsute near him to reassure and secure him. Itukin was on the other side, Sahik with him. As usual, dinner was happy and singing, at least until Neytiri's arrival with his charge. Silence fell, all leading hostile looks towards the very clumsy walker as he crushed a tail, apologizing pitifully. Iwanai stretched terribly, getting closer to his friend, almost hiding behind him, and Tsute willingly lent himself, moving slightly to make a little more barrier in his body, hide it in the eyes of the stranger. Oloikton did the same, advancing a little, and he found himself right behind them, between them, glued against their strong statures. Neytiri had him sit down without gentleness, forced to go and get her himself eating, nobody wanting to extend anything to him. Despite everything, Iwanai felt that he accepted this hostility. So amazing. He was cautious, polite, rather humble and smiling as if to try not to cause any problems. He saw him discuss with an irradiating Neytiri of annoyance. At times he saw his gaze on him. Jake looked very curious about him, holding to observe him, maybe because of its color or frame. Neytiri reprimands him very quickly, ordering him to look elsewhere. Iwanai was not unhappy when she took her with her to go to bed, allowing her to breathe better. He also left Sute and the others appease it with caresses and promises of protections, gorging with their presence and their strength. He repeated himself in a loop in his head that everything would be fine, that Iwa would not have allowed the arrival of a torturer in the village. He was safe, he was safe. He nestled against Sute, deeply breathing and calming down. He accepted on the field when I took and offered to come and sleep with him and Amoet, happy that they offer him. It happened very regularly since, a moment, after the death of their elder, Neytiri had spent all his nights with them. When their mourning had appeased, she had regained independence and Iwanai had often replaced her to sleep with the couple, reassuring him enormously. Also that evening, it was huddled between the two chiefs of clan, locked in their arms, that he closed his eyes, feeling protected. The awakening had been very difficult for Jake Sully returning to his real body. It had taken him for a while to resume his senses. He then told his adventures to his very surprised comrades, thanks to the first finally going to eat with them, the thing turning to the fun now that all knew it healthy and sounds. Good humor also quickly settled at their table in the middle of the crowded refectory. The last thing we have seen, it is a navy ass disappearing in the brush with a giant predator leaping to catch him, having fun grace by making everyone laugh. It is not taught, it's innate, adds Jake smiling. If there is one thing that I have a lot of trouble conceiving, she said more seriously, is that the Omadikeya has chosen you. I fear the worst, she sighed, making others laugh. There was a bizarre guy, he said, intriguing him. Who? She asked with interest. A green Gnostics, he said. A green Gnostics? Norman raised as surprised as the others. This guy rose one of these big critters, he adds. There was a moment of silence, all waiting for Grace's response, which did not seem surprised. You met Iwanai, she noticed. I only crossed it once almost 3 years ago, she said. He was on his the nadir. You should know, Jake, that those who go up than Thanel are very rare among the NA6. This is something that it is worth them a lot of respect. It is an honor to have such a frame. This is proof of power because it is the most dangerous terrestrial predator in Pandora. I don't know much about Iwanai, but he is certainly very respected just for his mount among the Omadikeya. He has been under the protection of the leading couple since the loss of his family. They strictly forbidden us to approach it. How would be powerful? He laughed. He was trembling with fear, hid behind the others and behind his creature when I saw him. It has a good reason. His whole family was killed by our fools as soldiers. She sighed with some anger. This is why he doesn't want to have anything to do with us, and it is understandable. Eyes really green? Norman asked, very interested. It is of a very beautiful dark emerald green, smiles the scientist. He is tinged with all the nuances of the forest. Certainly a kind of genetic mutation such as albinos on Earth. There is no reason why it is not possible here. Amoet told me that he was born as well. NAVIs do not treat him differently for this. I would even say that he has a certain value for the clan. For what? Jake asked. Readier to see his mount already. Then he is under the protection of the leading couple, and there is his name. Iwanai. The first Gnostics that I meet named after Iwa. An immense honor. Its name means protected from Iwa. It's not nothing. It spoke when they decided what to do with me, he noticed. They all listened to him carefully, but I don't know what he said. It's just after they decided to keep me. Grace seemed to think about these revelations, looking at him seriously. I don't know much about him or what his role is in the clan, but he is certainly important. Amoet had told me that he learned the art of healers, but also Tsahik's ways. It is exceptional for a male to make this learning, but that more his name and the rest makes me say that he is not just anyone for the clan. Scrupulously respect what you will be told about him, but if you could learn more about him, I wouldn't say no. I would pay dear to be able to speak to him and take a sample to be able to study its particularity. It is unique. To follow. Audragon, Neytiri, Chapter 7, Neytiri. In the days following Jake's arrival at the Omadikeya, we saw Neytiri start to teach him, hard and rough with him. Iwanai was not at all at ease in his presence, leaving the village. When it was there, preferring the forest or the tunes. He was careful never to be visible in his eyes. It was not really difficult, the walker frankly blind to what surrounded him. Hiding from him was not complicated. He really met him only at meal, and he took refuge near Tsute, and I took in always protecting him. However, after a few days, he managed to have his fear through by feeling his presence. Curiosity took the upper hand, and he began to observe the learning of the land at a distance. Iwa encouraged him in this without he really understanding what she wanted. It was as if she wanted he gets closer to him, almost that he also teaches him. Only he was clearly not ready for that. He therefore observed it from afar, discovering it, trying to understand. Jake Sully was intriguing by the attention that Iwa gave him, and he wanted to know what she wanted to do with him. Remember contact between the people of the sky and the NA6? He doubted a little. Iwa knew that his world had no future infested by the Terrans. So what did she want? He didn't know anything about it. Despite his wisdom and power, Iwa and Nasix were still relatively naive with regard to the people of heaven, and especially their mentality far too far from their own principles and functioning. He had yet been able to see the tolerance and the opening of the Audragon. Terrians would never have welcomed Jake in this way in their place. He would have been locked up, tortured for information, and then killed without remorse. But he was so afraid that it turns against them, against his people. So he wanted to understand. Jake Sully did not really inspire him. In itself, he did not seem dangerous. He was very curious, amazed by many things. He did not relate to learning despite Neytiri's hardness. He was not afraid of much. Nothing seemed to put him off despite slight hesitation sometimes. He wanted to learn, and he did it, but he had also a lot of trouble understanding. He had a certain contempt for the NA6. I could almost hear him screaming ecolo bullshit. Sometimes. He had the impression that it was all this novelty around him that interested him more than anything else, like a temporary excitement in the face of unprecedented discovery. He sometimes looked like an enthusiastic child. He didn't feel him threatening, but he couldn't trust him either. He never was disrespectful towards the Audragon as a person. He seemed to have a good heart, determination, courage, strength, a certain righteousness, but he was as much human, earthly for Iwanai. He feared what Jake could be there. He probably didn't want to hurt. He didn't feel wickedness or bad intention in him. He only knew too well that the best intentions in the world could cause unnamed disasters because humans were poor fools who did not measure the scope of their actions and who did not take the others around them. It was therefore of the most skeptical, but perhaps Iwa wanted to take this good background, educate it, and teach him to try to use it later for the good of the people. It was all he saw. Perhaps a mediator who could do something with his people or at least help them. He doubted it works, but he would see. He would help Iwa do what she wanted, but he would watch as closely. It was absolutely out of the question to let the NA6 undergo the fate of the AIAIs, if only partially. He would never stand that. What was already going on was out of his tolerance. So he didn't know what to do with Jake Sully, and he tells himself that he would see what would happen, how things would evolve, but he would not let the Navy hurt his family. He therefore observed the lessons that man took, having fun with all his blunders. And he couldn't help but wonder what could happen in the soldier's head discovering this world and this culture very far from what he knew. It was hilarious to see his first attempts by Tsahelu to set up a pali while he invariably finished in the mud. Despite himself, he expects a little with him, Jake behaving like an obstinate and amazed teenager, sometimes in bad faith. Even Neytiri laughed at his blunders a few times. Tsute, when he never lacked an opportunity to make fun of him, clearly hostile like many Nasics. The days passed, the walker still learning in a respectable way everything that Neytiri taught him, evolving, reinforcing his body. Despite everything, Iwanai only saw him assimilating the warrior and adventurous aspects, always airtight to the mentality of their spirituality. He was more the type to want sensations. This was confirmed, moreover, when Neytiri presented Seas to him, explaining to him what the hunters were, the Ikran Makto. He had attended that, hidden a little further. He had seen in the eyes of man this furious desire to fly when he had watched him do it around him. A desire he knew well. It was necessary to admit that the walker worked hard and did not spare his efforts. There was also in him a pleasure, as a found freedom which he could not determine the origin. On the other hand, it was a disaster to learn the NA6 language. A month after his arrival, He still failed to understand the relationship that the Na6 had with nature, animals, still not conceiving the existence of Iwa. However, he sought to grasp, and Iwanai could only greet this opening. Jake had finally asked Demoet to let her come back to the village, and after some discussions, she had accepted. Once again, Iwanai was not comfortable on this subject, but Iwa was. Okay, he was trying to be quiet. His adopted mother certainly did not want them badly, but he would remain cautious. The true nature of the Earthlings always remained in his memory, and he was unable to soften on this subject after having seen what they had done on Earth, what they had done to his people. He had nevertheless been touched to see the happiness of young people to see the Walker again, saying that she should not be so bad to have this sweet look for them. He began to observe him too, and he did not miss his curious and greedy look at him when they met at meals. However, he did not deign to give him visible attention, remaining away. He had learned that she was asking questions about him, but also that nobody said anything to him, letting him decide what the people of heaven could or not to learn from him. None of the two walkers seemed to want them to be the slightest evil. On the contrary, however, they could do so by their naivety, their recklessness, their selfishness. There was also one thing that tickled him. He saw Neytiri expect more and more. His student change his behavior with him. He felt her attracted by his strong and good heart, by his courage, by his character, and he was afraid of what it was going to give. Like many Gnostics, Neytiri was still very naive, too gullible in front of the people of heaven. She didn't know enough about their ways, their customs, their way of seeing things, their morals, and she was starting to get attached to someone who, voluntarily or not, would hurt him. He knew it. However, he couldn't do anything for that. Playing with the feelings of others were not allowed. He could only look. Only he wanted to warn his sister. So that evening, when Jake fell asleep and had left his false body, he asked her to come with him for a while. She had followed him happily, taking her news when they had not spent time together since the arrival of Jake. He had attracted her far from the Earthlings, sitting with her in a quiet corner. "What is there?" Neytiri asked when he saw his serious air. "I would like to tell you about Jake Sully," he said slowly. "You start to appreciate it a lot, right? He's a good person. It makes a lot of effort. He is courageous and determined. I have heard you plan to make him pass Ignamaya soon. It is ready. He hunted well today. I have no doubt that he has perfectly executed the gestures and said the words, but was his heart there? His soul? Far be it from me to dictate your conduct, but you should be more careful with him. Take more time for reflection and observation. The people of the sky are not like you. Iwanai," she cut. "I am with him every day. I look at him and I know he is someone good. He needs to learn, that's all. I don't put it in doubt," he said carefully, feeling his reluctance. "Just take the time, please. He could hurt you and it will not. He is sincere." "It is not completely," he assured. "What do you know? You never talk to him, you don't know him. But I know how humans are, and they are not all the Iwanai. You shouldn't judge them all in this way," she said, the reprobator. "I didn't say that. I just want you to be careful. Even being sincere, even without bad intention, his education, the world in which he lived, his way of life, his culture, his mentality, make things very different for him and you. He could do something hurtful for you without wanting it, and I know the people of heaven. They can hide a lot, play with others and their feelings sometimes without even realizing what they do, and Iwanai, your injuries speak," she said harshly. "You know nothing, Jake, and what he does here, the one he is. You are just afraid and you reject and block people from the sky without knowing. I am large enough to manage. You should take care of opening your heart. That's what Iwa does by getting his favor to Jake. She would disapprove of your behavior," she said severely. "I'm not stupid. I know what I see and what I feel. You just want all of this to fail with Jake to prove that you are right. Jake too can be part of our people. He is not as you imagine. I don't need your advice," she said, getting up. She then turned away, leaving an Iwanai injured by his reaction and his lack of self-confidence. However, he would have thought he had deserved this confidence. Feeling worse than he would have thought, worried about her despite everything, he took a moment to breathe before getting up. Sad. Gently, he came out of his hiding place to return to the village, all undertaking to go to bed quietly. However, he could not go there himself. turned upside down by this discussion which he had just had with Neytiri. Was it true? Was it too closed? Too injured? I said a voice coming out of his thoughts. He turned around to see Tsute arriving behind him, smiling. However, he was more serious and worried by looking at him, scrutinizing him. He joined him, putting a delicate hand on his shoulder. What happens? He asked seriously. Res? It's nothing, replied Iwanai, forcing a smile. Do not lie to me please, he prayed. Come, let's go sit down. He trained him and Iwanai let himself be done. The next one and subsided a little when the hunter took his wrist to drive him. He took him to a calm place away from others, sitting in front of him to look him in the eyes. Dismay, he pushed. What happened? You look sad and worried. Iwanai smiles slightly, touched by his attention, by his way of reading in him like this. He sighed then, starting to tell him about his discussion with Neytiri. He refrained from talking about the rapprochement he saw between her and the walker, not wanting to hurt him, knowing that if this relationship continued thus, Tsute would be deeply injured. He also had a lot of trouble considering this, fearing that Neytiri hurts his friend however so devoted. The hunter listened to him very carefully. His face was gradually painting of annoyance and anger. Iwanai finally sighed his shoulders. Is you think it's me who is too closed, too hostile? He asked pitifully. Maybe I lack objectivity or have become bad at others? He said the lost heir. Iwanai, she was the one who is wrong, not you. She should not have told you about this and your concerns are founded. I share them like a lot of Omadikeya. You know much better than we do how the people of heaven work, and we know that you do what it takes so as not to let your past take precedence over your judgment or what you do. She was wrong to react like this. Do not torture yourself with that. She is the one who acted, he said, the angry look against her. Iwanai approved, reassured but as sad that the girl reacted like this, wondering how she could see him exactly. What credit did she carry him? Did she trust him? Iwanai, called Tsute's soft voice. He looked up, smiling when he saw that he presented his hands and his forehead. Immediately, he hid his palms with his, mixing his fingers. He put his forehead against his, waddling a little to get closer to him. He closed his eyes and breathed, taking advantage of his smell, his warmth, his presence, his support, that relaxing him more than anything else. They thus remained at length, Iwanai relaxing in this calm and this silence that has become almost fused each other. Tsute himself was now subsided when they did this, appreciating. They finally separated, Iwanai smiling. Peaceful. Thank you, he whispered. Tsute smiled at him, getting up and holding his hand to help him. He took it and it was together that they went to the hammocks for the night, the hunter accompanying him until he joined the leading couple with whom he had always slept since the walker was there. Emoet handed him a hand that he took with joy, joined them. I took in posing a warm hand on his shoulder, protector. They greeted Tsute who would sleep not far, going to bed, the couple hiding protect them from them. The next day, Iwanai saw a moment Tsute and Emoet who chatted in a rather animated way with Neytiri and he understood that it was him hearing his name. He hadn't got into it, but he couldn't help but be touched when Neytiri had seen him and had given him a black look. Tsute had noticed it and almost immediately, he had put himself between them so that the girl could not see him anymore, his tail being anger behind him. Since then, her relationships with her have been cold, saddened her a lot. Itoken had come to see him by learning this story, assuring him that he should not do it, that Neytiri had a hard time, badly spoken and that he should not believe in this. A few days later, Tsute had received for instructions to take Jake and 3 young apprentice hunters, his little brother Arvak, his best friend Kani and Maru, Pasik Namaya. So they had left for the mountains, for the nests of the Ikran. Iwanai had followed from a distance, from the sky with Casey and only the walker, seemed not to be aware of it. However, he didn't really hide but he didn't see. He had followed their evolution until he landed in the mountains, on a slightly higher mountains than the promontory they had reached. Neytiri had come too. The weather was nice, many Ikran flying in the surroundings. Some were not long in coming to fly near him despite the presence of Casey, throwing him small friendly groans. He knew they wanted to go and fly with him, as he often did, but it was not the day for that. Neytiri had finally joined the group, and he had seen the look she had exchanged with Jake. A very accomplished look. A look that Tsute had noticed, and he had felt injured, stretching and dreaming of joining him to go and support him. Her silent salvation for her had been heavy in his eyes, and that was certainly why he had sent Jake the first. The thing had been difficult to see for Iwanai. He loved to attend Iknamaya, and he accompanied all the young hunters spent the test since he had himself spent him a little over 3 years earlier. It was always motivated young people to have Torik Makto to their right. So he had already seen a lot of it, but that of Jake was chaotic in his eyes. Brutal, although the ordeal is never soft or calm. But where he felt a sweet play of energy fairly powerful with the other couples forming that he had seen with Jake, there was nothing, and it was certainly that, this dry affair which shocked him somewhat. However, it took place, and the first flight was like the first erratic and violent link. For him, Jake was not ready, but it was in Neytiri to decide as a teacher. And even if he succeeded as best it could, he was not ready, and he did not bother this fact. Finally, Jake had moved away, Neytiri joining him the euphoric air, and he himself had taken off to join an angry Tsute. Anger that young hunters did not understand, galvanized by the spectacle they had just seen. They greeted him very respectfully when he landed near them, jumping from his mount in flight when Casey did not have the place to land here. He greeted them and approached Tsute, who gave him a painful look. He put a delicate hand on his arm, trying to convey his strength and supports to him. The hunter relaxed a little, calming and giving him a little smile. He shouldn't have succeeded, he said, a little lost. You are right, confirmed Iwanai. He shouldn't have succeeded. He is not ready, he said when the smiles of the youngest fled by hearing the words of the one they confident. This Iknamaya was excruciating to look, violent and without respect. He is not ready, he said sadly. Neytiri has distorted judgment. But he succeeded, said Arvok perplexed. Helles, a thing is not a thing to succeed with his heart and his soul, explained Iwanai to him with an indulgent smile. This success is only apparent. But in the heart, soul and mind, this Iknamaya is missed, he says, shocking them somewhat. He was too early, he is not ready. His body was ready but not his soul. But this is not your case. I know that yours will be magnificent, he said, making them smile. Arvok, he invited. Excited like a chip, Tsute's brother launched himself. Mount again full of Ikran in the presence of Iwanai, who took things in hand for Tsute. He stayed near him, their arms attached to each other. The brilliant success of his little brother with a beautiful color Ikran of Roche made him smile, and he congratulated him with a proud look, making his younger run out in the air while waiting for the others. The success was just as beautiful and perfect for Kani and Maru, to whom Tsute and his father, Ateo, had taught very well. The young people who have all found their partners, Tsute called his, Kiri arriving quickly to recover it. Iwanai jumped with them in the void, Casey recovering it without fault a little lower, and they left to fly in the mountains together. The 3 young euphoric hunters savoring this new, incredible experience. This past test was talked about integration into the people of Jake. The thing hardly pleased Iwanai, but he had spent all the trials and deserved his place in the eyes of the clan, recommended by the chief's daughter. Also, he could not oppose it, and he did not allow him anyway. This was NA6 traditions, and traditions were respected. Only, he was not determined to leave him unattended, however, a bad pre-statement growing in him, making him uncomfortable. But he also wanted Jake to know that we would not let him do anything, that there were Nasics who kept him in the eye. It had taken him several days to manage to take his courage in both hands to confront the people of heaven and speak to them directly. Days that Jake and Neytiri had spent going to fly. Tsute and other hunters had also told him that the walker seemed to be taken for the king of heaven since he had his Ikran, finding him very annoying. It was perhaps time to point out to him that he was only one individual among others, here in spite of who is relatively gifted for certain things. He had finally made his decision, gathered his forces and asked Tsute to help him, the hunter accepting with joy. He had spoken of it with Itukin and Emoat, who approved, completely trusting him, their only concern being the effect that contact with these people could have on him when he was stressed and frightened by their simple proximity. He had assured that it would go, and the fact that Tsute would accompany him had reassured the couple. To give himself courage, he had gone to fly with Casey and the hunters, playing with them when they all knew that he was talking about talking to walkers. There had been a very successful hunt the day before, and he thought he heard that Jake and Neytiri had a meeting with a Torok shortly after. He stole a long time, gorging himself from the strength of his mount, calming in the air. When he felt ready, he returned to the village with Tsute and the other hunters who accompanied him, all surrounding him and his Torok with protection. He spotted the presence of the two walkers at the foot of the house tree with Neytiri and the children. There was enough room so that Casey passed and landed. Then he did not ask himself questions. So it was the total surprise for the two earthlings when he appears with his very impressive mount. They jumped, rushing back, frightened. Then they saw him on his back, the hunters surrounding him and the other serene and even joyful Audragon, admiring by looking at him. Casey roars, extending its wings before folding them down and falling slowly. Around them, the other hunters descended from their mounts, advancing towards Torok to join Iwanai, who made the same, standing out from his partner. It was with a smile that he looked at the children to run towards them by calling him Torok Makto, always as amazed by this legendary pair for them. He left them with the hunters, advancing straight towards the two walkers with Tsute, his face being much more closed. The Audragon greeted him very respectfully in his path as always, and he returned them in the same way. He finally arrived not far from Jake and Grace, who recovered slowly, the first excited by what he saw. "Oh shit!" he exclaimed with a big euphoric smile. "Are you going up this thing?" he said, designating Casey. He received a lively slap behind the head on the part of Grace, who had obviously more seized than him. "What?" he groaned. "What did I do again?" Jake Sully, thanks to Augustine, he called flatly, drawing their attention. "I have to talk to you. Come," he ordered. Jake seemed to understand a little, thanks not having any problem when she was fluent in Gnostics. She also approved, docile, Jake following when she gave her an eloquent look. Neytiri pretended to come too, and Iwanai stopped him with a gesture. "Neytiri," he said with much more sweetness than for the other two. "I would only speak to them with Tsute," he said, taking a look at the hunter standing near him. "How of question?" he retorted with a certain aggressiveness. "Come," she imposed. His tone attracted him, the reprobators and unhappy with his family around them. "Thanks only to all this." "I come," she repeated. "I refuse to leave them with you. You don't have a clear spirit when it comes to the people of heaven," she said coldly. "Neytiri," rumbled Moat, who arrived the furious air. This surprised, moreover, thanks having never seen it thus. Sahik always calm and quiet. The silence was then made that she joined the group by shooting her daughter with a look at the world around them. She respectfully greeted Iwanai, who returned to her and then turned to Neytiri. "Torok Makto is of a patience, a tolerance and a kindness far too big with you, my daughter," she said. "But mother, She tried to defend herself. "This Torok Makto that you speak," she cut hard. "It is in Iwanai that you speak. You owe him respect and obedience even if he does not display the authority he can claim. It's your mind that is not clear at that moment," she noticed. Iwanai signals the two walkers to follow him and thanks obeyed on the field, Jake exchanging a look with an annoyed Neytiri before doing the same. The girl was retained by her mother when she wanted to follow and reply, ultimately abdicating the harsh looks that her family addressed to her at this moment. She could only watch them go away. Emoet then speaks. "Neytiri, you must have confidence in Iwanai," she said, "and give him the respect he deserves. He has never done anything to deserve such hostility and such a lack of regard from you. Iwanai is Gnostics, he is Audragon, unlike your protecting. And unlike him and, to the people of heaven, he has always been reliable and devoid of violence. Your troubled heart does not allow you to hurt yours in this way. My heart is not disturbed. Iwa herself gave Jake her favor," she said. "I saw it more than once in my eyes. He is someone good, with a big heart who puts a lot of efforts to learn our ways. Iwanai only wants to take revenge and prove that he is right, to be the only one to have our attention. He is afraid and he closed when Iwa opened up to them. If I have to become a Tsahik, I have to follow Iwa's will more than anything else," she said, making her mother sigh. You, far from being able to become a tzahik, she said firmly. Iwa gave Jake Sully a chance, not his favor. His favor is Iwanai who has it. He is like his hand embodied with us, his voice, his gaze. Iwanai has not closed, and he is not selfish as you advance. He never had the smallest desire for revenge. He has never disparaged Jake's value or the fact that he can one day be part of the people. He is prudent and suspicious. His gaze sees much more than ours, his ears hear more. As for her fear, she is legitimate, but he never lets himself be dominated by her or lets her disturb her judgment. Your heart disturbs your judgment, my daughter, as your impatience and your desire to see your pupil prove their value to the people. Iwanai only wants to protect us and help us. His wisdom and knowledge are immense, like his knowledge of the people of heaven. Whatever you think, you still have a lot to learn to become a tzahik. Iwanai is not your enemy. He wants your good, he loves you, and he wants to protect you. He doesn't want to see you injured like none of us. And if all this does not find its way to your ears, respects Torik Makto at least and everything it is, I refrain from raising yourself against him again or interfere in his exchanges with the people of the sky. She went on it, leaving her troubled and angry daughter there, not understanding what she could have hurt. Further on, Iwanai and Tsute had trained Jake and Thanks in a quiet corner of the village. The hunter always managed to be between his friend and the walkers he was watching carefully. Once at their destination, he designated a place to sit a little dryly. Grace obeys the field, pulling Jake with her. He looks a little confused. Iwanai sat down later in front of them, Tsute coming to stand near him, protective. It's a Torik Makto honor, began Thanks to politeness and respect. You are like the ancestor of Neytiri? Noticed Jake, receiving an unfathomable look from him. A little respect, Jake, reprimanded Thanks. Torik Makto is above Oloikton in the Gnostics hierarchy. We listen to you, she said then. Grace Augustine, I'm going to talk, he said quietly, and I would like you to translate for your comrade with your words, he asked as she approved. I know your language, but I do not want to use it. I want Jake Sully to understand what I have to say. I would translate, she assured without asking a question before explaining to Jake. SM speaking our language, why not use it? Asked him a little provocative. You know what sincerity is, so why not use it? Retorted Iwanai, staring at him in the eyes. Thanks had a stop time before translating, being more serious. Jake remained silent after that, also more serious. Iwanai resumed calmly, his piercing gaze making them ratatize a little on the spot. I think we can belong to several peoples, he began, giving the lady time to translate, but it is a heavy responsibility. Belonging to several peoples is difficult since they must be able to respect them at the same height, understand them, do their good without hurting others. Without that, we can hardly claim to be part of these peoples. Jake Sully, you pretend to be part of the Gnostics Omadikeia, but you are also one of those who come from heaven. My question for you is the following. Do you leave these two peoples or one? Grace translated and Jake seemed to have trouble finding an answer. Iwanai stared at him intensely, speaking before he opens his mouth. The people are immensely kind, great tolerance and great opening on others and what surrounds us, and they know little about the people of heaven in reality. It is as much a force as weakness. Weakness so as not to be able to see your manipulations, strength to have the possibility of giving yourself a chance. Only your people in. Is it worthy? I don't have the answer to this question, but I know one thing. It is not ready for that. It is not ready to interact with such distant peoples. The facts have proven it, he said. Grace looked perfectly with him, looking at him carefully, translating faithfully. But it is you that it is today, Jake Sully, he said without having dropped her. I am not a Neytiri. She is strong and determined. She loves her people. She is open and tolerant, passionate. It is a very beautiful person, but she does not see you for what you are. I think you are not ready to join our people, as I think you were not ready for Iknamaya or for many trials you have passed. But I succeeded faster than the Gnostics, he replied, raising his nose to defend himself and his pride stitched. You passed them with your body, he said quietly while Tsute showed his teeth to the walker. It was only for you challenges to be met, almost a game with high sensations. I observed you carefully. You have not passed these tests. You have physically done what was required, you make the gestures, say the words of the Na6, but it is useless if you do not do it with your soul and your heart. It is only appearance, manipulation, and a cruel lack of respect in my eyes. You have still understood nothing of the Na6, of the spiritual and moral sense that all this had. You do not see anything of our soul, our heart, that of our world, our culture. Iwa is always only an illusion of people too simple for you. We can have and give any appearance if the heart, the spirit, and the soul are Navi, then we are. On the other hand, the opposite is not possible and is even betrayal. You have said to come to learn, but you and I know very well that there is what you learn with Neytiri and the Omadikeya and what you learn alone, he said, the heavy look of meaning. What worries me is what you have of this knowledge. He marked a time to stop, seeing that the Marines knew what he meant and that he did not have a quiet conscience. Grace seemed to know perfectly well, stretched in front of the reaction of the Torok Makto. I'm not stupid about your sincerity about Jake Sully, he said calmly. I like my people more than my own life, and I would give it 1,000 times for only one of mine, he said with conviction by attracting the touched look of Tsute. You are not ready. You are not Nai or Omadikeya. You don't know yourself where your loyalty is. You don't know what you've been doing. You should think about your actions and their consequences. Because if you do not do it, all the good intentions in the world will not prevent the result. And if you are the source of anything negative for my people, believe me, you will have me on your way, he warned dangerously. There was a moment of heavy silence before he got up and disappeared in a few seconds without waiting for the slightest answer. Tsute was going to follow, but thanks retained it.
Tsute?
Since when has he Torok Makto? Foreviewing the passage of his Iknamaya ago your years. Torok was there for him. Why don't have said it? To Torok Makto is not a toy for you, he replied. You are not Nasiks, you are not allowed to claim anything vis-a-vis him. He then went away, leaving in search of his friend, knowing that he had to need comfort after that, even if he had not let anything appear in the discussion. Takes this guy to the king of the world? Mocha Jake once alone with Grace. Theoretically it is, she seriously replied, cooling it. Torok Makto is the one who can bring together all the Nasiks, all the tribes. He is above Oloikton and Sahik. There is this, and all that Iwanai is vis-a-vis the Nasiks with everything else. Do not lack respect, Jake. You would attract yourself problems. As expected, it was a few days later that Jake was admitted to the people by a very beautiful and moving ceremony. Iwanai had participated with distance. He had observed well, and he had seen that Jake was touched and moved, but he still did not achieve the importance and extent of the thing. There was a very nice party after the ceremony. A party where everyone had fun. Grace had been able to participate for his greatest pleasure as for that of the children who loved him. Iwanai had also fun on his side, with hunters mainly as always. He had seen Jake and Neytiri elip out very quickly, the party continuing without them. As always on this particular occasion, the celebration lasted until late at night, full of songs, dances, and games to which all devoted themselves with joy. So it was very late that everyone went to bed. Iwanai once again huddled between Itukin and Emoet. It was very early, the sun rising quietly, that he woke up the next day, a little start, trembling and sweat. His sudden movement also came out the leading couple of his sleep, both quickly taking their minds by seeing him in this state of agitation and stress. Iwanai called Itukin by passing a comforting arm around him. What happens to you? Degish, he replied. A feeling of danger, he said, placing a hand on his chest. I don't know where it comes from or what it is. It is like a very bad pre-statement. Something will happen, but I don't know what, either when or where. The couple exchanged a serious look before transferring their attention to protecting them. They got up with him, Emoat accompanying him to go drink something and try to relax him. They met a few lifting early, among which Tsute with a few hunters. They also hastened to join their friend when they saw that he was not good. Some explanations from Emoet Liller. They then undertook to take Iwanai with them to try to relax him, deciding to go to the river. Only, they had not taken a few steps with him that Iwanai stopped, clinging to Tsute walking near him. The hunter supported him on the field, surrounding him with his arms, while Torok Makto suddenly had erratic breathing, trembling so much that he struggled to stand up. His gaze went vague, being horrified. A second later, an abominable howl of pain came out of his mouth and he collapsed, Tsute accompanying him on the ground. It was with shock that his brothers and sisters watched him start to be fooled in all directions on the ground, in the grip of terrible suffering, illustrated by its strident cries which quickly woke up the whole village. Reacting, Tsute and Peril tried to immobilize their brother, a little banging violently on the ground. Peril held his legs, Tsute's slippery clothing under him behind his back to keep him against his chest and avoid the ground and the roots. We live well from the world to come, and it was with panic that we saw blood flow from the mouth, eyes, nose and ears of the ancient AIs whose skin was strangely pale. Amoet was the first near him, Galreed, Araat and many others riding quickly. Only nobody could do anything if it was not to look at him suffer terribly, howl and bleed, struggling. Tsute and Peril endeavored to avoid injuries as they could, terribly worried like many around them, some crying in front of this show. These cries were excruciating, full of nameless pain. The forest seemed to darken around them, an obscure energy bathed, as in distress in its image. We had already seen Iwanai make discomfort, but that, it was much worse. Their souls themselves trembled with distress and despair with him. Tsute, as for he felt panicked in front of the cavalry of Iwanai, fearing for his life, praying that it ceases even if it means suffering in his place. He held him against him, his mouth near his ear, enclosing him in his arms with protection, and his heart broke a little more with each howling. It took so much time before suddenly, Iwanai stopped screaming and struggling, falling trembling against Tsute, his difficult and erratic breathing. He coughed suddenly, the blood flowing a little more of his mouth while he moaned with suffering, a monstrous fever making him sweat. Peril fell and the healers were immediately around him, Tsute remaining, incapable of letting go. Why? Stimped Iwanai hardly. Gone. The chief was near him in a second, taking his hand and putting himself in his field of vision, approaching to hear him. Neutral. Amo. Kriya, he whispered painfully. The tree. A voice. Destroy. Destroyed, he says, horrifying them all. He couldn't say more, coughing, losing his breath, moaning with pain. Tsute put a hand on his forehead, trying to appease him, whispering to calm down, breathe and stay quiet.
Oloektan prit les choses en main, ordonnant à un groupe d'Ikran-Makto d'aller voir.
It was undertaken to transport Iwanai to the lair of healers, but it quickly turned out that he could not stand to go so high in the house tree, the displacement pulling him with pain. Also, it was brought back to the center of the village, installing a comfortable lair, trying to relieve it as they could. The Adokarina flocked to him, almost covering him as if to support him, relieve him. Ethii was not long in a rush to come to post near his partner. He began to cuddle him with the tip of the nose, Iwanai raising a hand weakly to answer him. We had also seen Casey make his way to him, landing on a large branch above him like a protector. Araat and Galreed had come to surround him and take care of him, the lady keeping him sitting against her when he had trouble breathing. Despite pain and weakness, despite its condition, Iwanai forced herself to remain perfectly aware. He felt that what was going to happen now after such a sacrilege was going to be very important. He was out of the question to let go, his people may need him. He therefore forced himself to concentrate to listen to what Oloikton said not far from him. He had sent people to see this, that it was happening, waiting for the result with anxiety. Grace had awakened in the meantime, and when she had joined them, she had been shocked by the news also as by the state in which she found it. No one wanted to inform her about him despite his questions, any more than we let her approach him, I took in causing himself. He had struggled to recover, calm his breathing, manage the pain, that of Iwa, of nature, and that of all the souls affected through the tree of voices. Their cries still reasoned in his ears, making him Frisia. He remained quiet, not moving if it was not necessary, saving his strengths, trying to rest his body as much as possible to recover a little. Galreed had given her remedies that had managed to calm her suffering, tremors and tensions a little. However, he had refused sedative and sleeping pitch, wanting to keep all his senses. The state in which the Ikran Makto and the others returned fairly quickly, had been revealing about what had happened. They looked furious, suffering, infinitely sad, broken heart, tears in their eyes. Sute, who had gone there on the back of Pali, came to report to Itukin before coming to him, sitting near him to inquire about his state. He took his hand, scrutinizing him with immense concern after seeing the damage of his eyes. Iwanai tried to reassure him with a slight smile. He made him weakly, shaking his hand of his. He stayed a short time before leaving for Oloikton to decide what to do now. A counterattack was decided, unsurprisingly. Tesute will lead the warriors, announced Itukin by collecting a salvo of war cries. Grace then spawned a path through the crowd to advance and speak, the air a little agitated. "Stop, please," she said. "It will only overcome things. You don't speak." Tied Sute upset. "We will hit them in the heart," he said, receiving general approval. Iwanai's gaze was then attracted elsewhere, and he saw Neytiri and Jake appear. He saw their linked hands and their energy mixed with each other. He understood on the field, painfully closing his eyes to the idea of the evil that it was going to do to Tsute. He felt his swollen anger. She was already very present after the events of the day. A certainly fury gently fueled in him when he saw this destruction caused by the Morocco again. It was out of the question to let them reproduce here what they had done on Earth, to let destroy another people as they had destroyed the AIAIs. He was already furious, but seeing it was even worse because it was going to hurt a being who was counting enormously for him, more than any other. He was angry with Jake, who was doing anything, and Neytiri, who was not careful. She had not even talked with Tsute about the evolution of her feelings, and he feared the way it was going to fall on her. He inspired and pretended to get up, unable to leave him alone in the face of what was going to happen. Ararat wanted to hold him back, but when he sent him a look charged with determination, she helped him get up without protesting, Galreed also coming by seeing him. He had a hard time putting himself on his feet, short, sweating, tanning and trembling, but he forced himself to get there, fighting, shaking his teeth as he had already done so much in the past.
Sute,
called Jake, advancing with Neytiri. "Don't do that." Iwanai saw Tsute watch them and also understand on the field. He then went to them, furious, leaving his bow to a hunter. "You!" he cried. "My brother." Jake started before being violently pushed by the hunter. The navies fell to the ground under the cries of Neytiri calling him and ordering him to stop, interposing. Tsute shot Jake of the gaze, and Iwanai felt his pain, his heart that broke. His echoing him, and he gave his teeth. Tears rose to him in front of his distress, his feeling of betrayal. "You are coupled to this woman," he accused the general shock. "Oh no," Jake made Grace disappointed. Glass of heavy reproaches immediately fell on the new couple. A serious silence settled. Sahik approached, her daughter, angry as she was rarely when nothing had been done with respect in all this. "What do you say?" she asked, fixing her daughter in the eyes. "We are coupled in front of Iwa," she said with distrust. "It's done," she said, the victorious air. Iwanai then felt the immense suffering of Tsute, the betrayal, the abandonment he felt, his broken and trampled heart. He could not bear it, his tears flowing for him. He left the couple's support, shocking but advancing towards the hunter, who terribly needed him at that moment. Those who saw him pass looked very worried about him in front of his state, but they were also understanding, knowing how close he was of Tsute. They then gave him supports as he passed, Aslan coming with him to support him when he passed near him. "My brother, I beg you," pleaded Jake, who had recovered and who seemed unconscious of what they had just caused. "Do not attack those who come from heaven. Many Omaticea would die." Tsute, who had moved away, all of which had released a space around them. "You're not my brother," he cried. He grabbed his knife and was going to set off towards Jake to attack him, in rage, but he stopped net when a soft and trembling hand landed on his arm. He turned his eyes to find Iwanai near him. He was breathless, trembling, struggling to stand up, but he saw it visibly. He gave him a look full of warmth and support, comfort, calm and affection. He couldn't help but focus on him on the field, on his fingers that gently caressed his skin. He put his weapon away when he saw him, coming to give him his support without even thinking about it, wrapping an arm around him. Iwanai presented his hand to him and he understood, coming to add his and intermingling their fingers. I'm here, you're not alone. I am with you and I will support you. He knew by this gesture that it was what Torik Makto told him, and it immediately did him a lot of good. Soothing. He closed his eyes and took great inspiration while Itukin had come to get before them, as if to protect them. I'm not your enemy, retorted Jake. The only enemy he is there, he said, pointing the sky, and he is extremely powerful. I can go talk to them, he assured. Semble words. Grande Tsute without letting go of Iwanai.
I'm Omatikaya,
retorted Jake. I am one of yours and I have the right to speak, he imposed. I have something to say to you, he started. To all of you. Words are like stones in my heart. We suddenly saw Grace and it seemed to panic the navies. Oh no, he whispered. Listen, I was sent here for... He could not finish, suddenly collapsing while his presence faded. You see, Skanda Tsute. It is only a demon in a false body. We shouldn't listen to it. What do you know? Cried Neytiri, who had run to his companion. What, he doesn't know what he said. Iwanai intervened weakly. Immediately, all the attention focused on him and he was silent to listen to him, worrying about seeing him totally sprawled against Tsute, without which he would not stand up, trembling and the air by losing consciousness. It is not himself very lucid about what his people can do and how he will react. In any case, those who are here. I'm not saying that his intentions are bad. I feel he wants to help us, but he cannot in the state and his actions may have worsened things without even realizing it. You, Neytiri aggressive began. Silence, ordered Iwanai in a strong and firm voice. She was silent on the field when we had never heard her take such a serious and imperious tone. The effect was reinforced by a few Adokarina hovering towards him and landing on his head and his shoulders. This cry seemed to take him too much energy and he seemed to have a moment of trouble, his legs weakening. Tsute supported him firmly when many had brought himself to him, very anxious for him. However, he resumed very quickly, continuing, the people of the sky are carefree and irresponsible, he said. They only think superficially and rarely consider the consequences of their actions. The fact is that he cannot prevent them from doing what they want. He said he was sent here. He is a navies, a soldier, and knowing them, he was there for strategic information certainly. Our workforce, our means, our structures. This kind of thing. I doubt that they still have the slightest intention of negotiation or listening. The attack on the Tree of Voices is what it is. A declaration of war, he said heavily. And it is not us that he launched it. I think they will attack whatever happens now and that Jake Sully is unable to stop and break them for the simple and good reason that it is only a tool for his own. This is how it works too often with them. Thanks to Augustine used it to reconnect with the people. His military superior was suspected to have strategic information, and if there is a commercial or civilian chief, he will have hoped that he can make us bend by winning our confidence in one way or another. But he has no weight for them. Or not for the good at least, he said with a look for Grace. Jake Sully is a warrior, who thinks he can bring peace by his goodwill and his efforts, but it does not work like that simply. I was like this, I experienced this disillusionment then to see that we can do this. You have to have the best intentions but that we cannot avoid immeasurable disasters. And as long as we have not achieved and accepted it, we do nothing really effective for our people because the decisions we take head towards an unattainable goal. This is what Jake Sully has been doing since he is here. Listen to him for the moment and vain. He marked a break. A lot looking at him with sadness, concern but also understanding and respect. He closed his eyes a second, breathing badly, his head turning terribly while he was trembling louder. He put his head mechanically on the shoulder of Tsute, no longer managed to hold her and he felt his catch on him firm up. You have to go sit and rest, notice the hunter, we take over. Itukin was the one who came to help him support Iwanai to renew him with the layer that had been prepared for him, assaying him directly while Ariat and Galreed took him up, others coming to surround him to watch over him. A replica was finally ordered against the people of the sky, always at the Tree of the Destroyed Voices, and it was Tsute who led the attack. That evening, the team holding the place was wiped out like the machines there. When they returned, it was an evening and a night of sadness in the village. We sang, we console ourselves, we tried to heal the gaping injury. Sute had quickly regained his place with Iwanai, coming to sit behind him to hold him against him and try to help him as much as he was gorged with his presence to appease his bruised heart. And Iwanai tried to transmit his strength to him, console him and support him. His fever had still not fallen, like pain, and we took great care of him. Itukin, Emoet and many others remaining around him to watch. Few of them were really resting that night, and we discussed what had happened. Iwanai did not hide them that a massive attack had to be feared. He also helped to try to find the best ways to defend himself, explaining how he was possible to shoot down devices in flight thanks to the Ikran, by destabilizing them, by tearing off the weapons or breaking the windows to reach the pilots. However, he exhausted very quickly, and we ended up convincing him to sleep a little, Sute keeping him against him. And while they were looking at the two men, Emoet and Itukin could not help but say that what their daughter had done was perhaps an evil for good. Everyone saw Sute and Iwanai very close for a long time, and sometimes they had regretted the commitment made between him and Neytiri when he was obvious that Iwa had pushed the two men to each other. They were done to be together, it was obvious. Sute had perfectly understood Iwanai, was always curious about him. Very interested in everything he was, passionate, respectful, understanding and attentive. He had helped him get up since he was here, the supporter, still there for him. And Iwanai had a grandiose effect on Sute. The furious blaze that animated the hunter had become more controllable, wiser without having lost his strength. On the contrary. He had grown up a lot in contact, had been more thought. They had shot each other up, and each found it in the other what he needed. As brutal as this reversal of the situation could be, it may have a happy consequence. To follow, Audragon, Rage, Chapter 8, Rage. In the morning, Iwanai had resumed a little force even if his condition remained worrying. His fever was partially fell and he was no longer trembling, the pain less when he was breathing better. However, it was far from going well, weak. However, he had resumed and insisted on going to sit with Itukin and the others to discuss consequences, strategies to adopt in the event of an attack. Itukin had installed him near him while Sute had led him, supporting him without fault, also much calmer after this night with the old AIs. He had been brought to eat and drink. Ethii still did not leave him. Casey stayed in his place since the day before, perched a little above him, and the others mainly gathered at the foot of the house tree like a vigilant goalkeeper. And then suddenly we had seen Neytiri coming by running with Jake and Grace. Father, Mother, she challenged by drawing general attention. We straightened up as they approached. Iwanai helped by Sute to stand up slowly. He supporting him without a word, close to him. Itukin, I have something to say. The Navy began agitated.
Jot, Priya Grace.
Parte Jake Sully. Authorized Olo Iktan.
A great evil is about us, he said. Those who come from heaven. He continued, looking for his words, will destroy the homemade tree. Horrified exclamations rose, and he turned to Neytiri to ask him to tell them that they were soon to happen, which she translated on the field. Do you have to leave or you will be crushed? He advanced very worried. Is you sure what you say? Asked Sahik shaken. There was a moment of silence, the Marines looking at them heavily before deciding to speak. I was sent here to meet you and win your confidence so that one day I can send you this message, he admitted, shocking them. Neytiri looked at him with dismay, Iwanai sighing, seeing this, that he already knew how to reveal himself to everyone's eyes. She placed herself in front of her companion, the air of not daring to believe it. You mean you knew what was going to happen? She asked with despair. Yes, he admitted. First I only obeyed orders, but then everything changed. He tried to justify by placing his hands on his arms. I fell in love, he smiles. I fell in love with the forest, he said to an injured and closed Neytiri. I fell in love with the Omadikea people and I fell in love with you. Neytiri defeats her. Defeat. Lost. I had confidence in you, she stammered. Neytiri, he prayed. I had confidence in you, she cried. You can still have confidence, he assured. She screamed with anger towards him, backwards, on the verge of tears. She brutally pushed him back. You will never have gone from our people, she yelled, desperate. And for Iwanai, this tragic scene was as much of the fault of one as of the other. We tried to oppose it, attempt thanks. Neytiri, he called as she was screaming at being silent. She fell behind her mother, turning away, all looking at the walker hard, disgusted while many began to trust him. I took and ordered that they are stopped, and if Tsute remained with Iwanai, the others did not pray, throwing themselves on the walkers while Grace begged them to run away. They were tied well in front of the village, no one listening to their supplications. I took and challenged Iwanai. You have to start to evacuate those who can be, he says seriously. Children, those who cannot fight. They are in danger by staying here with this imminent attack. We do not know what will happen and their weapons are very powerful. Staying is useless for non-combatants. Oloikton approved like all around them, their confidence in total, especially after what had just happened. You also ordered Tsute, followed by many on this. No, he slammed. I stay. I could help you save time. You are not in condition for anything, replied the very worried hunter. Our people will need you. You have to leave.
No te Tsute.
It is now that he needs me. I have never fled a fight, even if it's been a long time since I had to fight or that I did not have the possibility. My magic is not very effective on their technology because of the betrayal of the magic Moroker, which gave them the means to protect themselves from that, but I can still do a lot. You must first evacuate others and protect them. There are not numerous enough to face them for the moment. The most important thing is the good of ours. The hunter did not seem to agree, visibly fearing terribly for him like the others, but he did not retort. Oloikton began to order the evacuation for safety, and we moved in a certain panic. Iwanai helped a little before calling Ethii, climbing on his back heavily. He then went to the front of the village to the lake, Tsute bringing together the warriors. He came to face the two walkers, taking heavy looks on them while the leading couple arrived too. In the distance, the rumble of the engines already arrived when no one had yet had time to leave. The two Tarians yelled at them to flee. Tsute ordered to stay in place, not to be afraid. Iwanai called desperate Grace. You are wise. Tell them that you have to leave, she begged. It's to allow the weakest to leave that we are still there, thanks to Augustine. He retorted while she suddenly understood. The noise intensified and we saw the immense machines of the people of the sky fly towards them, emerging from behind a mountain, flying over the lake in a deafening rumble. Casey landed then, landing not far from his partner who left the back of Ethii, shaking his teeth and ignoring weakness, bringing together her strength. He went to his Torik who fell and he jumped on his back, making Sahelu. Casey roared and flew to the field, followed by all the Nasics. He went to post between the attackers and the house tree, facing them, proud and beautiful as well. Oloikton ordered Ikran Makto to go take their mounts, and they all started running to get them. Iwanai felt the eyes of the heavenly people on their prisoners and then on him, but there was neither warning nor attempted discussion that they already attacked. He spread his arms, using his magic. Earth technologies were now protected from the effects of magic, formerly preventing them from operating, and that were equipment that has become standard for them from Earth fighting. In the past, he could have had these devices disabled and fell from a simple powerful magic impulse, but this was no longer the case now. On the other hand, he could do something else even with his weak current forces. His power stopped 3/4 of the projectiles launched to them. Some passed, however, his lack of strength and concentration being felt. However, he did not allow himself to be distracted, relaunching the cartridges towards their owner with violence with a gesture of the arm. A helicopter took one in full break, this one exploding, the device killing its surprised and panicked occupants looking for their respiratory devices. Another device took a projectile in a retard that exploded, making it fall. He crashed, jumping to the impact. Enthusiastic exclamations arose from the NA6 while they halted their arcs to shoot in turn, surprise and dismay being felt on the other side. Grace and Jake looked at this with stunning, suddenly silent. Everything was nevertheless soon recovered. The people of the sky pulling as the gas of past cartridges created the bustle at the foot of the homemade tree. Several machine guns concentrated on Iwanai, who raised protection to stop or deflect the bullets, tending an arm in front of him, shaking his teeth under his energy quickly exhausting and the pain going back in a dazzling way in him under this effort. The attack will continue without a moment of respite, certainly to occupy it and try to shoot it down. However, he forced himself, trying to stop the following shell shots. He intercepted a few, but others passed. unleashing hell at the feet of the homemade tree.
Se.
Always protecting fire on him, Iwanai mobilized his magic to amplify his voice, addressing his people. "Fy all in the forest," he strongly ordered. "Flee immediately, I will try to save time." Oloikton had the order applied to the field, and despite the reluctance of all to leave their brother there, they obeyed another of his injunctions. "We live the people of the sky back," and Iwanai understood. "Quickly," he said to his family. "Log from the home tree, they will shoot it." He heard their cries, their shocks, but it was a little reassured to feel them obey, running towards the forest. Iwanai then spotted Grace and Jake, who remained alone attached under him, and he decided, unable to let them die as well. His magic sharpened their ties, and he projected his voice to them while always protecting himself. "Flee, save yourself," he ordered. "I couldn't hold them for a long time. Flee. Help mine if you really want our good." He felt them surprised, Sully screaming to him that he had to leave, that they were going to destroy everything. "I know, Jake Sully," he replied. "Go." He then concentrated on his enemies, fighting so as not to pass out. He had trouble breathing, feeling blood flowing from his nose, his metallic taste in his mouth. But he would hold, he would protect his own, his rage and his burning will. He could not protect the AIs, he would protect the NA6 at all costs. The shots on him suddenly stopped, the device holding him back to reach the others already in place further. Iwanai took the opportunity to bring together the energy left, and a second later, the missiles arrived. He could not stop them all, and he did not have the strength to send them back, the salves multiplying very quickly. Explosions brutally sounded behind him, his heart tearing a little more with each of them. And to each of them, a wave of pain shaken him from Iwa and nature, putting him to the test. The earth leaps, a thunderous without reasoning name, smashing the air. The house tree grinned, giving the impression of screaming and crying, and that was what Iwanai's ears heard. Tears of water and blood flowing from his eyes. And suddenly the shots stopped. There was a moment of floating, and Iwanai was the only one to move. He yelled with suffering by feeling the death of the house tree, fighting with all his strength forces so as not to let go. Casey the support and anchoring him in their link, helping him a lot. He took his courage in both hands, knowing what was going to happen now. He launched Casey, who quickly walked away, flying in the other direction with force and despair, also knowing by his rider. The house tree began to lean, to fall, and he felt the horror of all in the area at this sight. Caverly, he went to place himself in front of him in the sense of the fall, and he threw all the forces he had left to hold the huge tree. There was still far too much Omadikeia in his trajectory. It was an incredible show for everyone to see, the colutral freezing in full fall, retained by an invisible force. The NA6 suddenly heard the echo of a cry mixing atrocious suffering and flawless determination. Iwanai. A second later, his voice was everywhere around them. "Yea, quickly," he ordered furiously. "Get out of the fall trajectory." I could not hold it for a very long time. The echo of another cry reached them, and they billed, all obeying the field, rushing. Only Iwanai could not last very long, and soon, his magic and his energy led to. The pain was unbearable between everything that embroidered it. His condition, Iwa, nature, the test of the day before, what was going on, each physical or mental injury of his family he felt in him. He collapsed on Casey, struggling to find air, his sight then pulsating. Let him tremble with all his body, the blood beating in his ears. He completely disconnected for a moment, his consciousness deriving, a brief loss of consciousness him. It was the crash of the fall of the immense tree and the many sudden dead around him which gave him a whiplash, pulling him in abominable cries of suffering, despair, sadness, and guilt. He took the pain and the shock of his family in the face, weeping, shouting, clinging to his partner who had removed him from there. So much death, pain, and destruction. He believed himself for a moment back on Earth, the day the sanctuary of the AIs had fallen. The same atrocious emotions took him this time again to the destruction of his house, his home, everything he loved, with his pains, their dead, their despair, their distress, their shock. It was the same experience, an experience he had hoped never to relive. And again, he couldn't do anything to protect his family. It was the feeling of the decline of a particular person who drew him from his state of total confusion, bringing panic into him. Immediately, he pushed Casey in this direction and his toric fusu. In the distance, the people of the sky left without more consideration for what they had just done. He went down to the ground and the house shaken extended to the ground, dead, on fire, many corpses forever imprisoned under him. His blurred view full of tears and blood saw nothing but Casey saw him and he could see through his eyes. It was with pain and despair that he found the silhouette of Audragon on the ground, pierced by an impressive flash of wood. He was still alive, but his energy was quickly fleeing him. Casey landed very close to him, while the Audragon looked at him, the somewhat peaceful air to see him. Torek lowered himself and Iwanai dropped heavily, which could hardly do otherwise in his state. He found himself very close to the leader whom he saw as an adoption father now, and he ramps a little, moaning with pain. He joined him and held out a hand towards his injury, wanting to try to treat him, to save him. He didn't want to lose another father, not yet, the very heartbreaking idea. His fingers illuminated to quickly go out, pulling a cry of pain. Tighten his teeth, groaning with rage and sadness. He tried several times without reaching anything. He only managed to make himself suffer more. Coughing, the blood gushing from his mouth, and Audragon stopped him. Catching his wrist, Iwanai, he whispered calmly. Stop, he prayed. I'm gonna join Iwa. No, he cried as a sob broke his panicked voice. No, 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 he said, wanting to try again. Stop, ordered the chief while he was trembling terribly. Iwanai looked him in the eyes, resigned him at his death, sending him a serene smile, the air more worried about him than anything else. His tears exploded and he put his head on the chest, at the end of force in all directions of the word, crying to tear his soul. He felt the weak hand of Audragon caress his head, and he cried more beautiful. I'm sorry, he sobbed. It is not your fault, Iwanai. You did everything you could. You have nothing to blame yourself for, my child, my son, he said, calming him a little. However, he still cried, straightening up a little to take his hand and adding it to his cheek. It was on this that Neytiri arrived, screaming in pain to discover his father as well, throwing himself on his knees on the other side near him. The father watched his daughter for a moment, giving her the same calm look. Iwanai, he then called. Took my bow, he prayed, hardly raising his hand holding the ceremonial weapon. With his heart in the crumb, he took him, hugging him without letting go of Audragon's hand. Girl, he then said, turning to her, no longer be blind and deaf to your family. Stays with them and protects there. He prayed as she nodded, moaning with sadness. Iwanai guides our people, be with them. You are the most beautiful thing that has happened to us. Do not doubt it, do not forget it. You are with your family. My children, protect the people. He then closed his eyes, life leaving him. Iwanai yelled in pain, blew up against him, destroyed. He barely heard Jake arrive to be violently pushed by Neytiri, crying like she had never cried. Sounded. Iwanai was quickly awakened by the distress of his family from everywhere. Protect the people, asked Audragon. He would do it without fail. His link with Casey still in place, he only needed a thought to ask him to look. Difficult, he hoisted himself on his back, his partner contorting to help him with his nose and his wings. The Audragon ceremonial arch tightened in his hand. He flew off with Casey, sprawled on him. He took a little height, looking for difficulty who most needed help. The injured were numerous. He quickly found the presence of Ethii, sending his mind towards him, asking him to kindly take on his back those who could not walk. The Paleolucan accepted and allowed itself to be taken from a distance to those who needed it most, the legs often in poor condition. He took several people before going to deposit them further where the tribe gathered as it could. He made several come back, and Iwanai did the same with Casey, taking injuries with him to bring them back to the survivors who took charge of them, gave first aid. All those they took with him were very worried about him when he saw him in a terrible state on Torek, which can barely move, doing everything to the strength of his mind. Iwanai watched to find all the survivors of his senses, the Ikran Makdo and the riders coming to help him once their shock passed. He found Jake's body, but he saw him safe, he left him there. He was not of the people for him. He would manage on his own. If Grace was not officially Audragon, she seemed to him much more than him when many members of the tribe had been worried about her when she had collapsed, taking care of her body without hesitation. We decided to go to the Tree of Souls, the only refuge which was not far away. The clan set off, Ethii remaining carrying a slew of traumatized children without protesting, adults carrying the civilians or supporting those who needed them. Iwanai stayed in the air, watching their progress, securing their journey as he could, praying the nature of being indulgent with them this time. He does not even live Tsute, Peril, Oslin and other hunters coming to fly near him, very worried when he saw him in this state on his mount. He could no longer move, his body trembling compulsively, his difficult breathing. His senses annihilated, and it was only his mind and his magic that still worked a little, his willing being held. All of them had finally arrived, safe for the moment, and it was only then that he allowed himself to relax, asking Casey to join them with a thought. Torek then went down, the Ikran Makto with him, and he posed very delicately not far from the Tree of Souls, all deviating to leave him room, waiting for Iwanai for a while already. The Ikran landed around, clinging to the rock wall. Tsute leaps elsewhere, riding Torek like many others. He arrived just in time to make up for Iwanai, who literally fell from a groaning Casey of distress, hung on the arc received from Itukin. Iwanai, he cried with panic, squatting with him on the ground. He watched him and his skin atrociously pale, his dull bioluminescence. He was trembling violently, sweating, moaning with pain, blood flowing with his eyes, his nose, his mouth and his ears, a terrible fever making his skin terribly burning. His eyes had a half-minded, veiled, and it was obvious that he was not really aware. "Aid me," ordered Tsute to the hunters surrounding him. They came to the field, and it was with infinite delicacy that they raised Iwanai, pulling him with pain that made many present crying. However, they continued, bringing him to the foot of the sacred tree. He was lengthened near him, Tsute sitting down so that he can place his head on his lap. Sahik asked that she was brought to her a little water, and she got it quickly. A block of thick and soft foam taking the humidity allowed him to refresh Iwanai gently, and we worked to make him drink a little, small sip by small sip. We cleansed the blood on him, a lot to get caught enough to give him a little more comfort. Tsute was working to appease him, cajoling, caressing his head, speaking gently to him, giving him a comforting smile. It took time, but we saw Iwanai gradually calm down, his body relaxing, his breathing being easier. The Audragon had returned en masse around him, and the branches of the Tree of Souls came to touch it, illuminating. It seemed to help him, and he ended up falling asleep peacefully to general relief, always holding Itukin's arc that no one would have thought of, none needing an explanation when Neytiri had said that his father had given him before dying. Ethii had come to lie down near his partner, Casey, coming to bed under the tree, the Audragon landing on them too, their precious peaceful brother. All had calmed down a little, and we took care of the wounded before settling down to start singing and praying, trying to calm down, to console the bruised hearts. A few hours later, when the sun had risen, all had managed to calm down a little, to pass the bulk of the shock, to find their minds. Iwanai was still sleeping with Tsute watching over him. He seemed to go a little better, his symptoms a little calmed, but it was obvious that he could not do much for a while. But he was better and had all that had. Sahik said that Iwa transmitted energy to him, and we saw small thin roots connect to him, pulsating with light. Now Amoat was standing in front of the tree, a little further surrounded by its most important members of the tribe, among which his daughter, who launched frequent guilty and sad looks towards Iwanai, Tsute making him turn his eyes each time with sharp looks. And all the survivors were installed all around. We sang to pray Iwa, to appease hearts, cry the dead. It was then that Iwanai began to open his eyes, falling on the face of Tsute, who had closed his own and also sang. This did not prevent him from holding his free hand on his chest and gently caressing her hair. It took him a moment to really regain his senses, all coming back. He felt a little better, the stronger pain, his well-raised energy, and he quickly understood that Iwa was dealing with him, perceiving their direct connection. His new mother was as bruised as everyone. Tsute, he said weakly, The hunter and new Oloikton of the clan suddenly jumped, opening his eyes to lower them on him, smiling with the air relieved when he saw him awake. He called Emoat on the field, all immediately focusing on them to see what was going on with Iwanai. Sahik was soon leaning over him, scrutinizing him in all directions. "Stay quietly, my child," she said. "You are weak. You have to rest." He hardly approved, her pasty mouth, and she immediately undertook to give him drink, Tsute gently holding her head to help him. He was also offered to eat and he approved, letting himself go when Tsute strictly straightened him, wedging him against him. Emoet made to ensure that his twin remains comfortably connected to the branches before helping him eat a little, ordering him not to make an effort. All followed this, relieved to see it a little better. We then slowly recovered the songs, Iwanai sitting against Oloikton who almost rocked him, not ceasing his cajoleries, holding his hand, and that helped him a lot. So much so that he wanted to stay there forever. He knew. He had known unconsciously for a long time that Tsute was the one intended for him. His mind had refused to admit it when he was already engaged. He could never have interfere in the life of the hunter like this for his own happiness. However, between what made Neytiri and the situation, he could no longer hide it. No one had ever been able to comfort him so much by a simple embrace. He would certainly have made a panic attack with anyone else after what had just happened. He had seen his house being destroyed once again. His people suffer, and there was only the comforting presence of Tsute who calmed his soul a little bit, which held his head out of the water. He hugged his hand a little more and Tsute replied, hugging him a little stronger. He felt more than ever in this moment when he no longer had the strength to veil his face that his magic drew him towards him, that his mind went to him like his soul. Tsute was the one he had dreamed of finding without ever having the smallest hope of it, and he took himself to hope that perhaps one day they could experience this with him. But for the moment, his simple presence all against him was sufficient, the idea of being alone without him at that time inadmissible. A little later, a shadow covered them for a moment. The songs suddenly stopped and we saw a Torok arriving towards them, panic cries rising. Iwanai straightened up a little suddenly, quickly supported Tsute who also watched frantically what was going on. We quickly spotted Jake Sully on the back of the animal. He suddenly landed in the valley, suddenly retreating the Nasiks on his way. The silence was all amazed to see this, to see another Torok Makto arriving with the walker. He descended from his mount, defeating the link, caressing the neck of the animal with slowness, then its head, as if it was well shown what it was, that Torok was his. Iwanai, far from the amazement and the fascination of others, of the confusion of some, lives red on the field, seeing perfectly what the landlord was trying to do. Ignoring his pain and weakness, his condition, he got up quickly, disconnecting from the tree, causing a little. Tsute leaps with him, supporting him, feeling his sudden fury. Iwanai hugged the arc he still held, quickly advancing, Tsute followed by the step, to descend and exceed Neytiri's surprise who was going to move towards his companion. He split the crowd and he was gladly let him go, Dev using, confused in front of his palpable anger. Jake spotted him, also advancing with this slightly superior air which made it more annoyed. His face was twisted with rage, looking at the navies larger than him. However, that did not stop him and he literally was over him. Jake, like no one, saw him coming when he set a violent punch to the walker who flew to crash further. We had never seen Iwanai in such a state or show the slightest violence. Behind Jake, Torok roared against him without attracting his attention to the earthlings ringed and lost. Casey replied in his place, roaring against his fellow smaller, flying away to come and place himself above his partner, threatening. The Omaticea recovered, having never attended such a thing. Jake's Torok wanted to reply but Casey went to land right in front of him, jostling him hard, roaring over him, opening his wings large. His vis-a-vis quickly revives his position, calming himself, visibly submitting, lowering his head while Casey always rumbled on him the air ready to attack him. In the meantime, Ethii had also leaped, joining his partner against whom he stuck, groaning on Jake who risen slowly, visibly destabilized by the turn of things. He did not have time to recover that. Iwanai gave him another more violent blow, ignoring his erratic breathing, his tremors and his pain. Furious. How are you doing this? Rummated Iwanai by using his language this time to make himself understood. He felt the total confusion of his family around him. However, none, not even Neytiri, even thought of going against him, having all confidence and guessing that it had to be important for him to be unleashed as well. Iwanai felt the presence of Tsute a few steps behind him, supporting him even if he did not understand, ready to protect him, to leap towards him at the slightest thing. Jake got up with it, gauging him, looking around to understand that no one would help him. I came to serve the people, he tried in an approximate Gnostics. Server the people? Raised Iwanai with sarcasm. You are not Gnostics, he slammed. You are not Omadikeya. You are not Toric Macto. He ended harshly. Put he is there with me, he provoked, designating his mount. You are no longer the only one. Is that what annoys you? Clearing the rabies. Iwanai held out to hit him a third time. There is only your people to think that all beings lead a race to power, to the image, to the position, to whom will have the biggest. I would with joy a real Toric Macto and even 100 if we were lucky. I have already told you, ignorant child who does not hear anything, does not understand anything. Doing something physically is not really doing it. You forced this link. He slammed, shocking what had understood and translated to the others. You threw yourself on Toric and you forced the link. He didn't come to you. How? How do I know it? You still do not know Jake Sully so much. You can never lie to me. I know your people more than you know yourself, and I know why you did that, he said, designating his mount. You know you are at fault. I never wanted it, and it would have happened that I am there or not. He defended himself. Well, sure, but you helped, and the worst is that you pretend to be our people now. He roared with rage. Didn't you think of it? Did you obey orders? He laughed. The worst tragedies have been implemented by those who have obeyed orders. The ignorant people who obey orders without thinking decimated my family and killed my mother. He slammed with rage. And you knew what was going to happen. How could you take part in this when you knew? You knew and you did it anyway. You helped rather than refuse. I paris that the salary or the bonus had to be enticing. He noticed hard. That's all your people. We are well paid or we get what we want, so we are ready to do anything, even to destroy a peaceful people who did nothing wrong and who only wanted to get along with you. After all, it is the bait of the game that led us there, the greed of your people. And then after, sometimes you realize that you are doing a big bullshit. But it is never your fault. You didn't know. You did not think of wrong. You obeyed orders. Look around you, Jake Sully, which this kind of naivety and imprudence gives. Lack of reflection. He marked a break to breathe and resume his breath a little, all listening to him, the navies not daring to speak, the guilty air. You will not clear you so easily in front of me. Someone told them the value of the voice tree, and they used it as a declaration of war. They targeted very precisely the pillars of the house tree when they could not know the internal structure. Unless someone told them, and I know it's certainly not thanks to Augustine. She has her wrongs, but they are much less than yours, and she really does what she can to help us and protect us. And now, Jake Sully, have you also talked about the Tree of Souls and its value? I paris that we will see them disembark here shortly to finish kneeling us. It was you who did that, he accused. It was you who accelerated this war and who made it easier for them by giving our weak points. He roared. The murmurs were heard everywhere around them, all starting to understand the rage of Iwanai, although Toric still raises questions. And now, Toric? He continued with irony. You are pathetic. I know why you did that. You still want to manipulate my people. He raged. I wouldn't let you do it. You know what Toric Macto represents for us, and you know what your twists are. But you wanted to come back anyway, and you want to play the hero. You think that we need you, but it is false. It is you who now desperately needs us. You had nothing to persuade us, so you did that. You took one of the most sacred symbols of Gnostics and you did what your people do very well. Manipulate others by trampling everything to reach your goal. You knew that by coming here with Toric, we would let you do it, we would raise you as heroes, elected and perhaps even in chief of the people. Thus, you would not have to face your mistakes, nothing to be forgiven, and you could do things like you hear it. Bad luck for you. I'm here and I watch over mine. Unlike you, their well-being, their peace and their desires come above all for me. I would give everything I have, my life 1,000 times, my well-being, my health, my dreams, everything for them without even thinking about it, and that's why I let you have your ceremony without saying anything. But there, you allow yourself that, after this tragedy. He had to take his breath again, tremblant, relying on Ethii who had joined him to support him. He felt the emotion of his people around him faced with these statements, the Adokarina returning to pose on him without him not noticing, concentrated on Jake. You have taken Torek to make things easier and come back here like a flower. He slammed. Not for us, for you. I would have already torn your head for these nameless insults if only Iwa had no project for you, he said, surprising everyone. She still allowed this link, he noted. But I'm going to make things clear about the why of the how. Don't get any idea about an honor that has not been granted to you. As I told you in the past, we here have the ability to give a chance. I recognize that you never wanted to hurt us, but you did it by your nonsense, and you are guilty in the same way as many others, in the same way as me who could not protect my people, he said with guilt and pain. Immediately, he heard the exclamations of his family saying that he had done nothing wrong, that it was not his fault. He raised a hand in sign of silence, and he obtained it on the field. The responsibilities are multiple, and I have mine too. For that, I will make myself violence and follow the idea of Iwa. It allowed this link not to honor you, or I do not know what you and the others might believe, but simply to give you this second chance so precious. She gave you something to fight. You're gonna fight Jake Sully for us, really. You will use everything you have at your disposal to do it, without thinking of you but just the interest of the people. You will play your role to buy your faults, repair your twists as you can now. If in happiness we reach goal, Torek will leave, I assure you. Your link with him is temporary. You can then start from scratch and try to really win your place among us. If you redo an error in this caliber, I would kill you with my hands. I made myself understood, Jake Sully. There was a great silence, speechless Jake, shaken, guilty and being much smaller now. He finally nodded, lowering his head in front of Iwanai, submitting to him. This visibly calmed his opposite, which is reflected neutral and no longer controlled. Now, he said in Nasics, will seek thanks to Augustine, I can save her. Jake looked up at him, surprised that he knew, but a sign of Iwanai made him move. He left for his Torek, Casey deviating, rumbling a little on them. However, he let them take over and go, turning to his partner while moaning. All then paid their attention to Iwanai, who looked bad, finally relaxing. He put a hand to his head, his face twisted in pain as he collapsed. Sute was there immediately, caught up with it gently, placing himself under him to avoid a brutal meeting with the ground. It was running on the field, and quickly, Iwanai was raised to bring him back to the foot of the Tree of Souls, the Oloikton keeping him against him. They gave him a little water, then leaving him quiet while all discussed what had just happened, keeping a vigilant and protective eye on their badly in point. Quickly, we saw Jake come back with Grace in his human body in his arms, another walker helping him, coming from the forest. He looked at Iwanai, who had straightened up at the foot of the sacred tree, sitting properly, supported by Amoet, while Oloikton rose to face them. He consulted Iwanai of the gaze before giving Jake to approach with Grace in a disastrous state which brought tears to the eyes of those who loved him. With the permission of Tsute, he joined Iwanai, falling in front of him without daring to meet his gaze. She received a bullet, he said, while Grace looked at the green Nasics as her comrade accompanying him. Iwanai raised a hand to make her hover over her, and the three walkers were amazed to see her light up with a sweet golden glow. It only lasted a few seconds before he raised the eyelids. The muddy air, Emoet tightening his catch on him. Iwanai? She asked. I can't save this body, he said without surprising Grace, while Jake and his friend made the grimace. I no longer have the strength for that for the moment. But we can save his mind thanks to his artificial body. Look at his body here, he said to those who had taken care so far. We'll help them bring him Jake Sully, he commanded. Leave here. He approved on the field, gently depositing thanks to him before going, calling the name named Norman to help. Sahik took care of putting everyone in place and explaining to them, understanding what he wanted to do. Sute came to replace her to support Iwanai, who watched the suffering lady looking at her with curiosity. He gently put his large hand on her head and I radiated in light, pulling a sigh of relief when he soothed his pain. "How do you do that?" she asked weakly. "We be that I would explain to you one day thanks to Augustine if you are trustworthy." "You seem worse than me," she then noted, scrutinizing it. He offered her a little smile, feeling his concern for him anyway. This woman was undoubtedly the most worthy of all dreamwalkers to join their people even if she still had a lot to learn. She deeply loved Gnostics, understood them, accepted them as they were even if she was very clumsy with them, sometimes reckless, and that she remained the scientist that she was. But in her eyes she was also a friend, who could prove to be precious for their people and who already had a lot for some of them. Quickly his artificial body was brought and Amoat took care of preparing the human, removing his clothes while the two bodies were installed on both sides of Iwanai so that he could put his hands on their heads. We explained to the walkers what we were going to try. Jake and Norman treated with worry, thanks having little hope. "I will help you and drive your mind thanks to Augustine," announced Iwanai. "Let yourself go. Do not resist and also take advantage of this experience that will teach you much more than everything else." Amoat took things in hand for him, asking the two walkers to retreat a little. Iwanai asked Sute to retreat and join the others, and if it was against the heart, he did it without protesting. He then put his hands on the two heads, closing his eyes, concentrating, his hands nimming with a light that extended to his whole body, enveloping it with a sweet aura magnificent. We then saw a multitude of small roots connect to the two carnal envelopes with delicacy. "Well, grandmother can decide to safeguard everything she is in this body," explained Amoat to Jake and Norman, observing with worry. Is it possible?" Jake asked. "He must first go under the gaze of Iwa and return," she explained. "But Jake Sully, she is very weak. Iwanai will accompany him and try to help him on his trip, but he is himself even lower," she said, heading the eyes of the two earthlings to the green NA6. Sahik moved away and Jake came to see Grace. "Manage, they will treat you," he said with as much serenity as it could. They then made them go back and Sahik started the ceremony without further delay, all connecting to Iwa, entering the trance to ask him to save Grace, all touching their arms, dancing together sitting on the ground. "Send us, all mother, she is." Iwa, a source of all energy, kicked out others in response. "Act the spirit in you?" asked Amoat, dancing too as the natural lights pulled everywhere around them in the falling night. "Iwa, source of all energy," resumed others. "And that your breath gives it back to us," continued Theik. "Iwa, source of all energy. A fine that she works with us. Iwa, source of all energy." Lo, Anasix. The trance intensified and suddenly, there was a little light shine from Iwanai. Amoat turned, coming to them by asking others to be silent. Grace stirred a little while Iwanai had not moved and Jake came to take his hand. "Grace," he called. "I'm with her, Jake," she whispered. "It exists." She then seemed to lose consciousness, panicking Jake and the others around her. However, while she was with Iwa, realizing her existence, feeling her near her, majestic and so powerful, she opened her eyes. She then found herself in a whirlwind of energy and splendid light, feeling thousands and thousands of warm and peaceful presences around her. It made you want to stay there, in this place of peace, as with her family, locked in the arms of a loving and sweet mother. "Grace Augustine?" She turned her head to see Iwanai gently advancing towards her. "It's beautiful," she smiles. "Iwa exists." Yes, he approved. "Iwa is here, everywhere in this world, and she watches over her children. All her children, loves and protects them, welcomes them with her when time comes. She is this world and everything here. She is our mother and she can be yours if you accept it. You can choose to stay with her, in peace, in security, far from the pains and trials of the world. Or come back with me and serve the people. Be part of it like a Gnostic and enter our family. You still have a lot to learn, but you deserve it in my eyes. You are on the right track." She smiled the touched air and he handed her hand. She did not hesitate to take her, and he gave her such a beautiful smile that she was upset. A second later she felt again. Hackby, suddenly returning to reality. taking a sudden inspiration with his body Gnostics. Grace, Jake exclaimed, rushing to her. We came to surround the lady who resumed her senses, a little destabilized but in great shape in this body. She straightened up heavily, supported by Jake and Norman analyzing her. The lights go out around them. Unlike her, Iwanai suddenly collapsed, falling suddenly. Iwanai, cried Tsute, leaping towards him faster than anyone. He joined him, gently taking him in his arms to straighten him and bring him back against his chest, his head wedging in the hollow of his shoulder. Emoet rushed in turn, Galreed also rushing. Iwanai was breathing again. It looks like the end of strength, with a half-minded trembling when his fever had grown. It was quickly obvious that all of this was too much for him, that it had to rest. The slowly advised Tsute by caressing his cheek. Breathe quietly and rest. How is he going? Asked Grace, very anxious for him obviously. It is exhausted, replied Emoet. Iwanai has taken a lot of damage with the last events. It is powerfully connected to Iwa. He felt in him the destruction of the tree of voices, the home tree, the death and the suffering of ours. All this reaches him deeply and causes him great suffering. He needs rest. Tsute? Called Iwanai weakly by immediately receiving his attention. I'm here, he assured, taking his hand. Jake Sully? He then called. This one came to the field, listening to what he meant. It must bring together the clans. Unite, he said, his breath short. You have to tell them that you have to fight. It must be told that we must show the people of heaven that they do not have the right to impose themselves here, that this world is not theirs, that it belongs to us and that we will defend it body and soul. You will speak, Jake Sully, you know what to say in your heart, he says weakly. I can't go there, so you will have to do it, he said while the Marines nodded. Gather them, unite them, and together, we will defeat. He stopped, coughing suddenly, the blood flowing from his lips while he was struggling to find air. Kamyu prayed, very worried. Rest, we take over, he assured. Everything will be fine. Rest and don't worry. We will do what is needed. Iwanai smiled at him weakly, shaking his hand before closing his eyes and giving in to unconsciousness. Fail. Chapter 9. Fail. It was a good hour later that we saw Iwanai open our eyes again. The riders, the Ikran Makdo, and all those who could now have gone to fetch the help of the clans closest to them, and the valley was at least half emptied. Those who remained rested, treated themselves, took care of the children and watched over Iwanai still lying at the foot of the Tree of Souls. Emoet was sitting near him with Araat and Galreed. Grace had also remained, Norman with her. She had settled near Iwanai, that she kept watching carefully. She had been amazed in recent hours when she saw the branches of the tree coming to caress him, making her bioluminescence shine a little as if he transmitted energy to him. The Adokirina completely surrounded him in a striking spectacle. She had seen Emoet delicately connect her neural braid to the branches, explaining that Iwa took care of him, and the play of light made him think that Iwanai received energy of nature. Emoet had confirmed. She has been studying the network of this world for years, however. She would never have thought possible that an individual can receive energy as well, especially unconscious and therefore incapable of doing anything himself. This proved the existence of a will in the network. But she now knew it for having lived it itself. She had also seen the deplorable state of the NA6, which nevertheless seemed to go a little better over time. Then he started to wake up Galreed, near which he was installed in the field. We had taken care of him, helping him sit, drink, and eat a little. When he had been well awake, many Omadikeya had come to see him in turn, the children in particular, wanting to make sure it was going and tell him a little, thank him for his efforts. Iwanai had spent the day at rest like many. We sang, trying to calm down, some going to the forest to harvest what they needed. Grace could not help noting how the tribe had affection and attention for Iwanai, how much he counted for them as a treasure. But it was double meaning. The Torik Makdo had a reassuring effect, soothing on them, securing when he had managed to calm and make a little smile to all those who came to him, giving them hope, consoling them. The next day we started to see those who agreed to join them arrive to fight. The first, the Ikran Makdo of the Tipani, had arrived very early in the morning, after the sun. Grace had seen them land and come directly to Iwanai and Emoet sitting under the sole tree, the first always connected to him. They had praised the Torok Makto first with immense respect, already seeming to know it without really surprising it. Iwanai had shown himself with very great diplomacy and very kind with them, thanking them for coming. The chiefs remained around him, discussing the situation with him and Emoat, who put it almost entirely to Iwanai. And the others helped the Omaticaya, who had lost everything, to reorganize a little, to gather food, to heal themselves when they had not come empty-handed. Iwanai was the first to benefit from it when a healer quickly had to offer him remedies to help him with pain and fever. Iwanai did not complain, however, playing a real role of chef and guide, reassuring benchmark for all. But he also quickly started to be a warrior, and Grace, like Norman, had been surprised by his strategic knowledge. He knew how to do it, to shoot down a helicopter with their limited means, how to neutralize the weapons, say what to aim, how to route a device so that he hit another. And he did not deprive himself to teach it to the other, drinking his words, the very attentive warriors. He was not outdone on ground combat strategies. It was obvious that the art of combat, seeing even of war, did not date from yesterday for him. The Gnostics did not seem to, all surprised, far from it, although he demonstrated knowledge that certainly did not come from his people. She had never seen the Enevai approach a fight with the people of the sky with so much technique and strategy. Iwanai had everything of a general at that moment. The allies continued to arrive, always more numerous, and each time the same merry-go-round was repeated. We came to greet Torok Makto and Sahik very respectfully, taking news from the first with great care. The chiefs remained with Iwanai, discussing organization and strategy, speaking of the situation, people from heaven, that the Green Gnostics seemed strangely very well known, as none should be with what they had been told. But once again, it didn't shock anyone except the Earthlings. Although he is doing a good figure and never complaining, visibly forcing himself, it was obvious that Iwanai was very far from being in good shape. The simple fact of holding sometimes complicated for him. He didn't stand for a long time and was sorely lacking in force. Also, it was not uncommon to be pushed to lie down a little and sleep at the foot of the sacred tree. The next day and the next day took place in the same way, all calming, taking up hope, the desire to fight growing, organizing. It was the third day that the Omaticaya was returned to come back to seek help. They were thousands now, and we continued to arrive. Sute was the first to land, coming directly to Iwanai, the worried heir. He greeted the chiefs who had joined them in his path to join him, coming near him, a little reassured to see him a little better. He took care of him carefully, certain smiling when he saw his behavior with him, their obvious proximity. Jake and Neytiri had joined them, the navies receiving a sign of an approval head of Iwanai for what had already been done, and it seemed to relax when he was waiting for his reaction. He also expected an authorization from him to come and sit with them, which he had quickly. It was naturally that Iwanai imposed himself in chief without anyone not even asking himself the question. Just as, normally, Sute got her equal and one like the other left their place to other chiefs around them, this helping a lot to organize quickly and effectively. It was with interest that the walkers observed this, and like his comrades, Jake had been amazed by military knowledge of Iwanai above his, as improbable as it is. Jake and Norman had finally decided to contact their allies who remained at the base to find out what he was going there, and Iwanai approved. When they returned a little later, it was with bad news that alerted well from the world. We had captured their gathering, and an attack planned for the next day was being prepared. An attack on the Tree of Souls as predicted by Iwanai. A massive and large-scale attack that stressed and panicked a lot of people when they explained that all the Earthlings were there for this preparation for combat. They themselves seemed to die. It was a sweet impulse of the power of Iwanai who brought calm in the rush that had started. The silence fell, all paying their attention to him while he was sitting under the sacred tree, his back straight, his air quiet, while a few Adokarina were placed on his shoulders and his head, as having fun jumping peacefully. It seemed a little better tonight and was disconnected from the tree. He gave them a soothing smile that relaxed them naturally. Then he spoke. "We are far from losing," he said. "We are around 2,000 warriors. It is more than enough. In this area their instruments do not work. They lose a large part of their technological advantage on this ground. A field that we know very well, that our frames know well. We know how to play it. There are more of us and we can rout them. You have to use mountains like camouflage and shield in the air, nature on earth, fall on them like arrows and move away so quickly. Stay in a quick and erratic moving so that they do not have time to aim. Ikrans have the strength to tear off the weapons and even soldiers to their apparatus, the Pali that of overthrowing and destroying their machines on the ground. With Torek, me and Jake can deviate the helicopters to crush them on the bombers. They will sail in sight, you have to prepare enough to blind them to the maximum. We are much more numerous, some can diversion while the others attack. We have the means to defeat by working together and organizing well. He continued to exhibit all the strategies he thought, frightening more than one but also giving hope. They spent a long time organizing themselves, I then offering to lead what was not further fought in the forest to shelter them. We approved and carried out, all going to prepare for the fight by the rights of the NA6 between painting and hairstyle, the chiefs transmitting the strategies. The tree valley emptied, only leaving Iwanai at the foot of the sacred tree. He settled against his trunk, closing his eyes, connecting to the tree to go into meditation and communicating with Iwa always bruised. He tried to comfort her as he could at his level, feeling the sweet energy of his mother encompassing him. He told her about the future battle from the fact that they might need his help. He had been optimistic with everyone to encourage them, but he knew how uncertain the test and his result would be. But like Gaia, Iwa was reluctant to intervene directly with her children, in their life and their existence. She watched over balance. He understood. Gaia had had similar reasoning and that had not helped save her. However, he made himself understanding when he remembered having debated the subject of hours for hours with Iakamera in the past, and he knew why things were like this. He approached the subject differently, arguing that the balance would sooner or later be irreparably broken if the people of heaven took more power by winning this battle. He proposed to serve as an intermediary and thus reduce his intervention, and he then reached an agreement to which Iwa consented without difficulty. If it was necessary, it would help through it. It appeared deeply, seeing their chances of overcoming going back with the help of their mother. It was then that he came out of this meditation that he felt the presence of Jake Sully approaching. He perceived his gaze on him, as his intention while he was approaching the Tree of Souls, kneeling near him. He took his braid and a few branches, Iwanai then intervening. You are not Nasik's Jake Sully. Forget this idea, you are not entitled to it. He slammed severely. I would like to speak to Iwa, he replied, freezing to look at him. Do not make me laugh, you don't even sincerely believe in his existence. What would you say? That those who come from heaven are monsters of destruction. What from where you come from they destroyed their world and their mother. That they will invade us without regard to taking what they want and that they will not hesitate to destroy it and all that is here.
Énuméra-t-il alors que Neytiri approchait dans le dos de son compagnon.
You want to ask him for help. How do you know? He asked surprised. I have told you, Jake Sully. You are an ignorant child. Iwa already knows all of this. She is perfectly aware of the danger and what is going on. As for his help, you must understand that an entity like Iwa does not work like us and that his role, whether neutral, positive or negative, to a huge impact on everything that lives under his wing. Not only on the present moment but on everything that will happen next. A moment can condition thousands of years of evolution of a world, and Iwa does not see that us now but all those who have been and who will be. His dilemma is far beyond what you could imagine. Even if she would like to help us, she can't do it anyway. Our destiny is in our hands, Jake Sully. It's up to us to fight for him. Go now, he said. The walker obeys, joining Neytiri, who awaited him a little further. She smiles with comfort, taking her hand. Don't worry, Jake, she said. Iwanai certainly warned Iwa of all this. It does not know what to happen, he replied painfully. Wish me he knows, she replied, sending a sad look to her brother. He knows it better than anyone. Iwanai is of immense wisdom and knowledge, prodigious benevolence. He knows perfectly. More than once he wanted to help me and protect me, but I was too stubborn, blinded to listen to him and give value to what he said, to his concern about me. I regret it very much today. He was right. Don't worry. I'm sure he has already tried to intercede for us with Iwa. What is it right? Iwanai is the treasure of the Nasiks of Iwa, she smiles. If we succeed tomorrow and you win your place in the people in his eyes, he will certainly accept to explain certain things to you. In the meantime, does not make the same mistake as me and listen to it. He approved, taking a look at this strange mysterious being before going with Neytiri, crossing Tsute, who went to the tree with food in his hands. The Oloikton barely gave them a look before transferring his attention to Iwanai, alone in the valley. Even his partners had gone hunting and resting. He joined him, his heart warming up with the sweet smile he gave him. I led you to eat, he noted, coming to sit with him. Thank you, but I could have come myself, you know. You should still rest, he noticed. You barely hold on your legs. Here, eat, he pushed, stretching the food. He thanked him, noticing that Tsute had brought his favorite fruits, touched by his attention for him. They ate together in a soft silence, seated against each other. They finally finished, Iwanai admitting that he was really hungry. How do you feel? Asked Oloikton with concern. Mew, it will be fine for tomorrow. I don't like the idea that you come to fight with us, he noted. You haven't resumed enough strength. It's tomorrow or never, Tsute, he said gently. We will need all our strength. I would be careful, don't worry. I would like you to be too, he whispered. I would be, he assured with a confident smile. Do you want to? What do you want? He encouraged. Would you like to sleep with me tonight? He asked timidly. With what happened the next day, he sorely needed comfort. He did not show him, but he was terrified, terrorized at the idea of reliving what he had experienced on Earth, a part already reproduced here. He refrained from flinch to be able to carry his own. He had already experienced it, they know, and they had a hard time not panicking. He understood easily, and he was ready to wear them, calm them even if his own panic was not far away. He was afraid, so afraid. Fear of what would happen the next day, fear of losses, the result, fear for his own and fear for Tsutiwai, fear of losing it. All of his being claimed his presence at the moment. With pleasure, replied Tsute, coming to roll up an arm around his shoulders to bring him closer to him. Iwanai smiles, sighing with happiness, relaxing and snuggling a little against him, and his warmth so reassuring. Iwanai, there is a question that I would like to ask you, he said after a moment of tranquility. Basie, you have already explained to me that the AIAIs loved only one person in all their lives. A person chosen by your heart, soul and magic, and you knew it when you meet them. Yes, he approved, wondering what he meant. So it happened to you to meet this person but not to realize it? I know that some have taken time to understand, that they sometimes mix the brushes. He had fun, but they always ended up finding the way to their half. Why are you asking for this? I think I made this mistake, he sighed. I have always taken my future union with Neytiri, and I tried to make sure that we were a harmonious couple for the good of the people. I think I felt coming without admitting it what happened with Jake Sully. Now that it is done and that this arranged union no longer exists, everything has changed. With everything that has been going on in recent days, I have thought a lot, and I realized one thing. Which? He asked with curiosity. What my whole soul was already pulling me towards someone else, but that I never wanted to see it because I thought my way was traced. With what happens, I realized that I should have followed my heart above all, he said, hugging it a little more. So much, stupid to miss out for such considerations. Neytiri will have at least taught me that following his heart is important. I realized it today at the dawn of this battle. Tell me, do you always work like an AIAIs for your half with your metamorphosis? Yes, he approved. You haven't found your half with us? Is that why you refuse a union? No, he said slowly, trying to apprehensive. I found it, he admitted. It's been a while now that I understood it. So why didn't you say anything? Why do you stay alone? What? Well, because it is not so long ago this person was promised to another, he revealed, surprising him. I did not want to interfere in his life in this way, and that I would have been content with a simple friendship as long as he was happy as well. He explained in a small voice. I just want his happiness, and I do not want the relationship we have already was spoiled because I would tell him, and that he would not want me, he muddled down. Who wouldn't you want you? He had fun. You are the most beautiful person I have ever met. Who is it? If I told you it was you, he said after a moment of silence, what would you say? He said, trembling with fear against him. I would tell you that for me too. It's you, he revealed with a soft smile. Iwanai looked up on him, looking him in the eyes as if they were insured of course. Tsute smiled at him, coming to kiss his forehead gently before looking at him again. Iwanai gave him the expression, his eyes filling with tears of emotion, and he came completely nestling against him, enjoying the arms that wrapped around him with strength and tenderness. When all this will be over, will you accept to unite your life with mine? Asked Audragon, caressing her hair. Yes, he approved on the field while a few tears ran away. I only want that. I love you, Iwanai, he confided in a low, causing a little strangled sob. Me too. I love you. Such. If you knew how long I have hoped to meet you. I'm here with you, he assured, tightening it a little more, and I would not leave. That evening, if we were approaching the Tree of Souls, we could see Iwanai sleeping in the arms of Tsute, tightening him with protection. Some Adokirina hovering over them. The next day, it was in a heavy atmosphere that we got up well before the sun, all preparing, concentrating, the anxiety rising. Iwanai and Tsute had remained close to each other, preparing each other by appearing the paintings of traditional Gnostic wars, by equipping themselves. Iwanai was responsible for braiding and decorating the hair of Audragon, who had done the same for him. Then finally, they had taken off, Iwanai in the lead with Casey, armed with the Arc Diitukin, Tsute by his side, Jake, Neytiri and the other chefs just behind. They went to place themselves on the ground and in the air as planned. Iwanai had concentrated, extending his senses throughout the area. His magic reinforced a little by the energy of Iwa, very powerful here, and which was naturally allying with his. And it was so much the better when he had recovered little from his strength. Very quickly, he was aware of everything that was happening in the region, ready to react. He closed his eyes for a moment when they were waiting for their enemies in silence. He concentrated, plunging back into this calm warrior he had not used for a very long time. We then put everything that had nothing to do with the fight on the side to think only of the action and what to do now, allowing ourselves of any parasitic thought. It was by far that he felt the approach of the people of heaven. There were many on the ground as in the air, but it was not insurmountable. For him, they had a chance in two without Iwa, but he feared that despite all their will, the Na6 were surpassed by heavy weapons. And then suddenly, they appeared several tens of meters under them, emerging from under a floating mountain. There was a huge shuttle, a big combat machine certainly carrying the leaders of this attack, or rather the chief according to Jake. A man that he remembered having seen the short time he had spent at the base on his arrival, and he had not loved him at all as a good heartless torturer that this guy was. Around, there was a whole slew of fighting helicopters. On the ground, a battalion of their human form gear accompanied by many soldiers armed on foot. They were fewer but much better armed and equipped. It was a chance in two at this stage, and he knew it. He exchanged a look with Tsute hung on the wall with Kiri just by side of him. Then he looks Jake on the other side that awaited his signal like all. Tack. He then cried, brandishing his bow. Warm Shifts replied that Casey let it go down in a vacuum with a furious roar. He opened his wings as everyone followed, and he fell like a comet on their enemies. Iwanai does not think and drives Casey so that he grabs the tail of a helicopter, spinning him before sending him crash into a mountains. Jake did the same, the Ikran throwing themselves with several on the machines, a rain of arrows falling while the shots started to break out everywhere. Hell was suddenly unleashed while on the ground. The charge was also launched, the fight engaging, the forest and the mountains seeming to come to life, howling and groaning. The first destroyed helicopter, Iwanai deployed all his flight skills, chaining figures and maneuver many times made in Casey so as not to be an easy target while reaching his targets. Quickly, their enemies broke their training and engaged in the fight, quickly doing damage. The shots were in all directions, making wounded and victim that Iwanai felt in him, shaking his teeth, his willingly growing will. With Casey, they grabbed another helicopter, trying to throw it on the flagship, missing it. It drew the attention of the people of heaven to him, and he found himself hunting by 4 devices trying to trap him. His skill in flight and that of his partner very well trained with him was beneficial to them while they danced in the sky as sliding between the shots, plunging, rising, swirling, rolling. However, he became difficult for him to fight, targeted by many drawers and vehicles, forcing him to use his magic to protect himself and Casey. Undoubtedly, he had to be noticed during the destruction of the house tree, and he had not been forgotten to throw himself on him as well. Seeing himself becoming a target in this way and seeing many of her people decided to come and help him see that, he threw his voice towards them. I will serve as bait, attack them during this time, he said. They obeyed and demonstrated all his flight talents to escape his attackers, their shots, their traps while serving them on a plateau with his own. Attentive to everything, he saw Jake become a target, also without much surprise. And at the same time, things were turned to the ground, the fire barrage of the heaven making a massacre. Their forces on the ground was not long in launching retirement, not in this way. He also saw the land pilot who had joined them to do wonder. The brief thought that she was made to fly crossing her mind. She was also targeted, her machine taking shots damaging her. Very quickly, he began to realize that things were going very badly for them, his strategic spirit seeing him well. He felt each loss in him as a terrible stab. If things continued thus, they would not stop them before they reached the Tree of Souls, and many would still die before the end of this. And then suddenly, he saw Tsute go for the hold of the wide-open shuttle, jump there and make a carnage among the soldiers there. But that only lasted a few seconds before he took many shots, and he did not hear the atrocious cry of despair that came out from his own mouth, tears filling his eyes. He saw him fall into the void and rush towards him. Casey passed under Oloikton, recovering it, Iwanai ensuring him on the back of his mount of his magic. He was relieved to always find him alive, almost unconscious, but it will soon tell him that he was going to die if he did nothing. He therefore acts on the field, using his power to remove the bullets and treat him, remaining also focused on the fight, trying to master your panic at the idea of losing your half. He saw a missile head straight towards Trudy, whose machine was off the race, and he does not think, focusing on her and her presence, having her transplaniated on the back of Casey, calling a respiratory mask of his machine for her, the helicopter jumping a second later. He also assured her near Tsute so that she did not fall, and she had a hard time understanding what happened to her. But he didn't have time to take care of it. All around them led them to defeat on the ground or in the sky, the machine of the people of the sky approaching too much from the Tree of Souls. He therefore took his decision, turning over the sacred site, immobilizing Casey just above him, closing his eyes and connecting himself to Iwa, who replied on the field, having seen what was going on. Immediately, his adopted mother opened all the doors to him and he plunged there. A dazzling energy crossing his body which nimmed with a beautiful light at the same time as the valley of the tree under him, attracting the attention of many. He yelled in pain in the energy of energies suffered by his body, and he barely heard Tsute behind call him while his magic always treated him. He gave his teeth and recovered, his burning determination. He would not leave his people and his home to be destroyed a second time. He would not let his adoption mother be injured. It was unthinkable as long as he was alive. The opening of Iwa was painful, but she suddenly allowed him to connect to everything that lived under his protection in the region for miles around. Na6 animals, plants. Immediately he focused on all the wild animals that could help, the Torik, the Ikran, the Paleolukan, the Pali, the Nantang, the Anksik, the Talyoang. All those who could help, asking them to come to their rescue. The answer was instantaneous, and he felt them to come to the heaven and the earth. He breathed deep to curb the pain, trying to take the time that the reinforcements arrived to recover. The energy of his mother always crossed him, and it would continue until he withdraws, which he would only do when they would have succeeded. He ignored Tsute and Trudy, who called him behind him with concern, always treating Oloikton, ensuring and protecting them from his magic so that nothing happens to them. They saw him moreover, a sweet protective light surrounding them, the same which radiated like flames of Iwanai, his brilliant bioluminescence. The earth began to tremble at the bottom, a buzzing arriving from the sky, and he knew that the aid was barely 2 minutes after his call. The shuttle approached too much and his family were tested. Nivi, he called, projecting his mind towards all those who were connected to him. Remember, I take over, he scolded furiously. He had barely said that the forest came down below, shaken by the load of many animals fusing towards their enemies. Behind him, immense dark flows appeared from the mountains, made hundreds of flying beings responding to his call. There was in time to stop this vision, and he rushed again with Casey in a war cry, taking the tip of the attack, his aura pulley. He was rushing towards the people of heaven with his reinforcements, and seeing this, his brothers were far from withdrawing, joining the attack. He threw his friends from the sky on all the machines, submerging them very quickly, and he headed for the shuttle. Above her, he ordered Casey to keep his 2 passengers safe before jumping from his back to land on the machine, Sute screaming his name. He protected himself from his magic to deflect the shots of the machine gunners who were there before immobilizing and directing the hands towards the engines. He launched 2 gigantic infernal flame balls towards them, and they jumped in the moment, the device deviating and falling suddenly, the chain explosions devastating it. At the same time, Jake had taken care of the flagship machine, also successfully falling asleep to fall into the forest with her. However, he hardly had time to take care of it, running to jump from the perdition machine in which he was. He fell into a vacuum, quickly recovered by a wild Ikran. He landed crouching on his back, and the animal took him to his partner, on the back of which he jumped again, finding his place and reconnecting to him. The fall of the shuttle caused an immense explosion on the ground, shaking everything.